there's an episodic series, you can bet two men will talk to you. AJ Talon and Owen Finch give their thoughts on Owen and AJ Talks.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Owen and AJ Talks. I'm Owen Finch, and I'm here with...
Hey, Talon, and today, it's a moment I've been waiting for since I was, in high school. Red vs. Blue, Season 10. One of my favorite seasons of Red vs. Blue. And honestly, you know what? In terms of just, a whole thing, it's one of my favorite seasons of a show, period. I feel like it's one of those things where it is just super solid. There's barely any low points. And I'm happy to finally be talking about it.
Yeah, and I know last time we ended up breaking Season 9 up into 2 days, but that was unplanned. This time we planned it that way. So we're talking about the past and the present in two separate recordings, but they're going to be all mixed into one video. We're doing it that way because I talked with AJ off camera, and I saw that, Season 10 was going to be a little over 2 hours. And I'm like, yeah, AJ, we got to probably break this up into 2 days if it's over 2 hours because,
Of course, like I told Owen, whereas we kind of rushed through the present-day storyline in Season 9, probably can't do that for this season because, as I said in the Season 9 video, Season 10 is basically Season 9, but better, where they fixed pretty much all my issues with Season 9.
Right. But,
yeah.
I'm happy we're at this point, though, I liked Red vs. Blue, and the Blood Gold Chronicles, but obviously, I like I said, Season 3 changed my view, because like you said, the first couple of seasons are kind of whatever, that's kind of them getting their feet wet and everything like that. Then I like Season 3, and then I like Season 4, then I like Season 5, and then obviously, like you said, we took a big break, because we had done nothing but Red vs. Blue, I think, by that point. And... yeah, I then started watching Season 6, and I'm like, wow, this is a completely different thing. They act like it's one of my favorite things I've seen, because like I said, Season 6 is my favorite season. I still like Season 7, even though, it was just kind of weird. Season 7's the season kind of is going to be creeping in here a little bit in this video, as we'll talk about in a few minutes. And then I like Season 8 a lot, we both like it, but, we differ on the favorite seasons, because obviously you like it more than me type of thing, but I still like Season 8 a lot. And then obviously Season 9 I liked. Oh, say that again?
I was saying, yeah, I prefer 8 over 6, you prefer 6 over 8.
Yeah. And then, yeah, this season happened, and I think I've told you, I think the first time I said about it to you at all is probably my favorite season of the show, as we're going to talk about. And I'm glad, we're doing this now, too, because we're doing Yellow Jackets at the same time. It has a past and present storyline. In a weird way, if we weren't covering Yellow Jackets, we probably would have covered this for a while. So,
yeah, because our plan was to take a pretty big break in between 6 after doing the Recollection trilogy. But then we started Yellow Jackets, and I was like, hey, Owen, 9 and 10 are similar to this, where they do a past and present. And we're like, oh, shit, we should probably do that, since we're, alongside Yellow Jackets.
And it's kind of weird, because, as we keep talking about off camera, and we'll talk about probably more so in the comparison video, somehow Yellow Jackets and RVB, even though they have, nothing to do with each other, somehow sync up and have, a lot of things that are in common about it type of thing. So
strange, yeah. I'm really looking forward to the video where we just talk about, comparing Yellow Jackets and RVB for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moving into, I guess, the good old reading off the wiki page. Red vs. Blue, Season 10, the final season in the Freelancer saga, well, final, it's the second, It is the shortest of the, sagas, I guess. Blood Gulch was 5, Recollection was 3, Freelancers 2, and then Chorus Trilogy after this 3, trilogy. So it's kind of funny that, out of the first 13 seasons, this is the shortest saga.
Yeah, I guess we could talk about that real quick. I guess it doesn't feel too short, you know. I feel like you get a lot out of this. I think you probably could have squeezed in a trilogy, you know, because weirdly enough, I was gonna wait till we talked about the present part of this, but I'll just say this now, you know, that way we could have gotten what they were doing outside the Epsilon unit, in an episode, and then maybe like, you know, a few scenes afterwards, like, because a lot of things got like left out. We would have liked to see them cover in the past. I think we probably could have fit that in somewhere. But then again, I guess it'd be kind of tough to do that type of thing because, you know, you would have to break it up better, I guess. So
it would be tough to do, but I think they definitely could have handled it good. I definitely would have liked 3 seasons, but for what it is, I think they managed to make the 2 seasons pretty well. But yeah, Red versus Blue, season 10. Owen, do you want to guess when it came out?
Nope. Because I know when it came out, because it's in the trailer. Memorial Day, May 28th, 2012.
Oh, yeah, you got it. Yep, May 28th, 2012. Damn, right on the money. Fair enough.
To be fair, the trailer told me, so...
It ended airing on November 5th, 2012.
That seems about fair, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this the longest, like... that the show's
it might be.
Well, is it up to the point that we've reviewed anyways, type of thing?
Yeah, I was gonna say I think some of the later seasons might be a bit longer.
Okay. Because, you know, I've again, as we've talked about before, the only way I can watch this is through full seasons re-uploads.
You know, the YouTube video was 2.5 hours, and as we found out, which we'll talk about, it was missing some shit too. So, yeah, I think the season's a chunky boy.
Yeah, so...
it was of course, written and by Bernie Burns. He had quite a few writers with him, though. Miles Luna, the most notable because he ends up taking over as head writer for the Chorus trilogy. And then he was also written by Matt Holla, Monty Ohm, and Eddie Rivas. And Bernie Burns also directed it. So kind of nice that this was his last season as the main writer and director. You know, he kind of got to write and direct both. Yeah,
and I think he went out with a bang, you know, obviously, with this being my favorite season and everything like that, you know. I think we've talked about this off camera. I asked you this, like, was this meant to be the end of the show here? But then you've told me, you know, that Bernie Burns, like, asked Matt... Is it Matt Hollum, or who's the...
Miles Luna.
Miles Luna, like, if you wanted to take the reins, so, like, it's debatable whether this was going to be the end, but I guess you could say, like, this could be the end, because it's the end of the Bernie Burns era of LVP and everything like that.
As we said, they've always kind of written the end of these, like, big story arcs that, like, you could, you know, kind of get off at that point, but they'll kind of keep making it. So this is, I feel like, besides 13, like, the most definitive, like, yep, not really much left after this. Like, if you, like, this is, I think, this, like, arguably the best jumping off point.
Yeah. So.
I think I like 13's ending a bit more, but, yeah, overall, like, I mean, you know, this was definitely, like, where a lot of people stopped, and I'm like, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I could see that's when a lot of people probably did stop, and then when they heard they were making another season, like, do I want to pick this up, you know, type of thing. So,
news. Like I said, the most viewed episode was the Tex versus the Reds and Blues fight. Mm-hmm. But in terms of, like, overall for the season, I'm pretty sure season 10 was, like, the most viewed season.
Which makes sense, you know.
Yeah. So, you know, because it had, like, I think regularly it would have, like, 3 to 5 million views per episode. Chorus Trilogy had a bit of a drop. I think it was like a roughly 2 million views per episode. And then after that, it really dropped off. You know, the seasons after that, you'd be lucky if they got 1 million.
Okay. And yeah, a lot of hype went into this season. You know, I'm going off based off the trailer, but the trailer, you know, for both things, the big trailer I want to talk about, like, show, like, scenes throughout the show where they mention the AIs, and, like, they kind of showed scenes, like, throughout it and everything like that, you know, going all the way back to, like, season, like, 1 and everything like that, which is just really interesting and everything like that. And yeah, I think that's really cool. You know, kind of showing like, hey, this is gonna be like the end of the story and everything like that type of thing. Because you know, you just told me it's the Freelancer saga, but like a lot of people who are probably coming into this probably didn't realize this was gonna be like the end of the story, pretty much, and everything like that.
Yeah. I mean, like, of course, it's dealing with the freelancers and like the director, but like, I'm not, I don't know if a lot of people knew this was like going to be like the end of it. Like, the director is like done after the season.
Yeah, which we'll talk about in a different day that you guys will see the same day. But yeah, I guess we'll just start talking about the episode and everything like that.
Yeah. So starting off, we get a bit of comedy, which is nice. I guess before that, I guess I want to say like I think the season does a good job of being comedic. Like Red versus Blue is a comedy, but also balancing that with like the more like actiony and dramatic stuff. Because now that Rooster Teeth is like back, a lot of people are kind of looking back at these seasons and like talking about how 1 and 2 is so funny and like the later seasons got too serious. And it's funny, we kind of differ on that, where we think 1 and 2 is kind of bad. And then, like, Red vs. Blue was at its best when it was, like, balancing comedy and the serious stuff.
I mean, I just think any genre is best when it does that anyways. So, I think I just pull it more so out in OVB because I've seen both stages of that and everything like that.
But yeah, I just wanted to say that, I'm glad that the season didn't start off too serious. We get a bit of levity, where we see the soldier watching TV, and it's a sports game called Griffball. This was a little outside of the show joke where they would do like little like shorts in between seasons, and one of the shorts was about like Griffball, where it's just like Sarge talking about how the point of the game is just to like keep fucking like wrecking Griff.
Oh, was that a short we didn't cover?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like it wasn't really a part of anything. It was just like a 2-minute like little gag.
Oh, okay, well, that's kind of funny.
Yeah. Kind of like the mini-sodes that Breaking Bad did. I like that. So I like that they included that like in the actual show, where like it's a sport to watch Griffball.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then Delta appears, and he's like, "Hey, dude, you haven't done any work for like 15 minutes. You're not being very efficient." So the guy quickly is like scrambles, like, "Oh, sorry about that. I'll get back to it." And he's confused. He's like, "Oh, you don't look like the usual like holograms that we see." And this is a hint that this isn't Project Freelancer, because Delta says that he is Project Freelancer AI Delta, and the guy says, "Whoa, Project Freelancer, aren't those like the bad guys?"
Mm-hmm.
And which Delta explains, kind of like what he said in Out of Mind, where AI don't really view good and bad.
Yeah.
Those are more human concepts, where Delta kind of says something similar here, where he says, like, I mean, our two groups are more so, like, morally gray. Like, I wouldn't really say one's good, one's bad. And I thought the guy was kind of agreeing with him. He's like, whoa, man, that's deep. Like, he was trying to get, like, all religious with it, like the ever wonder why you're here.
Yeah.
And then he just comes in and, like, fucking bashes his head on the desk.
I think the show, too, that, like, a little bit of time had passed in the past storyline, because obviously, the past ended with like the AIs being made, and like Carolina devoted her allegiance to the director, because now here the AIs are being put into effect, and as we're gonna see, there's been off screen more AIs and stuff have been made and everything like that.
We see here York has already been given Delta, and like Delta is like up and running. He's not like as confused as he was at the beginning. So yeah, presumably it's been maybe a couple months.
I don't hate that, I don't really think there was really much more.
Because I like that, like, some AIs are already around, I feel like, because we didn't get any AI last season, like, I think this season does a good job of, like, showing the AIs off.
Yeah, I think so.
If it was, like, we just, we were getting the AI, like, throughout the season, I feel like we wouldn't have enough time with them,
Absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, Delta. I like that we're seeing York and Delta's dynamic again, because of course we haven't seen these two together since Out of Mind.
Yeah, and we didn't really get a lot with them and everything like that. So
Their dynamic, where of course Delta's like the logical one, and he takes everything seriously, whereas York, he's kind of like Church, who swears less, where he's like always is very like sarcastic.
Yeah.
Of course, Delta usually doesn't get the sarcasm. Because York is being like, oh, because Delta's being like, hey, I probably could have convinced them to like let us do our thing. New York's like, oh, gee, I'm sorry for hurting your buddy. Now you guys can't get beers.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
And York begins to try to break into this vault, similarly to what he did in season 9. And he's having trouble breaking in. I do like this where Delta explains that like, oh, hey, don't worry, York. I already prevented you from like fucking up like 5 times now.
That's awesome. Yeah.
It's funny. It's also a good way to show how helpful the AI are. Because remember, in season 9, York got them into the vault, but he tripped the alarm.
Mm-hmm.
Where Delta says, "Oh, I stopped you from tripping the alarm like 5 times."
Yeah, so I like that.
Yeah, and I do like how Delta's giving him shit, and York kind of just looks at him. He's like, "Oh, you've been talking to Wash, haven't you?"
Yeah, I like that. Because Wash was kind of giving him shit like the last season and everything, and that was supposed to be Wash's job if like York didn't go on that mission the last season and everything like that too. So
yeah, like Washington is their backup like lockpicker.
Yeah.
But it might be a little bit of a plot hole though, because if you remember in Recovery 1, when Washington like got Delta, Delta like didn't recognize Washington. He was like, "Hey, are you Agent Washington?" And Washington was like, "Yeah, that's me."
Yeah, they see each other quite a bit in this season.
I guess at that point it had been a couple years, so I guess Delta just like maybe he didn't recognize him right away. I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
But I mean, Delta's super smart. I'm like, I feel like he would recognize Washington.
Hey, he's not the memory though. He's not the memory part of it. So.
True. I love the idea that like they all have really shitty memories.
Yeah.
It's like that scene 7 where Epsilon turned off his short-term memory and he kept like forgetting what they were saying after 5 seconds.
I like to think. Just imagine how season 6 would have been different if it was just Delta asking Wash who he is every 5 seconds type of thing.
Yeah, I would love that. The director is trying to talk with York as he's breaking in, and he's kind of rushing him, being like, "Hey, we're short on time. Help, do this. Come on, stop wasting time." But then, the alarm starts going off, and the director realizes, like, "Oh shit, they like knew we were coming."
Yeah,
it's important. They end up getting ambushed. So it's important that they York didn't fuck up. They already knew that Freelancer was like coming here.
And I think Delta knew that and just didn't mention it or anything like that type of thing. So,
the director says we're going with Plan B, and then York is like, "Plan B? What's Plan B?" And then he says to Delta, like, "Oh, you knew about Plan B?" And Delta's like, "Possibly." And then York sees the wall like heating up, like it's gonna explode, and then he just turns to Delta and says, "You green little cocksucker."
I liked that, yeah.
This was where the soundtrack started playing. It was rap music by Lamar Hall. He did the rap music in Falling from the Sky last season, when they were falling off the building.
Yeah, it was really good.
So glad to see him back for the soundtrack. And we see York flip out of the way of the explosion, but then he gets sucked into space. Well, I like he was hanging onto the desk, but then the guy he knocked out, like freaking knocked him out into space anyway. And we just see York like flailing around in space as the Red vs. Blue Season 10 logo falls into place. Really good. I think this was my favorite logo for Red vs. Blue.
I like this one a lot. This might be my favorite. I was gonna say that might be my favorite beginning, but I don't know. Season 6. The only reason Season 6 topped it is because of the Wash review. For the Wash review.
That was funny because again, you had thought he was dead for like years, and I had to like keep my mouth shut.
Yeah. So, it might be my second favorite. Beginning to like this show, because I believe this was the first scene we saw like the whole show, because I remember last episode we did the present storyline kicked off the whole show, and we didn't talk about that till the next day, or whatever. But yeah, I really like this, I like that we get to kind of see them in action with the AIs. It kind of shows that they've been around for a while, and I really like seeing, York and Delta's dynamic again, because we hadn't seen that, since Out of Mind. No, not even. Yeah, Out of Mind. Yeah. So.
There's a little extra video on YouTube, the Red vs. Blue table read, where they had all the actors together doing their lines at like a single table, and Bernie Bernstein, who again is the director, he tried to set people with like characters that he like thought would like bounce off each other well. So he had like York's actor and Delta's actor like sitting next to each other since they have a lot of scenes together. That
actually is a cool thing, you know, because the storyline of the Project Freelancer thing is he pairs up the AIs who works better, you know, with the AI.
It's like characters pairing up the AIs. So in real life, for like the scenes, he was having the actors like sit next to each other so they could bounce off each other better. That is funny, yeah.
But yeah, then the next theme we get of the past is you know, because the resistance we're ready for them. What's her name? She was like the voiceover. The driver that drives them to all these missions. Huh?
479er.
Yeah, 479er is bringing the rest of the Project Freelancers, CT, North, Washington, Carolina, South. I don't think Maine.
You aren't there.
Yeah, I knew Wyoming wasn't there, but I'm obviously because of season 9, I'm like, was he there though? Like.
I think with Maine it's fine because he gets a really fucking cool entrance later. But with Wyoming, they're just like, why is he not here? I don't know. Fuck him.
Yeah, so I had to be, and obviously York.
Fuck here either. Poor Florida.
Yeah. But yeah, they're all getting ready to do the backup plan, do a plan B. And, everyone's kind of a little bit nervous. Washington is a little nervous kind of going on this mission and everything like that. And they mentioned, that a few days ago they had lost, was it not Utah, Georgia. And this kind of becomes a running joke for a little bit where no one will tell Washington what happened to Georgia. And this becomes a running joke. I like this joke, though, because it doesn't overstay its welcome. But, everyone's asking, like, what happened to Georgia? Wash wants to know. It's like, trust me, you don't want to know type of thing. And this ended up being a YouTube extra. That I didn't really get on the re-upload, but I'll talk about more because there's a big scene, like I said, that we didn't get in the re-upload.
Because Utah was talking to Georgia in that extra scene, and they mentioned Utah last season that Utah got himself killed in training.
Yeah. So
Also, real quick, you forgot to mention in that scene. Washington talked to Carolina about how she gave up her AI recently.
That's right. So she could, Washington was talking to Carolina because she gave up her AI so that way Maine could be able to speak because Maine had his throat shot from the last mission. He needs to be able to find out some way to communicate. So he has an AI, and the AI is a pretty big actor behind the scenes. So,
I feel bad for Maine too, because literally any other AI, and he would have been fine.
Yeah, true. Carolina
ended up giving him the fucking worst one. And I do like that CT was kind of nervous, and we're gonna find out why CT was nervous. But I like that South Dakota was kind of the one. Cheering her up a bit. She's like, hey, worst case scenario, we're knocked off the leaderboard. At least us ladies will be sticking together. I like that because normally someone's a bitch. So it's kind of nice to see her kind of being nice to another freelancer.
Right. But yeah, doing this, the big joke that comes out of this Georgia being killed is we found out that Georgia was just floating out in the outer space, and he bumped into the wall. And I like how Utah's like, hey, Georgia, how you been? I found your lucky penny, because he found his lucky penny or whatever. He's like, I'm just hanging around, and obviously he falls off the side of the ship and I guess died because we never saw him again afterwards. I just love that I love that Utah had a casual conversation with him before his death and everything like that.
Funny. Yeah, I love that.
But yeah, everybody goes to the Resistance where they're being held. Well, a good thing they did this season in the past and in the present, but more so the past, is they would tell you the location of like where they were, and then they would say like the time frame, because obviously we didn't really get that the last time. So like here it said like wherever the resistance were being held. But like sometimes if they did the training facility, they would say like freelancer training facility. So I like that they told you like where they were and how many years ago it was, because you got like a better sense of the locations of everybody and everything like that. They did the same thing for the present, which I thought was good. Because I feel like they could have done that a little bit better. Like, especially, too, when they were going on that mission, towards the end of Season 9, it kind of would have been nice to know kind of roughly where the mission was and everything like that, so...
Yeah, in some city. They weren't super specific. Here, it's in, like a big, like, scrap yard in space. Like, it's just a bunch of, like, debris flying everywhere.
Yeah. But, yeah, everyone's kind of, kind of looking around, and then we get like a big fight scene right away. Carolina immediately goes down and just starts killing people left and right. I believe at one point she just jumped down and just shot a bunch of people like all at once. It was really badass and really cool. And you see everyone fighting. Obviously Wash isn't the best at fighting here, because obviously that's a big thing that became of his character. I will say this, I guess, because we're talking about this now. Wash was much more comedic this season than he has been in past seasons. Yeah. And, I don't have an issue with it, I guess, per se, just because, this is obviously past Wash. This is before, like, his PDST shit and all that type of stuff. But I will say it is a little weird this season. He's a bit more comedic. But, like, last season, it seemed like he was a little bit more serious and everything like that. And, like, the kind of...
It's like, it feels like it's less consistent. Like, it feels like if he was like this last season, it makes sense. But, like, he was still fairly stoic last season. But, like, he was a bit more comedic. But, like, here he's, like, a full-on, like, he kind of bumbles about a bit.
Yeah, and I feel like, too, the big thing they try to say this season is, like, he's not, like, a good soldier. Like, he's, like, the worst one. I guess you could still kind of say that based on last season. But I feel like this season, like, hammered home, like, he really wasn't a good fighter. Like, there's jokes... made about that.
It was like, yeah, he's probably not as good as the others, but like he's not that far behind them. Where here it's like, oh yeah, no, he's like definitely like the worst compared to these guys, like by a mile.
But again, I don't have a big issue with it, because I get what they were going for. Because obviously nowadays, this time we're seeing present day Wash, and you kind of get more of a feel of like how he is like in the present now and everything like that. So you have that contrast, but it's just kind of weird. I feel like they should have. If they were going to go this route, they should have gone that route, in season 9. I think, we could bring that back, though, to the present of season 9, because that was all comedy. That meant nothing. And I feel like they didn't want Wash to get to that level as a comedy type of thing, because everyone was sick of that. So.
Tell you what it was is like, okay, past is pretty much all serious, very few jokes. Present handles, like, the jokes. But because, even though the present had jokes, it was, like, a bit more serious. So they probably tried to have Wash in the past be more comedic to like even it out a bit.
Yeah.
But like it was weird because he was not this comedic last season.
Yeah. And doing all of this, he goes to like their machine, and he tries to, I think like hack into it and everything like that. And he fucks up because he accidentally turns on the anti-gravity system, which I thought was pretty funny. Because everyone, like, was fighting with anti-gravity. And this was kind of cool because, like, because the freelancers were in jetpacks, they were able to handle it better than, like, the people that, like, than the resistance. Because, obviously, they wouldn't expect that the anti-gravity system would get turned on and everything like that. And then I thought a funny thing is I think Wash turned it off, and it kind of ended up fucking up the freelancers and everything like that. So, and then doing all...
I also like... like during the fight, like a big car gets thrown at Wash and he has to duck it, and Wash says like, "Oh man, why do cars hate me?" Because that's like, well, later on, Wash almost gets run over, and then like in season 8, Wash was constantly getting fucked over by cars.
Big time, yeah.
So that's weird. It's like a reverse running joke, where like because Washington was always getting fucked over by cars in the present. Now he's like saying in the past, like, "Oh man, why do cars hate me?"
Maybe he used,
yeah.
Like
he, like, it's like it feels reversed,
Yeah, that's fine. And then doing all this, everyone's asking kind of like where CT is, and we see that CT snuck away to go talk to. Is he the leader of the? I guess I didn't ask you this. Is he the leader of the resistance, or is he just some dude? Like, I don't know what he is. Okay. I thought he was, but then I'm like,
here, but he's not the boss, I guess.
So the leader / some dude. Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah. Kind of like how, kind of like a general to a president,
Leader / general dude. There we go. That.
Because we never fucking get his name. Yeah.
Well, we kind of do.
Which we'll talk about. We're gonna have quite a few people to add to a certain list we have.
Yeah, but doing all of this, CT sneaks away, and she gives the leader of the resistance the data files that they need, and I like this. They we see CT sneak away, and the people get a hold of a gunpoint, and I think CT beat up these people. Maybe just to cover her tracks, like just in case, like they caught up to him or something to make it look like, it was a struggle or something. But she didn't really mess up these people like bad or anything like that. She kind of just knocked them out and like beat them up a little bit.
It's more of a reveal for the audience, like in case last season you missed that she was like talking with the resistance, because that was a very quick scene at the end of season 9. Like that, like it makes you think, oh shit, she's fighting the resistance, and it's like, oh no, she's working with them.
Yeah, the leader of the resistance says that he's worried, because obviously CT kind of like is starting to think that maybe they're starting to get onto him, because obviously we had that scene with Wash where Wash almost like walked in on a conversation and everything like that. I think CT kind of says she doesn't really care as long as whatever happens gets brought to justice. You don't catch this on a first watch, but you can kind of see like maybe there's something you more notice it once it gets revealed, but there's something more to the dynamic here than just them working together, which I'll talk about when we get the actual reveal of that and everything like that. She gives them the data file that they've been looking for, so that way they can find the artifact that they're looking for. CT kind of says like, hey, like, they're going to be looking for me and everything like that. Like, let me go back to them so that way they don't think anything's wrong or anything like that. But like the leader of the resistance says like, no, come with us type of thing. Because they'll just be looking for you and we can get you out of like the situation and everything like that. And I guess she went with them because obviously it leads to the big thing that later on. I mean, obviously she does, but and then back there, I like that this contrast because then South Dakota's asking like Carolina where CT is and everything like that. And doing this like, who cares? We have to get out of here. Like they expected our arrival and everything like that. Because obviously they did because CT ratted them out and everything like that. And doing all this, they have to, they said that they were going to lead them to a trap and send them towards the scrapyard and everything like that. So York just pops up and falls in. Good to see York's okay, Yeah,
but it is also like, there is so much shit flying around. Like, how the fuck did he find them?
I don't know. But he's got Delta, though. Maybe the Delta helped, so.
Yeah. That's actually a really good point. Delta probably could have like pointed him in the right direction.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So they decide like they're just going to abort mission pretty much and go back to the mothership, mother of all inventions. There it is.
So they actually weren't aborting missions. So they were in that part because they thought that's where the leader of the resistance was. But then they found like a different signal, like further in the scrapyard, and then they were like flying there.
Oh right.
And then it's a trap.
Yeah, but before that, they do the Georgia joke again, where they found out something happened to him. I like that this joke because obviously was like, what the hell happened to Georgia? And York's like, trust me, man, you don't want to know. And then like when everyone flies away, you just hear Wash just screaming. There's like, I kind of want to know what happened to him, type of thing.
I really Washington so fucking bad there. Like when people have like an inside joke they don't explain, and I'm like, but I do want to know. You know?
You know what Washington would be perfect for? The Yellow Jackets riddles, because he'd be like,
Oh my God, where everybody's talking in fucking riddles in Washington. It's like, but can you just explain it to me? I want to know.
Yeah. But yeah, I like the scene. I really like these scenes right here, you know. I like in the beginning of the past because, like, you know, it was just very action. They kind of kept to that here, and it was kind of nice because you got to see people use their AIs and everything like that. And it was kind of nice they were doing something, like, immediately with the Resistance thing. It wasn't like, you know, something that was going to be brought back later type of thing. And as we'll talk about in a second, I think kind of doing the stuff with the Resistance now is good because they were going to be doing a lot of stuff with the AIs and stuff later. So it kind of worked out and everything like that.
Red versus Blue kind of continuing the trend of, like, you know, like start season with action, middle, you know, kind of like a 3 big action scenes throughout the season that, you know, 8 and 9 had. Out of the 3, you know, the fight is like that at the docks, and then, you know, like the breakout at the end. I feel like this is like the weaker of the 3, but it's not bad.
Yeah,
I like every Red versus Blue fight seems to have like a gimmick. You know, like at the end of season 9, it was like they were on the highway and they were like falling from the building. This one was kind of like the anti-gravity. You know, where Washington accidentally turned off the gravity and they were, you know, like kind of flying through the air while fighting. It was a cool gimmick, you know. They were kind of just like fighting fodder, you know. They weren't fighting anybody super important. It was just kind of, but it was nice to see the freelancers like kicking ass. I like that we get a bit. So when, you know, CT was meeting with the leader of the Resistance, she asks, like, you know, because she was handing him the data. I like that. Like, we get a reason why this is in a scrapyard. So they were explaining that, like, there was information on this ship that was scrapped by the government, but like the government couldn't find any of the any information on the ship, so they just scrapped it. And the leader says, like, well, they didn't know what we know. So you know, kind of giving a reason why they're in a scrapyard is like, okay, the Resistance is here, like, for this ship. And now that CT has, like, this data, they can, like, get what they need from the scrapyard.
Yeah, so that was good.
Yep. And there was a little bit more to it than that, you know, because, of course, you know, this whole thing's looking a little fishy. CT's missing. They noticed that. And they're like, huh, the signal of the Resistance leader is now over there. I guess we'll go over there. And they even point out something's not right. You know, they're flying on their jetpacks and, like, something's not right. Like, all the fighting stopped. Because, of course, earlier the Mother of Invention was like, shooting at a bunch of, like, fighter jets. And, you know, the Mother of Invention thinks they pretty much won. You know, the director is like, good, you know, the junk returns to the scrapyard, you know, thinking they pretty much beat them. But then all of a sudden, basically the Resistance's version of the Mother of Invention appears. The Staff of Charon.
I did catch that, yes.
Yeah. Cool little detail, because remember, in season 9, the mugs the guy had at the, like, Alaska base said Charon Industries.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that, yeah.
Yeah, so this is called the Staff of Charon. So Charon seems to be like a thing with the Resistance. You know, which, yeah, it's kind of like a little background detail. Like, you're not going to really pick up on that. But it's like, oh, you know, the name Charon seems to be coming up a few times. But yeah, pretty much, they do the Star Wars joke. This is a Star Wars reference where they're like, it's a trap.
Oh, that's right, yeah, because Star Wars had been... I haven't watched Star Wars yet, so I don't get that joke.
Because I was like, oh yeah, Owen hasn't seen Star Wars.
Yeah, so when you mentioned that joke, I was like, I probably didn't catch it when you just mentioned it seconds ago. But what's the trap,
yeah,
AJ?
Huh?
What's the trap type of thing? I know it's like... I was trying to... Because obviously we deviated for a little bit, so I was like, but what's the trap?
Trap in Star Wars. I'm like, I mean, I can spoil it, I guess. Yeah, the trap in Red versus Blue. So yeah, the Staff of Charon was using all the debris and shit to, like, hide, and then they pop out of the debris, like, right next to the Mother of Invention and just start, like, firing on them. And you get a cool, like, shot of, like, within the Mother of Invention. You just see all the staff are just, like, getting flung around and all, you know, like, there's a bunch of sparks flying around.
Yeah, what a badass thing for this leader of the Resistance to come up with, you know. I kind of hope it
And he's so cool. I wonder who he is.
I hope this continues to be a thing that he does for the rest of his life.
You know, like I really can't wait to learn more about him.
We'll get him in a minute. We will. Oh, wait.
Badass leader makes a kind of stupid decision where, you know, his subordinate is like, man, we're like kicking their ass. Like, let's kill him. And he's like, nah, we're leaving. I'm going to leave him a gift, though. And now, to be fair, the gift, you know, it was a pretty big gift. I can understand why you think I would win it. But I'm also kind of like, dude, these are the guys you've been at war with for like a few months at a minimum. Just fucking kill them. Like you literally have them right next to you. You're about to kill them. But he's like, nah, let's just drop a bomb and leave. I'm like, what?
In hindsight, yeah, and when we find out who this guy is, it actually makes sense for his character.
All right, you know, this was a sign. This guy's a badass. He's like a little bit of a fucking dipshit.
I'm trying to, but yeah, if you think about it, if he probably killed everybody here now, though, it would have saved him so much trouble. Well, maybe actually,
like everything, yeah.
Because he would have been able to get. You know what? I'm gonna wait. I can wait.
You know, when he was stuck in the desert for months, he was like waking up in a cold sweat. You know how like whenever you're in the shower, you'll like think about that stupid thing you did like 10 years ago. That's what he's doing. Like he's in the shower and he's just like, oh my god, why did I just kill them?
If you haven't seen season 7 of LVB, you're not gonna get that reference until we tell you.
Get to it. Yeah, so the mother invention of the director were like, oh shit, they dropped a bomb. We gotta get the fuck out of here. And then, you know, but you're like, oh shit, all of our freelancers are still out in space. But, you know, thankfully 479 are still out there with them. She gets them all into the jet. Except for Washington. Washington is, like, struggling behind. And, you know, because he's not using his jetpack, like, full power. He's not, like, full throttling. And everybody's like, Washington, what are you doing? And then Washington goes, I don't want to end up like Georgia. So it's really funny, but again, it is kind of weird how Washington's being so stupid here, since he wasn't dumb last season.
Yeah.
But again, it's funny. I like it. I just wish they were a little more consistent with it.
I agree, yeah.
But a pretty funny moment where Carolina pulls out her grappling hook and like attaches it to Washington's like crotch and like pulls him in. And like as he gets pulled in, he like bounces off of like the ship like 3 different times.
Which is kind of funny because that's how fucking Georgia died, pretty much.
Yeah. But thankfully, you know, Washington has the plot armor of being in the present, so obviously he's not going to die in the past. Yeah, Washington got saved by the bell by being in the other seasons. But the bomb goes off, the explosion happens, but thankfully everybody's okay. I will say, though, I just want to point out, the animation got such a big bump even from Season 9. Like, Season 9 was animated pretty good, but, like, it had a couple errors here and there. You'll see, like, sometimes, like, the armor, like, won't match up super well. Or, like, I feel like the lighting would be kind of bad. Like sometimes, like, the character's clothes will look kind of like clay and not like armor.
Yeah, I agree.
Here, this looks like Hollywood, like $100 million movie budget. Like, it looks so fucking good. Like, when the ships are firing on each other, like, all the pieces of, like, scrap metal, you know, again, the armor looks so good. It doesn't really look like clayish. It looks like actual, like, bulky armor.
Yeah, it was very good. I really enjoyed that.
You'll see, like whatever, like, they're looking at, it, like, you'll see, like, reflected in, like, the glass on the helmet.
Yeah, I like that a lot. You know, the animation here I thought was a huge step up. And, like,
again, time was bad, but you can tell, like, Season 10 really bumped it up, and, like, you know, you got to give them praise for that.
And I think, you know, they were doing it because, you know, it was going to be Birdie Bones last season. This is the end of, you know, this is the end of the Freelancer saga. We got to bump this up as much as we can and everything like that.
Talk about soon. They even got some notable voices in this season.
We talk about that pretty soon, yeah.
Yeah, but that's pretty much it. You know, they get to the ship. The director checks in with them. Carolina says that CT is missing, and the director says, you know, define missing. And, yeah, then, you know, hard cuts. And that's pretty much it for the first battle. What do you think overall? And like I said, amazing visuals. Out of all the fights of the season, probably on the lower end. Again, not that it's bad, it's just the other ones are really good.
Yeah, I like this one. It's a good first starting fight. I like this a lot because this was kind of going on in between two, like kind of like the setup of like the present stuff where they're just kind of trying to find the director, so you kind of needed some action. I think that's why they put this action scene here to kind of give so that way there wasn't like a bunch of talking in the past and the present. They kind of wanted to differentiate the both of them type of thing.
Because we're going to talk about, I feel like season 10 has a lot more of like downtime in the past, whereas like it's not just like all action. We get quite a bit of just like the freelancers hanging out on base.
Yeah, so I like this a lot. I liked that that the director was fighting someone like in between all the AI stuff. Like they had enemies, they weren't just doing stuff with the AI. I like that they kind of had to focus on this, and I was kind of thinking like, does the director know about CT, or is this going to be like a Hail Mary like type of thing, like where this is something that like he didn't even know about, that she was working with the resistance type of thing, I really liked everybody here. I thought everyone's purpose made sense, and the animation, like you said, was really good. It kind of showed how much they stepped it up and everything like that. But yeah, let's continue talking. Then we cut to back on base in the training facility. We see Washington is checking out what we think is North Dakota's crotch, and because they're saying a lot of references. The YouTube channel I watched this on definitely liked this joke, and it was a pretty decent joke. I like this joke because obviously that's the joke, but that's not what they're talking about, so that's the advantage of seeing the present, but it is nice. But Washington's like mentioned, like, not really much of a soldier, they're like really small and everything like that. And I do like this, because obviously it's kind of cool seeing Washington seeing the AIs for the first time when like, that was his job, like in the Recovery 1 and season 6 time frame of the show.
Like his introduction of them when he's going to be dealing with them a lot later on, yeah.
This and the reveal of this AI we find out is Theta. Want to make sure I get that right. Don't say the other name that I was saying off camera. So
yeah. Theta with an F. Yeah, it's Theta.
Yeah.
It's like TA.
But yeah, Theta is very fearful, is kind of very self-conscious about like meeting people and everything like that. And this is kind of fucked up when what all the Alpha's fragments really mean and everything like that. This is just kind of representing like the Alpha's fear and
is trust.
Huh?
Theta is trust.
Yeah, so I mean that's kind of what I thought. Theta's not very trustful and is very self-conscious about people and everything like that. Yeah. So,
well, it makes sense. The Alpha was getting tortured by people he trusted, so Alpha had to kind of like shed his trust of the director.
Yeah.
And like you, makes sense why Theta is like scared of everything.
Yeah, and yeah, Theta, is obviously afraid to meet people because they're afraid that they could be, bad people and all that type of stuff. And North is kind of telling, like, Theta, like, no, like, we're all nice people. We're all not going to hurt you type of thing. We all just want to, like, get to know you and everything like that. And to kind of get Theta to trust everybody and everything like that, like, York kind of shows off, Delta, like his AI and everything like that. And obviously Delta doesn't really think this is a good idea because obviously the director is very strict about the AIs talking to each other and like communicating with each other and everything like that.
The AI is like talking to each other because he doesn't want them piecing together like what exactly they are.
Yeah. And they're having a conversation. I do like this because obviously we haven't really seen like more than. Other than like the present and that brief moment when the meta was still in everyone's AIs, we haven't really seen the AIs together in the same scene all at once and everything like that. So this was a cool scene, and the director comes in and he tells the AIs he tells Theta to log off, and he kind of not only reprimands, but he like says to like York and like Delta, like the protocol, like AIs aren't supposed to be like communicating with each other at all. He kind of has everybody watch, and he sends North to the training facility to kind of put his AI to use. And he wants like Delta to watch this and kind of give like analytical and like his thoughts on this and everything like that. And this is a really cool training facility and everything like that. Delta's
I was gonna say that in season 9, the training room was like really boring looking, like it was just like a white room, and they like completely redid it. So now it's like it's like brown. It's got more shit in it. Like it looks different.
Yeah. Like you said,
yeah, I like the idea. The director just got in the mood for like interior decorating.
Like you said, he needed something to do in between time torturing the Alpha and everything like that. So, and like we made this joke last season. I like to think like one of the ways he tortured the Alpha was to help him decorate this room, because decorating rooms is fucking sucks. So.
Yeah, he's like Alpha's like, oh my god.
he makes him watch the paint dry in the in the room and everything like that.
Give him a fucking rewind time and watch it all again.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't want everybody else to watch this. Throughout this show, I feel like, by this point, they had, like, mentioned, like, people that were going to get AIs. Like, the reason I think, like, North was showing off Theta and, like, York was showing off Delta was to kind of show, like, hey, like, Wash, you're going to get one because you're at the top of the leaderboard. Because at this point, I think they kind of get the sense that they know what the leaderboard's now for and everything like that. It's for the AIs and everything like that, so...
Yeah, they now now they know, okay, top ranking freelancers get AIs, yeah.
But yeah, we get like a cool thing, Delta's like explaining kind of what we mentioned before with the freelancer equipment, that like, even though North used the freelancer equipment, back in season 9, obviously that was he got lucky there that he like survived that and everything like that. Like he brings up like a mathematical like percentage of like what the chances would have been that he would have survived that or would have gone well, and it wasn't very high. So like the AI is kind of made so that way he can use his freelance equipment more efficiently, type of thing. And this is really cool. You get to kind of see North kind of show off the AI equipment now with the AI, and he sets up the shield, and it works out real well. And a real cool thing happens where Theta helps him, and he has York like shoot a bullet, and he uses it like to take out like all of like the guns that were shooting around him and everything like that.
Well, point out the bubble shield's like a two-way thing. Which comes back in later in the season when North uses the shield on the enemies.
Yeah.
As Theta like open up like for the split second where he shoots a bullet.
Yeah, that was really cool. I like that a lot. And like everyone's kind of like impressed by this and everything like that. And this is really cool cut. Like they fade out and they cut to like presumably later like in class, and this was really cool like transition into like the next scene, like showing off like AI class and everything like that. And I like this, that everyone was doing like AI training. This really makes a lot of sense considering the fact that the AIs are a new thing, so no one really knows how to use like the AI, so everyone would need to do training for it and everything like that. And the counselor and the director are kind of like the ones leading this class and everything like that. And, the counselors like mentioned like the AIs and kind of giving them like, info on like all the AI's topics and everything like that. And I didn't catch this originally, but, I caught this part, but, during this class, everyone was in the armor, but everybody had their helmets off and everything like that. And I asked you this question off camera, and I'm like, so, because obviously I knew they were going to be protective of Wash because he's been built up as a character. So I knew we were never going to see Wash's face or anything like that. But I'm like, so was Wash just like off in the background somewhere? Like, does it imply that he was in this class? And you had to be like, no, he's sitting next to York. It's a very quick scene, and that was one of the reasons we talked literally off camera before we did this. I like watched that scene back to look for Wash and everything like that.
Like I did not see that the first time. But yeah, like when they like first start this scene, you get like an overhead view of everybody, and then you see like Wash like the back of his head. He's got blonde hair, which is cool. But again, we don't like see his face. He's like always off camera.
Yeah. And yeah,
and he doesn't say. Just real quiet during class. He's sleeping. He's kind of zoning out, like he's not really paying attention.
Well, it kind of makes sense because he didn't really, because as you're going to talk about, North and York were having a conversation, and Wash knew nothing about that and stuff. Well, I guess that kind of makes, because even though you're getting classes, it's different if you have an AI versus if you don't have an AI. I think
the big part of the scene is South ends up being pissed off because again she doesn't have an AI.
I was getting to that actually. Yeah, she's pissed off, about learning all this stuff when she doesn't even have an AI yet, and I think that's actually kind of because obviously that she's never going to get an AI, and this is fucked up that the director's making her go through these classes, knowing the fact that he's like never going to give her an AI and everything like that.
Like having a tantrum, the counselor even kind of like looks at the director. Like they both know what they're doing here, and they're kind of just like, yeah, all right, see, this is what we're doing to her.
It would be like one of us going to trying to get a college degree and knowing that like whoever gives out the college degree is just never gonna give us one, and we're gonna take this one class.
I'm fucking become a brain surgeon at school for 10 years, and it's like, by the way, we're never gonna give you the degree. We're always gonna add 5 more classes every time you're about to graduate.
No, I think it'd be worse having to take the same fucking class every time and
Yeah.
I wonder if there was a test every week, you had to get and the director was just failing South on purpose. Yeah, you didn't get this right, you didn't get.
Yeah, he would change her answers to be wrong, and she's like, "What the fuck?"
And then she put those answers the next time, and then they'd be the other answers and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, I can see why she ends up being a psycho later.
Yeah. I just love this director's this badass then, but we've beamed the fuck out of him now and everything like that.
Doing a really fucked up mental thing and like torturing her basically, and then it's we're just fucking being oh yeah, no, the director's a little troll. He's like, you know what? How can I ruin South Carolina's day? He's going whenever she has coffee in the morning, he's putting a couple ice cubes in it. So she's like, why is my coffee always cold?
Yeah, or he's replacing he's replacing I can't believe it's not butter, tab with butter type of thing.
And she's in the room, with a straight jacket, flipping out.
Yeah. Some of this stuff just came by pure luck. He could just torture South, as we're going to talk about one of the other scenes where it worked out fucking for him type of thing. So,
he's doing a good job. Yeah, I mean, as you see with Alpha, he's pretty good at torturing people.
Yeah, he's got experience type of thing. I wonder if he took classes how to torture people type of thing. So
I think he's addicted to torturing people. Some people have an addiction to alcohol or smoking. The director's like, oh my god, I got to torture somebody today.
I mean, that's why he was so depressed towards the end of the season. He had no one left to torture. So
yeah.
Poor guy.
So that he was torturing himself.
Yeah. And Sean says, he would respect, when Griff decided to take a nap at the end of season. Well, not the other Griff decided to take a nap at the end of season 9 before he died. Sean would say, you know what? He tortured someone until he couldn't anymore. I respect that.
Bag, adios. Yeah.
But, continuing, and Carolina's kind of been, kind of sticking up for the AI, saying, this is good for, military training and everything like that. And, South is kind of giving her shit, being like, you gave up your AI so that way Maine could have a conversation. And I like doing this class. You saw, everyone that had an AI unit, the AI unit was, online for this course and everything like that, so.
Oh, I don't know if you're going to mention it. We get to see Wyoming in his helmet's off.
That's right. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, this is the first time we see Wyoming. I guess you could get away with it because, he's dead now. And it's the past has done such a shitty job with him anyway. It's who cares? We can see his face. It's fine.
Yeah, you were talking about Washington's a main red and blue now. So it's and they said they don't really want the reds and blues to ever have their faces revealed. So, you kind of just show the back of his head where it's Wyoming, yeah, we can show his face.
And again, because they're they didn't really do a good job with Wyoming anyways. It's really not that big a deal. You see his face either. It's like, oh, that's cool. That's Wyoming. That's awesome.
Yeah, casual. I do like that he has like a fucking like villain mustache. You know, because Wyoming's supposed to be like a parody of like James Bond. So he kind of has like the evil James Bond mustache look.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. And then, yeah, we get to meet, Maine's AI, who his name is,
Stigma.
Stigma. And we find out that Stigma really isn't like a full AI. He's just like a fragment and everything.
SI, not ST.
Oh, Sigma. Okay. We find out that he's not really like a full AI because, obviously the AIs we've seen like Delta and like, Theta. No, I did it again. Theta. Obviously you could tell like the somewhat like people, like when we see them, it looks like that they've been people before. But versus Sigma, when we see Sigma, he's like lighted on fire. You can kind of tell he's not fully like a thin really yet, and all that type of stuff. And this is
sorry, go ahead.
And the big thing I been waiting up to, because obviously you mentioned in season 10, Elijah Wood ends up voicing one of the AIs. And obviously you said, like, you might not pick up on it because, like, they distort his voice and everything like that. So, but I mentioned this. I was thinking at first Theta was going to be Elijah Wood, because we met Theta first. And, like, okay, this doesn't really sound like Elijah Wood, but maybe it's Elijah Wood because obviously they could filter his voice and everything like that. But it probably helps with watching Yellow Jackets, and he's been showing up there a lot and everything like that. But yeah, instantly once I saw Sigma, I instantly knew that this was Elijah Wood. You could definitely tell this is Elijah Wood based off the way he speaks and everything like that. Sigma seems to be the one out of the AIs that's like the most interested in this class and everything like that. He's asking questions like, could an AI ever become human, and everything like that. And obviously he's getting the answers that I think he's looking for and everything like that. Which I thought was interesting. They brought this up in the past because there was a certain moment. You might know that moment in the present where I thought like Epsilon was going to become a human. So I'm like, oh, is it actually going to happen? If they're asking this question, are they going to make Epsilon like a human in the present type of thing? And when we talk about that moment in the present, I'll like point out like, oh, yeah, Epsilon's going to be a human and everything like that. Eventually, they answer his questions and, class gets dismissed and, Delta and stuff like asks like Theta and like Maine, not Theta, Sigma and Maine, like if is he coming to because class is over, and Sigma's like, yeah, I'll be there in a minute, and you can see like Sigma's like looking at the the PowerPoint presentation and stuff, like he's planning something. But I really like this because obviously you find out that Maine was because Maine was the meta, and he was like a big villain obviously in the Recollection trilogy and everything like that. So that this is like set it up, the start of the stages of the setup of Maine. And this is really fucked up because obviously Carolina let Maine have this AI so that way he could speak again. And of course, what luck, the AI that Maine ends up getting is one of the ones that's like evil and all that type of stuff. So
again, like Delta, Theta, Eta, and Iota. Honestly, Omega probably would have been okay too. Even Gamma, like he gets the one who's like, nah, I'm gonna fucking like take over your brain.
But yeah, I like this a lot though. I like that Sigma's kind of piecing together like that all the AIs can like be together, like he's trying to piece together and like form his plan of what ends up being the meta's main purpose, like in the Recollection trilogy. So I really like these two scenes, seeing the AI in action, and like learning about the AIs like in the past and everything like that. And I like it too because the characters are learning about it, but like it's kind of like the reverse where like they're explaining it, but it's not like forced. Obviously, like they're learning about it, and then they're not just explaining it just to rehash the audience now and everything like that type of thing.
Right. I mean, for us, like they're in a classroom, and like Carolina points out, like it's like any other military equipment. You know, you got to like go through the manuals and like like learn how to use it. And I do like that. South is being snarky. She's like, "Oh yeah, they're like using a blender," and then, like Theta and Delta are like getting offended by that. And
I gotta say, good casting choice for not casting choice, but good decision to make Elijah Wood this AI and everything like that. It really works, and it's really cool that like because the meta and stuff was really cool like in the Recollection trilogy. So I was really happy that ended up being.
The meta ends up, is like a main villain for 3 seasons. So, having it be that like Sigma was like the one behind the meta. He's a very important character, like Sigma. The show would not be the same without him. So having Elijah Wood be that big role. And it's also good, like you're making use of Elijah Wood. Sigma's in quite a few scenes. So, I feel like, they're really getting their money's worth with Elijah Wood.
Yeah, because you don't put in like a bit. Honestly, that's the thing that I think Yellow Jackets did a disservice on a little bit with Elijah Wood. Like they're not really making like he's in the show a lot, but I don't think they're making good use of a like we talked about. There's a fucking episode of Yellow Jackets where they went on this road trip, and he didn't even need to show any of that road trip stuff and all that type of stuff.
Like he's in it a lot, but he's not like super important, at least so far. Whereas as we were just saying, like. Sigma is the reason Maine becomes the meta, which is like fucking huge.
I mean, like you said, the first scene you get of Elijah Wood, they wasted no time. They made it seem like, this is gonna be a big deal, like right away, and everything like that. So,
and we're not covering the president right now. We're doing that a different day. But they set up this really well. Where of course, Washington mentioned that Carolina gave up her AI at the beginning, before the big fight, and then present before the AI scene in the classroom. Carolina was talking with Washington about Maine and how the director was always running his like little experiments, and how she gave the Maine Sigma so he could speak after his injury, but like she believes that this was also like the director's like plan, like he was always running his little experiments. And of course, it's kind of like last season, where it's very vague on how much the director is involved. With the ammo, we're not sure if the director gave them ammo or if he knew about it.
Right.
During the training incident. And there's quite a bit of that here, too, where we're like, it's left really vague how much the director knew. Because in the classroom, when Sigma is asking all these questions about AIs, the director kind of just like smirks about what Sigma is saying, like kind of giving the idea that he kind of knows what Sigma's like planning.
Mm-hmm. To be fair, I haven't watched the present like in a few days, because obviously before I only watched the past for this part of the video, so I'll probably mention that more when we cover the present the other day type of thing. So
this was a good example of like we get a bit of an introduction to Sigma because Carolina talks about him.
That's true.
Before we're actually introduced to him in the past. So he has a bit of an intro, which is nice. I also like that, kind of, like I said, Washington is like obscured. We only see the back of his head. Maine, his face is also like obscured in shadow, like he's in the very back of the class.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't see his face, which I think is good because it's kind of showing that Maine is kind of Sigma's puppet. But like Maine's face doesn't really matter because he's not even really his own person. Like he's kind of just being controlled by Sigma. Not really at this point he's being controlled, but like throughout the season, he's kind of getting like he's like losing his mind slowly in the background.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
What else am I missing? Oh yeah, so speaking of Sigma, I like that he's kind of just like sowing little seeds of manipulation because South Dakota was like pissed off, like how come Tex doesn't have to take these classes either?
Oh, that's
and
right.
The director gets, and he's like, Texas doesn't need to take these classes, and counselor has to chime in and be like, what he means is Texas already did this classwork, like she already completed it.
Mm-hmm.
Sigma is kind of like complimenting Carolina, getting on her good side. He's like, oh, thank you so much for giving me to Maine. We both really appreciate it. And like, hey, if anybody doesn't need an AI, it's you, Carolina. And then he slips in like, oh, and Agent Texas, of course.
Yeah.
Like she's complimenting Carolina, but then he slips in like, oh yeah, but also Texas is really good too, like just as good as you. And then Carolina's like, yeah.
I like that. the AIs are even, because obviously we knew in the past that some of the AIs were evil, so it shows that the AIs are even manipulating people and everything like that. So,
and then of course the questions Sigma is asking are really good because he's asking about, like you said, an AI becoming fully human, and the fun, because this is actually Halo stuff too, where like AIs in Halo will go through like certain stages, and like the fourth stage is like hypothetical. It's called metastability, where an AI can be considered fully human, like you said. Which, of course, metastability, that's, the meta. So we kind of get the idea of, like, what Sigma's goal was with getting all the AIs together. Because as the counselor points out, Sigma and all the other AIs are only fragments. They aren't even full AI. So it would be super difficult for a full AI to become human, let alone fragments.
Mm-hmm.
So... And that final scene where everybody left the classroom except Sigma, you see the Greek alphabet on the board.
Okay.
And you see Sigma like highlighting the AI, the AI's name. So Alpha, Beta, Sigma, Delta, Gamma.
Yeah, so he's piecing together like his plan throughout this session.
Yeah, so this is basically, this classroom is what gives Sigma the idea of like what we see in the recollection, where he's going to go around hunting all the fragments to like make the alpha again, and then from there, once they're the alpha again, they can become fully human.
Yeah, that. So I really like that we get to see. It kind of sucks this plan. He almost succeeded on actually with his plan and everything like that too. Actually,
yeah, they rejoined with the alpha at the end of season 6 for like 5 seconds, and then they all got killed. But I like this because, like you said, Sigma and, like, Omega and Gamma are, like, villainous. They're evil AI. But, in a way, they're still victims, Like, because, like that big scene at the very end with Epsilon. Like, where he's, like, channeling all the AIs, and, like, they're all talking about how the director, like, fucked them over.
Mm-hmm.
And as we're going to talk about in the break-in, there's a song called Fragments, which is from, like, the song is from, like, the POV of, like, the fragments, talking about how, they're controlling the game, but, like, they don't even know their own secrets.
Yeah.
So, and again, it's kind of like, even though Sigma is, like, arguably, like, the main villain of the past, he is, in a way, the victim of the director as well. Like, he just wanted to be fully human. Like, yeah, he was a piece of shit, like making the main his, like, puppet, and, like, going around and killing all the other freelancers, but, like, he did it because he wanted to be human, Owen, you're kind of just off in the distance. Owen's off in the distance, wondering the mysteries of life. You ever wonder why we're here? Did you hear what I said?
Oh, my grandfather. Yeah, no, my grandfather was telling me something.
Oh, I said, man, Owen's off in the distance, wondering why we're really here.
Yeah.
Oh, and I guess before we move on, I guess I'm doing a lot of talking. You forgot to mention that when they're talking with Theta before the training, they talk with Delta, and North introduces Theta to South Dakota, and he mentions like, oh yeah, we're twins, and Theta says, I have a sister.
Oh, I guess
and, they're also.
That's right. I thought it was. I forgot it was this scene.
Yeah, kind of important because Theta mentions that we have a sister, and they're all confused. Like, what? You have a sister? And Theta says, yeah, we have many siblings. And when you first see that scene, you're like, oh yeah, the fragments.
Mm-hmm.
And in the scene with North and York soon, they mentioned that like all the AIs kind of consider each other brothers. But it's like we have sisters, and it's also weird because we know Alpha is a guy, so it's like, why the fuck is one of the fragments a girl? And this is important because we don't get clarification on who he means. There's two candidates for who he could mean. When you first see the scene, you could argue he's talking about Tex, the beta.
Yeah, because obviously Alpha made Tex and everything like that.
But this one's a little weird because Beta is like Alpha's quote-unquote wife.
Mm-hmm.
Beta is like, would I guess be their mom, quote-unquote.
Yeah.
It's like, who is their sister? This is something I told to Owen over text. In hindsight, I probably should have waited until we actually talked in person because I wanted to see your reaction to it. The director and Allison had a daughter, and that daughter is Agent Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
That is never verbally said in the show, but the heavy implication at the end. And we were arguing, could we wait till the end to make that reveal? Because obviously that's a big reveal. But we're like, I feel like we should bring it up early into the review, because that changes a lot of the scene. Like once you know that reveal.
Yeah, and now I've watched I watched the show again today. And it really changes a lot of Carolina's motivations in the past, and it really defines her character in the past, and a lot of the scenes we'll talk about, mention that. So yeah, we were trying to figure out how we were gonna fit it in. So yeah, it's really insane to think that Carolina was his daughter and type of thing, and she was trying to kill him in the present and everything. So
because of course now that she wants to kill him so bad in the present, it's like extra sad that she's like trying to kill her dad. And of course, there's quite a few scenes with the director being a piece of shit to Carolina. It's like, dude, that's your daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the implication that Theta is talking about his sister, he's talking about Carolina, because of course they're all like children of the director in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just those were all your scenes to talk about, but I wanted to mention those points. Yeah, now my scene, even though I was already talking so much.
It's okay, I forgot some things. So, well, also too, that stuff.
And I'm being out of box. I'm pulling a Mona.
Well, also too, I forgot. Because I think you know more about the Halo games than I do, so you have that context and everything.
In Halo, I just picked up on these bits by watching Red versus Blue. Which again, it's cool for people who like Halo. To like kind of catch these, like, oh yeah, hey, that's cool. That's like tying into Halo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then we get some scenes before the next like big action scene. I will say this is a little out of nowhere because, of course, in season 9 the heist happened because they got the information from the Alaska base or Antarctica base. I mean, so it was kind of tied directly from one to the other. This, of course, they're looking for CT. They kind of just find her.
Yeah.
We don't get a reason why they're able to find her. They just kind of find her.
I wish we got.
So it would have been nice information on how they tracked her down.
Yeah, that would have been nice. I would have liked that.
Yeah. But here we get a message from the chairman. And this is before he's the chairman. He's like the assistant of the current chairman.
Yeah, I like that we got him in the past because obviously a big thing in the. The president was him and the director were having like a conversation, and it was like, pretty casual in the beginning, and then it got like kind of toxic towards the end. So it's kind of nice to see him in the past and everything like that.
Yeah, and he says like he's introducing himself. So this is his first conversation with the director, and he points out that like he's the head of the new subcommittee dealing with AI. So the reason he's contacting the director, he's being like, hey. This new subcommittee is to like check in on the AIs that we've like handed out. So we're going to be working together to because you have the alpha.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously at this point the alpha's already being fragmented, so it's like the director's already breaking the rules.
Big time, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then as he's like talking to the director about hopefully we'll have a long and mutually beneficial partnership. We see that some of the resistance members are kind of just dicking around at their base. We got like one of the guys just like shooting birds. Because it's like they're on like a dock.
I did like this scene because it was not really a scene you really see a whole lot in RVB. Like, when I saw like a seagull like flying around, it's like, wow, you don't really see that in Red versus Blue that much because
animals, yeah, it's cool.
Well, they had like trash that was just out in like the sea, like you wouldn't see that in the old OVB and all that type of stuff.
Well, like you said, there's like milk cartons and shit in the fridge, and then the bird that got shot was on like a little piece of silver, and then you see that piece of silver was Wyoming's helmet. Him and a mysterious blue freelancer that we saw in season 9 in the background were like in the water together, and they were spying on these resistance members. And of course, Wyoming has a sniper rifle, and he sees that CT and like the leader of the resistance were like getting off the ship together, and this was the confirmation. Like, okay, yeah, we know where CT is. I know. So Wyoming radios in, like, come in command. We have CT. We know where she is. Again, like I said, it would have been nice if we kind of got to find out how Wyoming knew she was here.
Yeah, I would have liked that.
Yeah. But it's cool that, the blue guy is here. Because, of course, at the end of season 9, when Wyoming got fucked up off screen by random police officers, he was sitting next to the random blue guy, on the ship. So now we see them together again. So the idea seems to be like these two are kind of like buddies.
I like that.
Kind of like how like North and York kind of hang out a lot. It seems like Wyoming and Florida hang out quite a bit.
Yeah, I like that we're kind of getting like friendships like within the freelancer system and kind of get like who's hanging out with who and everything like that.
Yeah. Again, would have been cool if we actually like saw Wyoming do shit. And of course, I get why they keep it a mystery about Florida. Because at this point we don't even know he's Florida. He's just like a random blue freelancer. Like we have no fucking clue who this guy is. And as I mentioned in season 9, the original plan is they were going to make him Sarge.
Yeah, you did mention that, yeah. So that would have been cool.
Yeah. Honestly, I like the reveal we get with him, but I think I would have preferred it being Sarge.
It would work so well, too, you
have a couple things where it's like, Sarge should have known about this, Sarge should have known about that. But, I feel like overall, you can write off a lot about that as, Sarge is stupid. I think they could have made it work where Sarge was a freelancer. I would have liked that a lot.
By the way, I figured out why we didn't really get much of how they knew CT was there, because it was a fucking Wyoming scene. Wyoming got nothing in the past, so that's why you didn't get any of that.
I do kind of like that. Wyoming's thing seems to be that he's the reconnaissance guy.
Yeah.
Because North Dakota's their sniper, York is their locksmith. Washington's the jack of all trades. Texas and Carolina are their hand-to-hand fighters. Wyoming's thing seems to be is he's the spy. He's the guy who kind of slips in and spies on people.
Honestly, if you had shown too how they found CT, that would have kind of fixed the Wyoming issue also.
So that'd be nice if we got a little episode on Wyoming, him being the one to track down CT. That would have been cool.
Maybe it would completely fix the Wyoming issue, but you know what? You tried to fix it. You didn't fix it completely.
Gave him fucking something.
Yeah.
Owen, Wyoming is the only freelancer besides CT, I think, to have no kills in the entire past.
Did you get one? Did you get one?
Yeah, York killed those two guys. Later on in the season when he fights Wyoming.
That's right.
And I think York killed a couple people last season.
Florida even got a kill, actually.
Who?
Florida.
Yeah. Florida killed 2 people. He didn't even fucking. So he got 2 more kills than Wyoming.
Wow, that's pretty pathetic.
Yeah, it's again, Wyoming was a main villain in seasons 3, 4, and 5. It's really fucking weird that he's so forgotten about.
I think a big thing we talked about too. It seems just in general in OVB, it seems too they'll always set up cool shit with Wyoming, but they can never stick the landing with him and all that stuff.
Set him up to do cool shit, and then they just doesn't.
Because I remember we talked about this off camera. Because it's been a while since I've seen the Blood Goes Chronicle. I was trying to remember what was Wyoming's thing as a villain, what was he trying to do type of thing, and then we remember wait, he kind of dies he dies pretty late into the Blood Goats era, but he dies kind of, I wouldn't say too soon, but there's still more of the Blood Goats era left when he's dead.
Yeah, because they have the whole thing with Omega after, and he's kind of killed off. Tucker stabs him, and then there's a bunch of Wyoming clones. But the last clone, Tex kind of just shoots him in the face, and then that's it. He's done. It's very unceremonious.
I thought the death scene was honestly the Tucker thing that happened. No, didn't Tucker stab him? I'm no, you had to
where there's like 50 other ones of them, and then like the Reds like run over a bunch of them, and then like Tex kills the last one. It's like no, it's pretty easy to forget because they haven't really done shit with them in so long.
Yeah.
And like we said, they the villain freelancers, Maine and South Dakota. They've done a pretty good job of making them like sympathetic. Of course, Maine got like taken over by Sigma, and South Dakota, the director is like purposefully like fucking her over and over again. But whereas with Wyoming, they don't really do anything to make him like sympathetic, which is weird because they like set him up to be sympathetic like earlier in earlier seasons.
Yeah, you don't really. It doesn't really seem like the director's like even fucking him over at all. It just seems like the director's like, you know what?
Wyoming was like always an asshole, which is weird.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, because we're gonna talk about a bit about that with Wyoming later. But yeah, we see some of the Resistance members from last season. The sleeveless guy who shot Maine in the throat last season. He's gonna get fucked up later.
Yes, he is.
Reveal of the girl that was fighting Carolina on the highway. She has like long blonde hair. And we talked about in season 9, the fucking guy who got vaporized in season 9. He's back. He's just missing an arm. He has a robot hand now.
You know what the funny thing is? If he never said anything, I would have I probably would have noticed it because I would have noticed he had a robot hand, but I don't think I even would have realized that was like him type of thing. Like
him later, and then he has the same voice actor and like the same like armor, so like it's him. And it's like that guy again. He got hit with a fucking laser from space, and then the entire building they were in collapsed. Like 9/11. It's like, how the fuck is he alive? He should not only be ash. He should be fucking atoms.
I'm not gonna make the 9/11. I was gonna make it again this video, but I think I made it the last
time. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna say it here.
Yeah, but anyhow,
he's an arm. He should be fucking atoms.
I'm gonna come back to him later because that was an epic. Honestly, if he had died there, that's an epic kill. That's an awesome kill. That's one of the best kills you could probably do in the show. Because the way he dies here isn't as excited at all. I don't think, and it's like it's very anticlimactic, like how he dies.
Probably one of the lamer deaths. I think the other people Maine ends up killing get pretty cool deaths. But he just kind of gets blown up. It's like, oh.
It reminds me of one of the Friday the 13th movies. There's someone that dies in that movie that clearly should have been dead, and then he comes back and then he just gets killed again. What was the point of putting him back if you were just gonna have him die again? But then
but I do like that they're all watching CT leave the ship with the leader, and they're all kind of talking, being like, I can't believe we have to work with that bitch, after what she did to us. Kind of weird because CT didn't really do anything to them.
Yeah.
She wasn't involved with the heist really last season. So again, I feel like we talked about it would have been nice if we got B team last season, actually doing their mission. Because again, CT didn't last season, or if they're gonna say that, maybe change the line. Be like, I can't believe we have to work with that bitch after what all of her friends did.
Yeah.
But I do, even though we don't learn anybody's names here, we kind of get the idea that they're very similar to the freelancers. They kind of have their own friend group, and later on in the season, the leader keeps saying I'm not gonna abandon them.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
So all evil villains, they're like, oh fuck you guys, they all care about each other. They're all friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like this a lot. I like too that it showed. I think Wyoming watched this because it'd be kind of weird if Wyoming saw this and waded in right away. He let this play out for a bit. CT betrayed us, because obviously if you just watch this, you would think she's just being kidnapped, but they make it pretty clear no, that's not what's going on here. So it would have been weird if Wyoming jumped the gun, oh, I guess she did betray us. I think I jumped the gun there, type of thing. So,
but then we cut back to the mother of invention. Carolina speaking to the director. Well, actually, before Carolina walks in, he's speaking to the counselor. And the director says that a new AI was created this morning, and to find it a match. The counselor is even surprised, a new AI already? That's ahead of schedule. And the director says, time grows short. It's fucked up how casual they're being about talking about this. Because obviously the director's saying, it's ahead of schedule. He means he's basically been torturing the alpha extra hard to make more AI more quickly.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Or like, you
Pretty
know,
fucked
not even extra hard. Like, did he? Because as you're gonna see, like, you know, some of the ones he tortures and everything, like, because I'll talk about. We get to see what he does torture him. So like, it's like, ugh, like, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's not good.
Or like the alpha's getting broken down more and more, you know?
Mhm.
So I guess it's like easier to make more fragments.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Carolina walks in with, Wyoming radioed in about CT. I do like the line here where Carolina says, like, I have information, you're not going to like it, though. And the director says, like, Carolina, information never displeases me. It is ignorance I find unforgivable. That's a really cool line.
Yeah, I like that line a lot. You know, it kind of makes sense because he got kind of annoyed with Alpha when he was being ignorant to him, like when he was speaking to him, type of thing. So, but yeah,
so
it's kind of funny too because he's kind of pretty arrogant too, the director, and everything like that. So,
yeah, great, yeah. So Carolina says, like, okay, we found CT, and director's like, all right, cool, we're gonna go kill her, because you know he's saying that like the suits that they wear are like, you know, like highly experimental. They can't have the enemy like getting hold of like their suits.
mm-hmm.
And they kind of imply later, you know, because Carolina's like, wherever you got these suits, it's implied the director like stole these suits from like the government.
Yeah.
Because these suits are like supposed to be able to handle like a full AI.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And Project Freelancer only got the alpha. So, you know, like basically the director like probably stole more Freelancer suits to like give the Freelancers AIs.
Yeah, the directors, I could see why they were on a hunt mission to get the director, like...
All this shit. Like, the government is like, hey, we're only going to give you one. He's like, how about I steal, like, 49 more?
I also, kind of like, because you're going to talk about, like, he mentions, with CT, like, he already knew, like, CT had stabbed him in the back and everything like that. And that was getting me to think is, you know, Carolina was, like, saying, like, you know, CT can't be that big of a loss, right? And you know, CT's like, no, the director's like, the CT's a huge loss. I'm thinking too, like, I wonder if, like, obviously it's bad for the director because obviously he doesn't, you know, because as we find out, she knew that's how Tex gets the information about like what the director's been doing and everything like that. But I like to think that like the director hates CT. That like not that she went against him, but that she was like one up and him. Like it's, as you're gonna see, I don't think the director likes being one upped by anyone. He likes to like be in control.
But I also do like how Carolina, like when she mentions that like CT was never like isn't a big loss because she was never like the best agent. She's not saying it to like, you know, be like, fuck you, CT. She's trying to say it to like get the director to like not want to kill her. Be like, hey, listen, she's not a big loss. You know, like we don't really need to like go for the kill on her. You know, because later on in the you know, she still calls CT like a teammate, which I like, you know, because obviously Carolina in the past, she's a hard ass, but she seems like she does care about like the people around her. And it's a nice contrast in the present where she's like, you know, fuck the Reds and Blues, I don't care about them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I kind of like that, like she's like trying to like save CT in a way, but the director's like, no, we got to kill her, like we have to. Yeah. So nice little like small scenes before the next big action scene. Of course, setting up, you know, the resistance and the big fight they're going to have. But we get one more scene, Owen, before the big fight. Yeah.
So you know, we see North is chilling with Theta, and York comes up to him, and you know, he has Delta and everything like that, and. He has like Delta and Theta like log off so that way they can kind of have like a private conversation and everything like that. And you know, they do that. And you know, York is kind of talking with North about like how the fact that you know the AIs have been kind of mentioned like an alpha and everything like that. And you know. They haven't really mentioned it like in class that much or anything like that, but the AIs have been really hammering home like there's an alpha, like there's something that's bigger than them. And North and York are kind of wondering like what the big meaning is. Is there something that's like bigger than them? And they're kind of trying to figure out like what exactly is the Alpha, and where does it come from? Did it make these things type of thing, and is the Alpha like the grand creator and everything like that? And kind of doing on this, they're doing like some comedy scenes with Wash where he's like eating food like in his helmet and everything like that. Pretty funny stuff here. This is kind of like where you really notice they're kind of taking the comedic direction with Wash, where they're having him do like that stuff type of thing. And Wash really didn't know about the Alpha, but it is kind of cool because obviously the first time he heard about Alpha was through like Wash and everything like that.
I was gonna bring that up. That like, yeah, the first time we heard about him was through Wash, so it's kind of nice that like now Wash is having the Alpha explain to him.
Yeah, and it's cool because like Wash really didn't think much of the. I mean, obviously here he doesn't think much of the Alpha because he's kind of like not really, he's kind of blowing stuff off here. But like he didn't really think much of the Alpha like in the present because he thought that's just something that like the AI is made up. And that's kind of the conversation that like North and York are kind of having here. Like, is there really like an Alpha, or is this something that like that they've made up and everything like that? And I really like this scene because obviously I like that the characters are learning about like the Alpha, and again, this doesn't really feel forced that like they're talking about this, in the past or anything like that, where they're just giving us like new information type of thing, because obviously they're getting the information as if it's new to them type of thing. Yeah. So.
The director's trying to keep the Alpha like hush hush. He doesn't want people to know about the Alpha. But of course, Delta is in York's head, and he's always thinking about the Alpha. Same with North and Theta. They're like, oh shit, wait, how do you know about the Alpha? And they're like, same place our AI keeps like thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. So I like this a lot,
because they're kind of like, how all the AIs call each other brother? They're calling the Alpha like father, no, not father, like creator or something.
Yeah. So
and they're kind of like, all the AIs are copies, right? But like, where's the original?
So I guess the best way to put this is they're not really giving us information. They're trying to come up with what exactly information is, but we know what the information is because we've seen the present and everything like that.
Yeah. What's up? And it's kind of just seeing them like put the pieces together.
Yeah. So that's really cool.
Yeah. And this is cool because in season 8, Tex talked about how after she broke out, her and a couple other freelancers like touched base and like kind of compared notes. And then they like went back to break out the Alpha. So now we're kind of seeing like, okay, we're getting the idea of like North and York were the ones she kind of like compared notes with.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because obviously when the breakout happens, York and North are the ones that are helping Tex with the breakout pretty much. So.
But I feel like this scene was kind of sandwiched in, kind of weird, because of course we get the scenes with Wyoming spying on CT, then we get Carolina reporting about CT to the director, and then the scene after York and North like have this conversation at lunch is like them getting ready to go find CT. So this scene at lunch was kind of like sandwiched in at a kind of weird spot.
Yeah, I would have to go back and watch the present because I'm pretty sure there was probably some scenes in the present before we got this scene. And like see maybe it wasn't, but yeah, that is kind of weird because the scene
present like made it like less jarring, but like I'm saying if you just watching like the past storyline, like it's kind of sandwiched in at a kind of weird spot.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying because today I only watched the past stuff, but I haven't seen the present in a few days, so yeah. But yeah, because I feel like the conversation that York and North have later fits in better because that's after they've done like a big mission that's like late at night and everything like that. Where here, like he said, they're getting ready for the mission. We don't even know they're getting ready for a mission because we're also finding out stuff about like Wyoming. I'm pretty sure too that in the present this was like roughly around the time they were like going to the desert and everything like that. So and like they were kind of asking about CT. So this scene was kind of placed a little bit weird and everything like that.
Yeah,
it's not a bad scene though. It's a good scene. I think
kind of like I moved it like a little earlier or like a little later.
Yeah, it's also kind of weird because like the Wash stuff is good, but that also makes the scene feel weird because Wash is kind of, being comedic and things, and that makes the scene feel weird.
Yeah, it is a little weird. And he's kind of just like off to the side, like doing like jokey things. He's like obviously eating with his helmet on, and he's like talking with his mouth full. I do kind of like how again they're like hiding his face. Like North and York have their helmets off, and then he just got Wash over there with his helmet still on because of course the creators don't want to show his face.
And that's awesome. Like, we could make a ton of jokes out of that. That like, I remember this happened. No, I remember like we were talking about like, wow, they really could do like all those scenes of, like with Wash when he was in jail. Like they could have him have his armor off. I guess they can't because they don't want to show Wash's face. So
always had it on except for that classroom. Yeah.
I bet Wash is just like, oh, finally the class is starting. I can finally take my helmet off, type of thing. I like that the director just has cameras on.
You and me.
Huh? Say that again.
Yeah, Wash just had to tell the camera guy, like, hey, don't record me, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to think that the director just has cameras on Wash 24/7, being like, Wash, cameras are on, you gotta keep that helmet on, type of thing. Like, keep it on.
I mean, like, put it on? Yeah, that's funny.
It's like that
And
scene.
it's Wash.
It's the reverse of Yellow Jackets, where the plot stuff only really happens when cameras are rolling. Like every scene of like when Shauna and Jeff went to go see Jackie's parents for dinner, it went well, but the cameras are only like, okay, guys, we have to make the standard like real bad now, type of thing. So
yeah, or it's like Washington like is not allowed to fucking that is funny. Yeah,
everyone else can take their helmets off, as you've seen.
Yeah, everybody else, literally everybody except Washington.
Like even Wyoming got to take his helmet off and like the meta and type of thing. So
yeah, South, North, York, CT. We get the director's face at the very end of the season.
Yep.
It's kind of funny. Besides Washington, the director's face reveal was last, even though he's the only person walking around without a helmet.
To be fair, though, we could look at that. Maybe Wash is a little camera shy. Maybe he doesn't want to show his face. You know, would make it seem like he's forced.
I don't want you seeing my face.
I mean,
it's bad hair day.
He did wet the bed until he was like 8 years old. You know, you don't. Yeah, so.
I'm surprised you remember that. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody knows that. He doesn't want people knowing he's the bedwetter. Yeah, but then we get a scene with 479er once again. Honestly, I think I told you 479er is like a fan favorite in the fan base.
Oh, okay.
And it's kind of funny because again, she's just like such a minor character. But I think it's just because like she really makes the most of the scene she's in.
Definitely.
Where she's like yelling at a guy in the background to like move a box, like, and she keeps like changing his directions, like he keeps moving it, and she's like, no, not over there, over there, no, not over there, over there.
Reminded me of that scene in SpongeBob where like you get Plankton trying to move that grill, and like I like the joke in SpongeBob where like Plankton moved it all over the place, and then like he ended up going back to like the same place, but like he put it the first time, type of thing. So
yeah.
My favorite scene of like her, it's a very small scene. It was like when her and Wash are radioing back and forth, and then Wash goes to radio back in, and she just goes, "Shut up, Wash! I'm not talking to you." But then that's my favorite scene of her probably.
Oh yeah, I like that one. I do like this scene where they're getting on the ship, and this is their first time seeing an AI. She's like, whoa, what's this? And they're like, oh, it's Delta. It's an AI. And they do the joke that we first did with AIs back in season 1, where Caboose is like, what does the I stand for? Here she's like, AI, huh? What's the A stand for? And then York goes to say artificial. And she's like, I know what the fuck it stands for.
Yeah.
And then she's like, hey, she's like, oh, are you one of those computer things that steals people's jobs? But then when Delta says that he doesn't know how to fly a ship, she's like, "Oh, we're cool then."
That's pretty real. That's pretty realistic too. How she was, because obviously that's a big fear that everyone has had with computers.
Yeah. And I do like this one little joke. It's a little on the nose, but it's funny. Where she talks to the operator guy. He's like, "Yep, 479, you're clear to fly." And she's like, "Oh man, I would hate to have that guy's job." Obviously the joke. She ends up having that guy's job in Recovery 1.
I didn't catch it the first time around but I caught it the second watch around type of thing.
It's a little on the nose, but I still like it.
I probably didn't catch it the first time because it's the first time I've seen it, but second time I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I didn't catch that originally type of thing. So, it did make me think for a second. I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure she ended up having that guy's job. So, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. They end up doing an even more on the nose joke with Washington later.
I don't remember which one it is, so you have to.
Recovery 1.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And they have Washington be the one saying it. It's like, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
He ends up everyone. But yeah, they're flying, and Washington's like, "How high are we?" And she's like, "Do you want to know?" And he's like, "I don't know. Do I want to know?" It's kind of repeating the Georgia joke where Washington's like, "Oh shit, do I want to know?"
Yep.
And then she's like, like 14 miles in the air, and he's like, "Wow, that's really high." And she's like, "Christ, no wonder you guys need AI."
Poor Wash.
Yeah. And then she talks with Carolina where she's like, so they have like sensors all around them. So, we can't like just, go in from left, right, down. But, they're probably not looking straight up. But if we just do a regular dive bomb, we'll, our thrusters will come up on the radar. So we can't just like, go straight down with our thrusters. So I got to think of something else. So basically, she's going to full on shut off the ship. So it doesn't register on their radars, and then like turn it on at the last second.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, and I like how again it's like they're falling, and Washington's like, I think I'm gonna be sick because imagine being them. It is a 14-mile drop. That is like of just free falling, and they're like, and I like how York and Carolina are kind of giving Washington shit. I like that it's kind of York and Carolina because we end up finding out that York and Carolina have a bit of a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
It's also nice to see Carolina like kind of joking around a bit since she's kind of a hard ass.
Yeah, because I was thinking like we didn't really get that in the present because obviously she's the straight woman in the present. So
yeah. But they're kind of like, hey, Wash, I hear these new suits are supposed to like filter out any like bodily fluids. So if you throw up, the suit will probably take care of it. And Wash is just like, you two are assholes. I like that.
I like that joke wasn't just like random either, because obviously he did that scene earlier with him eating and stuff like that. So
yeah, but I like how Delta chimes in, being like, actually, we never got that. We never got that feature out of Beta. So if Washington threw up, he'd probably drown. And then York is like, geez, way to kill the mood.
Yeah, because Delta didn't get. I like that because Delta didn't even get the joke. So,
but then 479er calls Delta up, and she's like, "Hey, I want you to like help me time this better, so we don't like crash and die." And then Delta like times her reaction speed, and then but then he flickers, and she's like, "Whoa, why did you flicker?" And he's like, "Oh, I just made a backup." And she's like, "Whoa, you made a backup? So like you think I might fail? That's a dick move."
Yeah, what I did like about this is it shows that the AIs like aren't just helping the people like they're assigned to. They're helping like everybody in the mission.
Everything more efficient, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like being like, you kind of get the director's point of like having more AI in the field makes this like super convenient, Because like imagine if they only had alpha. They would only be able to have alpha in one spot at a time,
I guess you like the fact that you like
torture.
Like,
you know what? You might have a point. Maybe torture the alpha more, I'm just saying, maybe he deserved it. He was getting kind of sassy with you. All I'm saying, a little bit of torture seems to take the sass away.
I hate to tell. Well, there probably was a little bit of torture, but the director, there wasn't just a little bit of torture going on. So
yeah, it was quite a lot of torture. Okay, you know what, director? Maybe dial it back a little bit. You're at like a 10. Take it back to like a 7. On the torture scale. I'm
surprised you went up to 10. I think he's probably broke the scale, honestly. So
he's at like a 15. But I like this joke where we get like a kind of like the scene last season where the Maine was flying past them, and they're like, "Hey, did you hear that?" But it's also we get the "You ever wonder why we're here" joke where we get 2 resistance guys on the ground. They're like, "Hey, what? Yeah, you ever wonder why?" And then we get the ship lands, and all the freelancers like fly out, and they begin fighting. Washington and York are like behind fire, and Washington's like, okay, now, and then never mind. Bullets, and York is like, oh, come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get a scene where they're all fighting. North Dakota has some people like he has a really smart move where, as we said earlier in the training, the shield is a 2-way street, so he makes like a portable shield, sends it over, and then makes a big shield around a bunch of group of soldiers.
This was awesome, yeah.
And dumbass. I like how even the leader of the guy was like, no, don't do anything. Because the guy shoots a bullet, and the bullet just like bounces off, hits him right in the head, and it's like ricocheting and killing everybody. And you see from the outside the shield just goes like red, everybody's blood. Super gory.
This was animated super cool too, and I really liked the way this looked. Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. And then we cut back to York and Washington. North Dakota was like, "Hey, we're gonna move on further in. Are you guys good back here to continue fighting?" And York's like, "Oh yeah, sure. I'm only paired with the squad's second worst fighter, but sure." And then I like how Washington was actually offended. He's like, "Do you really think I'm the second worst fighter?" And York says, "No, I was being nice. You're easily the worst."
Yeah, poor Wash.
Yeah, but then a sleeveless guy comes out of nowhere and just fucking socks York right in the face. Washington's like, "You were saying?" But then he turns, he's like, "Oh, and then he punches Washington too.
Yeah, I like this scene here. Yeah, and I like the back and forth between.
Remember, he was giving Maine a pretty good run for his money, so it makes sense he's able to like kind of throw York and Wash around a bit.
Yeah, that made a lot of sense. Yeah.
But then, the fight continues. York gets a shotgun, but then all of a sudden a car like starts chasing after Washington. I like how Washington starts screaming, "Car!" Joke that cars hate Washington. And remember in season 8 when Griff ran him over.
Yeah, I like that they redid that scene with the animation, because obviously that was when they first started to do the animation. Now that the animation's a little cleaner here, I like that they redid that scene and everything like that. It is kind of interesting that this happened in the past, but Wash didn't pick up on this when Sarge tried to do this to him, like in the present and everything like that. So
yeah. Well, yeah, I think here Washington got off a bit better. He got chased by a car, but didn't get run over. In the past, he got full on fucking ran over.
Yeah, full on. Yeah, I was about to say. I'm pretty sure he got full, but no, I think I don't know. He got pretty messed up in the present too, though. I remember he's like out of action.
I was thinking, present he got ran over. Here, he just got like chased by the car.
Oh, I thought I reversed that then. So.
Oh yeah. But then Carolina begins fighting the girl soldier, and she's like, she has her on the ground. She's like, "Hello, what a pleasure to see you again." But then, again, guy who should have been fucking vaporized ends up saving the girl, and then she's able to pick herself back up, and she's like, "Pleasure is all mine, bitch." So they're kind of teaming up on Carolina. But at some point, Washington pulls out an EMP and like disables the car that's chasing him. Which again, it's cool that Washington had like a portable EMP because of course he ends up being the one who uses the big EMP in season 6.
Yeah, I like
this.
Yeah, so I like that's a big thing I like about like the past does a really good job of like saying like, oh, how ironic that he's able to do this here type of thing. That was really good. I would need there.
I also like that Washington says, "You know what? Time to fight fire with fire," and then he throws out like a beacon for the Mother of Invention to send like a thing, kind of like how it did last season with the motorcycle for Tex.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, Washington's going to send out like a vehicle. Oh, okay, but then it comes down and it like busts open, and then out comes Maine. And I like how again Maine is like their secret weapon. I also like that Washington is the one to call Maine down because of course they end up teaming up in season 7 and 8.
And they're obviously big rivals in
season 6, yeah. But Maine comes out and Sigma talks to Maine and says, "Hey, Agent Maine, that soldier over there, isn't he the one who shot you on the freeway on the freeway in the throat?"
Yeah.
And I like how Maine growls and Sigma says, "I thought so. Sick him." Like he said, sick him like Maine's his dog.
Yeah, and showing that he's manipulated Maine to kind of like he's not just. I mean, I think Maine would have wanted revenge anyways, but it kind of shows that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shows like Sigma's kind of like gaining more and more control and everything like that.
Yeah, and then as Carolina's fighting those two, we see the sleeveless guy got knocked on the ground, and then you see Maine just like standing over him, and he just kind of like cracks his neck and knuckles, and this poor guy he goes to punch Maine. And, remember, back in Season 9, these two were pretty evenly matched. Like, they were able to fight pretty on par. Like, this sleeveless guy is supposed to be, like, the Resistance's, like, main. Like, he's their big, tough guy. But Maine, he's gotten a lot stronger now that he has Sigma. He catches the punch, and then he just like twists his arm until he's like on the ground, and then in a single punch, punches him. His helmet goes flying off, and he's dead. In a single punch, Maine just fucking kills him.
I mean, I could see why, like, when Simmons saw the meta in Season 7, he's like, you know what? He was like, oh, fuck. I can't blame Simmons.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, would you want to face this guy? Fuck no.
Yeah, so I can't blame him.
Yeah. But I do like, while the meta's going on a rampage, Sigma goes to talk to York in Washington. And I guess this isn't too long after Season 9, because Washington's like, hey, is he good to be like back in action after he got injured?
Mm-hmm.
So I've been thinking he was injured pretty bad. So again, it's probably been a couple months.
Yeah, I kind of assume so anyways.
Yeah, but I like how Sigma's like, hey, you two don't look so good yourselves. And then remember before York had to like tell Delta it was okay to talk to Theta. But here, Sigma starts talking to Delta on his own.
Mm-hmm.
And, Delta had to be like, again, hey, remember the director's rule, we're not allowed to talk to each other. But Sigma kind of shows he's a lot like the director. Again, keep in mind, Sigma is Church in a way. He's very similar to the director, where he says, you remember what the director says, rules on the battle, regulations is just another word for rules. And there are no rules on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kind of gets behind Delta and puts his hand on his shoulder and says, we AI should really stick together. Which, of course, is really creepy because, he ends up making him stick together because he ends up, taking Delta from Caboose.
And I think, yeah, that was like the last AI that he stole before, which kind of causes them to have to go shut down command and, like, take that over and everything like that. So...
And I got a point. You know what? I should do the thing I do in Yellow Jackets, where I don't call him Sigma. Washington and York are talking about Elijah Wood, star of Yellow Jackets, being like, man, he's all the AI. That one really gives me the creeps.
I don't know though. I feel like LVB does a better job of making Elijah Wood Sigma than
Yeah, I was gonna say Wood, like in Yellow Jackets, he's Elijah Wood, Whereas here, like, he's Sigma, like Elijah Wood does a really good job getting into the role.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I also the effect of, like, he doesn't just disappear. Like, when all the AI will, like, log off, they'll just, like, be a blip and disappear. With Sigma, he like, leaves, like, a fire trail whenever he, like, moves around.
So do you ever think that, when he gets told to log off, do you think he pretends to log off, and, like, but he's really listening?
When the director tells him to log off, he doesn't.
Yeah, so it's interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, I like how even Washington and York were kind of like, that guy kind of gives me the creeps. But of course, they just write it off of like, oh, whatever, it's a weird AI.
Mm-hmm.
If only,
Yeah, because again, the AIs to them are new. They don't know anything about the AIs, so, it's interesting, so.
Yeah. Somebody was just knocking on my door. I just was like, nope.
Yep.
I swear, she times that for whenever I'm talking to you.
Well, to be fair, we've been on for a couple hours, though, so.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, Carolina in the fight with, the two continue. Maine ends up taking on the, again, the guy who should have been fucking evaporated. And Maine, using his, like, signature gun, cuts off his robot arm. And how he even says, like, oh no, my robot arm.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just ends up fucking exploding him. Well, at one point, the guy, before his robot arm got cut off, he, like, grabbed the explosive and threw it back at Maine, and it didn't do shit.
Right.
Maine just tanked.
Yeah, his death...
Flying into the water. Like you said, kind of anticlimactic compared to how he would have died last season.
Yeah, so it's like, if you're going to bring somebody back, like, you have a big death like that, it's really epic. And then you have a death like that happens, and it's very anticlimactic. They just kind of... it also just makes you question, like, why even bring the guy back if you're not going to have him die in an epic way like that, type of thing. Like...
Yeah, it's weird. You really could have replaced him with anybody. Well, Owen, I wanted to point out, Sharkface is in here.
He should have been here.
Yeah. And like I already told you, he's alive, so... again, it's, I'm kind of like, why wasn't he here?
Well, yeah, he had a building fall on him last season, so.
Oh, this guy got hit with a laser point blank and had a building fall on him, and all he did was lose his arm.
Hey, you know, he's got principle. You know, maybe he's made of stronger stuff. You know.
Yeah, I guess. Funny, Sharkface was built like a fucking brick house, and then this guy's kind of like a twig. Like he's pretty.
Hey, you're pulling a Washington, by the way, judging someone based on their size and all that type of stuff. You know, maybe.
Right. It's not the size that matters.
The thing I don't get though is like, you know, I just don't understand why you would bring this guy back if you know, because also too that negates like that, you know, that epic laser scene, like you said, that makes that scene look worse compared to this. Like, why would you die?
That guy lived, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so weird because it's like he doesn't even have a name. He's just like a guy. It's like, why the fuck didn't you? Why is he back? Plus,
it's not like he's the leader. Like you said, he's not like the leader, and plus he just shows up and then die. In a weird way, I can't believe I'm making this comparison. It's kind of like Mello. Just shows up and comes, you know.
Says something cool and dies. And like, you know, like I said earlier, I think these guys are supposed to like parallel the freelancers. You know, like the sleeveless guy is Maine, the girl is Carolina. I guess this guy's supposed to be like York, you know? Like he's kind of like sarcastic and like he like, you know, York lost his eye, he lost his arm, I guess. But like, it's kind of like, I don't really see it.
Get out of here. Like, you should be dead.
But, again, it's like, that didn't kill him, but this kills him. Like, okay. But this next scene's really cool. It's fucking brutal. Where, Carolina kicks her so hard that her helmet comes off, and then she's, like, hanging over the edge. And then the robot arm, extends a hand to help pick her up. We already know that guy got killed. And then she grabs it, and then it gets lifted up, and we see Maine picked up the robot guy's arm to, like, make her think that she was in. And then he just fucking drops her. And not only, and she doesn't just fall in the water.
Yeah.
She fucking falls on, like, the platform, breaks her fucking spine, and then falls in the water. Worst part is, she probably lived the first hit, but, she probably got paralyzed, and then she couldn't swim, so she probably drowned.
Yeah, this was really. I was hoping you were gonna say this because this was brutal. Like, if I'm gonna fall to my death, I'd rather just hit like water. Here, she hit the freaking concrete and then water, and then like can't even swim or anything like that. Like, this is brutal.
Yeah, which I think this should be this brutal. I like that Maine is the one who killed everybody here, just showing how this is him becoming the meta. This is like his big first step towards that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was really good.
It cut to black, and then you just hear the metas growl.
Yeah, really. This was really cool. I like this a lot.
Yeah, but I'm talking about that quite a bit longer than I was expecting. But the fight is not over yet, Owen. We're cutting to inside the building.
Yeah, so inside the building, Wyoming, is trying to kind of get inside the building to kind of get in to see what's going on with CT and things like that. And, doing all this, Washington and York pop up and say, like, okay, well, I'll just see if I can, like, pick the lock and get into it and everything like that. Well, that doesn't seem to be the case because these two people come up and one of them has, like, a sad face, that you see from like the stickers you get at Walmart when you get greeted and everything like that. And then the other
emoji helmets, but yeah, that works.
Yeah, and then the other one has the smiley face. I'm not gonna go emoji. I'm gonna stick to the bit from the stickers you get at Walmart and everything like that. Yeah, these guys are badasses, and they have like these turrets that are just going to relentlessly shoot at them. So they pretty much have, like, no way to, like, advance in. They can't really get past these guys. Or girls, they could be girls. I can't pull a wash from season 9. They could be girls.
One of them's a girl. One of them's a guy.
Okay, so these people.
Well, and it's funny you mentioned that. I guess I'll mention it now. They don't talk. All they do is, like, laugh. But the voices for these two are Michael Jones and Lindsay Tugsy at the time. She ended up becoming Lindsay Jones later.
Oh, it's these two people. Which
I like. I like that they're here together because, of course, their voice actors got married in real life. And I wanted to bring it up because it's like, oh, they're pretty minor characters. So why are you bringing them up? Owen, back when I was 13, introduced me to Rage Quit, who is, of course, Michael Jones. And then that got me into Rooster Teeth, which got me into Red versus Blue. And now here we are. So I kind of like that. Now we've come full circle, where you got me into Michael Jones's videos. And then now, he's voicing, he's not really voicing, he's laughing for this character here.
So it is kind of funny, though, that, like, he's playing, like, a smiley character when, like, his big thing that he got, that he's known for Rooster Teeth is his wage quit videos and everything like that.
Yeah.
And, Carolina comes up, and she tries to get Wyoming to advance, but obviously Wyoming's thinking better of it, because obviously, like, there's no way he can get past this. I think he's a little scared. I don't really like this. I wouldn't really complain about this if it wasn't Wyoming. I feel like because the past had already done Wyoming so dirty, it just kind of sucks that Wyoming kind of came off cowardly here.
It is kind of funny, where again, we're kind of like, hey, Wyoming, move up. And he's like, you know what? I can see everything just fine from here.
Yeah. But again,
but I'm also kind of like, hey, Wyoming, why don't you do that thing where you, like, stop time?
I guess he can't.
Why not? He has Gamma.
I don't know. He just didn't want. I guess he didn't feel like it. Okay, how about that? He didn't.
Again, you just like I like that think about like later on, like late in a week later, he's like, why the fuck didn't I stop time? Like he's thinking about it later in the shower. He's like, oh, I'm so dumb.
I like to think he went back in time and like fixed it, so he did do it. So this scene, but then he's just like, you know what? I'm gonna let them have this though. Like I could have done it, but I need to let this mistake stick. I could have done it, but I need to let this mistake stick. I like to think he's just kicking at himself that like not just that why didn't I go stop time? Like then he's just thinking like wait a minute, why don't I just go back in time and just do it anyway? Type of thing. So that way I look like
I would just fucking do anything. Like it's so they gave Wyoming the most fucking overpowered power ever. But he never fucking uses it.
No, not once.
Remember, back in season 5, he got, like, whenever he was about to lose, he just rewound time and did it again and made, like, fucking a million versions of himself. Like, if I were Wyoming, I'd be doing that shit fucking constantly.
Yeah. But yeah, and Carolina's about to come up with this, like, grand plan, she has a strategy in mind. But then we see, somebody's invisible, like, running past these guys without any problem. And then Kelly's like, okay, you guys figure it out type of thing. And, she kind of leaves them behind, like, mid-plan. And obviously, if you watch this, Tex has shown up. And obviously, the competition that Tex and Carolina are kind of having. It makes sense that, like, Carolina, like, aborted the plan she was about to make and kind of wants to go rogue a little bit. Because obviously the big thing is she's in a competition with Tex. And she wants to prove that she's better than Tex and everything like that.
Pointed out, once we get to the reveal at the end of the season, makes it all sad that she's basically, the director after his wife died basically like neglected her. And she joined Project Freelancer to kind of like, get his approval. And now, even now, she's like still competing with her dead mother for her father's approval.
Yeah.
The detail that like Tex is able to get past them pretty easily, but then Carolina like almost gets shot, like she like gets tripped up.
Yeah, I like that. And I guess
past them. Tex.
Huh?
So yeah, basically like even though she's able to get past them, she doesn't do it as good as Tex did.
Yeah. And I guess I'll talk about everything outside first, since just to kind of be consistent. She kind of tells York to cut the power, like, when they get into that room and everything like that. And, then doing all this, before this, I think I've missed this, Agent Florida, was a part of this, like, originally, and, he gets an axe thrown at him, like, by, like, I think the leader of the resistance, and then, like, he comes back randomly out of nowhere and, like, throws an axe at them, and it misses, but it, like...
Not only did he didn't pull it out of nowhere, it was stuck in his chest, and then he gets up and fucking, like, yanks it out of him.
Yeah.
Like, this dude's a badass.
Yeah.
And I do like Wyoming, like, sees him getting up, and he's like, good show, mate. Glad to see you have a good bit of spirit in you. Like, again, kind of showing that him and Florida seemed like they're buddies.
And again, I think with that line right there, that brought up Wyoming's, talk.
Yeah, in this, Wyoming talked like fucking 3 times more than he did at all last season.
Yep. And so the axe, he misses and he ends up hitting like, the wall that was up above them, and it ends up knocking like a barrel over, and it knocks these two people over, and it kills them. And when instead of the blood being like red, it was like yellow, like the same color as the Walmart sticker and everything like that.
Yeah, I don't know why it was like. I guess they just had a bucket of paint on them or something.
Yeah, you know what? It's fine. I'll accept that.
I do like this. So the axe didn't hit the thing. So Florida basically, like, he's not as physically strong as the others, so he threw the axe, but like it didn't reach them all the way. Like it ran out of steam, like a couple feet away from them. But they stopped shooting for a couple seconds, which gave him the chance to like move higher up, move closer to them. And then he saw like a big mechanical crane, and then he shot that, and that knocked him off.
All right.
So it's kind of showing that like Florida, he's not like as physically tough, but he's like smart.
Yeah.
You know?
Can kind of thinking outside the box and everything like that too. So
yeah.
And then this allows York to cut the power. But before that, inside this room, Tex and Carolina meet up with CT and the leader of the Resistance. And before this, they were cut into this room every now and then, like I think during your fight and like during this fight, and Carolina was just kind of like saying like, dude, let's just get out of here type of thing. Huh?
You mean CT?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I meant to say CT. CT was telling the leader of the Resistance like, "Hey, let's get out of here. Like, they're gonna be looking for me. Like, there's, I'm the one that's holding you back. Like, get out of here." And the leader of the Resistance, says like, "No, I'm not gonna leave my team, and I'm not gonna leave you," type of thing. Like, we're gonna finish this till the end. So like, I do like that. Like, they had a chance to get out of there, and like get out of there unscathed before they could. But yeah,
like that he's a good guy. Like again, he's like friends with these guys. Like they care about each other.
And again, it's a big military thing. Like they never leave a man behind and all that type of stuff.
And I also like that. Like I feel like because it's revealed that they're like a couple. Because CT is like you promised we'd be together. Like I feel like with the average villain thing, it'd be like, oh, I was just using you. But like no, he actually did love CT. Like he actually like cared about her.
Yep. I feel like too. I was kind of starting to think like, are they kind of an item here because of the words they would, because they were saying like, I care about you and all that type of stuff. So I think you kind of piece together very quickly before the reveal happens that they're like an item and everything like that.
Happened,
Huh?
I feel like I kind of wish that we got a story on like how that happened.
Yeah, I would do too. Maybe like did them getting together lead to like her working with the Resistance and stuff too? That would have been cool.
Or so like she started working with the Resistance and then like they got to know each other and they fell in love or something.
Yeah, that'd be cool. But yeah, so I remember you said last season Tex always shows up in episode 10, and I thought nothing of that because I don't watch the episodes separately. I watch them all at once because it's because again, like I said, I didn't watch the show as intended, and as we're gonna talk about this pretty soon. This video is gonna be an example of that. Yeah, but in these clips, they actually told you what the episode numbers were, which was pretty cool. So I probably should have picked up on that, but whatever. I thought nothing of it. Yeah, Carolina and Tex go in there, and because obviously CT was trying to convince the leader of the Resistance to get out of there, saying like we don't have much time, and then Carolina says, you're right, you don't have much time. And Carolina's trying to talk down CT and like is upset, that she like betrayed her team and everything like that. But CT's just like no, like we're actually like the good guys here. Like you guys are working for the wrong guy. Like she's kind of mentioned like, how the director's like playing both of you guys and she's manipulating both of you guys. And she's kind of talking to Tex saying like, Tex, maybe you might not know what you are, but I know what you are and everything like that. Talking about like, how like Tex isn't really who she thinks she is and everything like that.
CT calls her a shadow because that's what Washington called her in season 8.
Yeah, that was cool. Obviously Tex and Carolina are like, perplexed by this, the fact that they may not be working for the right guy. And she mentions, like, you still turn your back on your team, and you don't turn your back on your own team. And I do like that Tex still feels that way, because obviously, during the training battle when York was trying to help her when Washington and Maine were about to, like, kill her with live bullets. Like, Tex still felt that way even then. So, this leads to a big fight after the power gets cut out and everything like that.
I wanted to point out that they're like, like Carolina mentioned something like you're betraying us for the resistance, and then the guy says, is that who they told you we are?
Oh, that's right.
So,
yeah.
These guys are not the resistance, Owen.
Which is kind of interesting because we thought.
Yeah, that's not season. That's like a loose plot thread.
That's probably why I forgot about it, because how this actually gets resolved. So
I know, like for here, it's like a very quick thing, but obviously future seasons deal with that. But yeah, it is like it's kind of fucked up, and it's kind of continuing the idea. Like last season, they were questioning like, are we the good guys? Why are cops like firing at us? So yeah, basically the director lied about who their enemies are. He told all the freelancers like, oh yeah, we're fighting like a terrorist group, and not the case.
But yeah, so we find out the guys really aren't the resistance, but again, we get nothing more of that. And then this leads to a big fight scene, and it leads to CT fighting Carolina and the leader of the not resistance now, whoever these guys are. That should just be their name now, the not resistance.
Yeah, I like that. Like they're like, okay, guys, we're gonna make a group. What are we? I don't know what we are, but we're definitely not a resistance. That works. We're not a resistance. There we go.
I like if that was actually like their name. Like that was the reveal. Like that was their name, and that'd be awesome. And you pointed this out, and I did kind of pick up on this. Carolina and CT's fight's pretty even. Was it me or was Carolina's equipment like glitching a little bit too, or was that just me? I think it was glitching a little bit.
Okay. So CT, we find out in this fight her power is to create like after images.
Okay.
So I don't think it was Carolina. I think it was CT because you would hear noise and then she would like disappear for a second.
I meant to say CT too when I fucked up and said Carolina by accident. So
as the fight starts, because like they're trying to like talk to each other, but then Tex gets pissed off that she got to call a shadow. So she's like, you know what? We don't need you. We just need your armor. So she shoots a bullet at her. And it looks for a second like the bullet hit her, but then you see like she like glitches out, and then she like disappears, and then she ends up behind Tex and like stabs her in the back, and then not leader of the not resistance like fucking puts an axe in her chest, and that's like the only time he hits her in this whole fight.
Yeah,
it's like when he surprises her.
But yeah, like I said, like the fight between CT and Carolina is more even, but like Tex is just pretty much kicking the leader of the non-resistance ass.
Like the main focus is like Carolina's fight, and like Tex is like kind of fighting in the background, and then like occasionally the two fights will like intersect. But my God, if you just pay attention to the fight in the background, he is not landing a single hit. He is getting absolutely fucking shit on. Tex is beating his ass.
Yeah. I always like fights in like animation too, like when they separate and then they intersect. Like I think Avatar does that real well. I think the best one is probably the end of book 2, that fight that happens in book 2 with Aang versus Zuko. And
what I was thinking of here is the fight in the middle of book 2, Azula and versus Zuko and Aang, where Aang was kind of running away for a lot of it, but then whenever Zuko and Azula would fight each other, Azula would just kick his ass. She was like punching him through buildings.
That's true.
Like he did not land a single hit. That reminds me of this, where guy is just getting his absolute fucking shit kicked in.
But when the fights intersect, Tex shoots CT and injure her pretty badly, and she gets ready.
She injured him was really cool. So she, CT does the thing where she after images. So there's 2 of her. So what Carolina, Tex does is like she has like the knife, and she picks up like the axe the guy threw earlier. So she like, like spreads out her arms and like hits both of them.
Yeah, that was cool. I like that.
One of them in the one that was fake, it disappears, and then she takes the other blade she was holding, and then just like throws it at her, so she stabs her twice.
Yeah, so it was brutal.
Yeah,
and then
even Caroline, oh, what the fuck are you doing?
And Tex even mentioned, it doesn't really matter if we get her back alive. We just have to make sure equipment doesn't leave. And then the Carolina's just like, yeah, but we can't like kill our own teammates and stuff. But Texas even points out, like, she's not our teammate anymore. She's working with the other team now and everything like that. But because of their infighting and because of their arguments and stuff, this allows CT and the leader of the Not Resistance to escape and like, get off on like a ship and just take off and everything like that. But I do like this where like their feud essentially caused their mission to be a failure and everything like that, and like CT to escape and everything like this. And I feel like it wasn't forced that like their infighting took away from the mission. Because that's a big thing. I think we have a critique about like Yellow Jackets sometimes. Like they try to make like Natalie and Lottie's thing really force like a rivalry sometimes and everything like that. So I really like this. And oh no, oh no. So this is a pretty sad scene because the leader of the Not Resistance is trying to get CT to come to, and I will admit this was a really good like death scene. Really emotional music plays over it and everything like that. And the leader of the Not Resistance is trying to get CT to come to, but before CT passes away, she kind of like tells the leader of the Not Resistance like to take the data that they use and use it to find the artifact that we've been looking for. And as you explained to me off camera, the artifact that they're looking for is an artifact that would help them get out of jail. So that's why they're so keen set on finding this artifact and everything like that. Yeah.
Before the fight with Carolina and Tex, like CT mentioned, like, hey, listen, like we got to get out of here and like I don't know, make a deal. With the artifact or something, like something that help us keep us out of prison. Yeah.
Because I had to ask you about that off camera because I'm like, so, because obviously I'm like, well, was this related to Project Freelancer? Because they mentioned the artifact like here, and I thought that was like a recent thing that was in the present. But I've been delaying talk about this long enough, so, the leader of the Not Resistance is upset that CT's passed away. So he looks at CT's helmet, puts on CT's helmet, and we find out that the CT from Season 7, the big reveal here, is the leader of the Not Resistance. And we talked about this for a good 20 minutes off camera. I don't know how to feel about this, because, like, the past, if we would just watch the freelancer stuff, if we just completely decide, like, hey, let's just skip Season 7 of Red vs. Blue, I don't know why we would, but let's just say we did, like, say, AJ, you're just like, you know what? We can't watch Season 7. We're not watching it.
Why is Washington evil now?
Yeah, but just say we did, or say we just skipped the desert part. Say we didn't watch that part, type of thing. I would probably be like, you know what? The leader of the Not Resistance is a pretty decent. He's a pretty badass character. He's got like good plans, and he's flawed. A little bit, and he shows compassion, and he's not a complete bad guy or anything like that. Like, I would probably think, like, he's a solid character. I like him. But unfortunately, because I've seen Season 7, he sucked in the present. Because, as you find out, he doesn't even go to find, it clearly took him some time to find this artifact and everything like that. The planning going into that was terrible because, he went and took out, like, a military base, killed everybody that was there, and, what was his plan there? Because then Command would have found out, because obviously Tucker radioed in Command. If Command hadn't been shut down or, like, taken over by the Reds and Blues, they would have just sent, like, a freelancer over there, and then he would have been, like, fucked. He would have been dead. So, like... Yeah. And even then, even without that, he was getting his ass handed to him by Tucker by himself when he had an army.
And keep in mind, he was working with like a group of aliens at this point too. So just Tucker was shitting on this guy for months.
Yeah. So like,
I also feel bad because fucking he was, because as CT said before she died, like the info wasn't complete. So that's why it took him a couple of years to find this artifact.
No, it's because the CT sucks. That's why.
No, yeah, but it's just because he sucks. Again, as soon as his girlfriend died, he lost any brain cells he had.
I don't know. You saw the early stages of that, like you saw the early stage of that, like you said, like when he could have killed the director in the beginning of the fucking season, like.
And he was like, you know what? Nah, we'll just go. It's like, all right, that was the present day CT chiming in for a second.
Maybe Wyoming uses time travel to bring like the present day CT.
Like actually a super competent badass dude, and Wyoming's like, you know what? If I'm getting fucked over, I'm fucking over this guy.
But yeah, what were you gonna say before I cut you off?
Oh, I was gonna say CT fucking was looking for this artifact for years, and then Caboose, within 5 minutes of being in the temple, found it by accident.
I know, yeah. Yeah, like I don't know how to feel about CT. Like, well,
yeah, he's a real man. Because like you said, just really cool. Present again, he's like such a dog shit villain, like easily the worst villain in the show.
Just the tale of CT, I think, of my viewpoint, is going to be a thing that you could study on this channel because, yeah, he shows up in season 7, and I'm like, yeah, he kind of sucks. I remember too. It was one of those occasions where like we didn't talk about it that much, like off camera, and then like we started doing like the video and stuff. And like we noticed how much he sucked.
He's actually a dipshit. And I remember we were talking about like CT in the past. We're like, oh, there's a mystery with CT, and you're like, I don't give a fuck.
And then like. Yeah, and then like season 9, I actually gave a shit about the other CT. I'm like, oh, that's CT, that's awesome. And then like the later,
I care about this CT, but not the guy CT. And now we're here, we're like, fuck. Like, do I care about the guy CT?
But so let's do it. I'm gonna make my decision right now. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Do I care about present day? Do I care about this CT? Because of present day CT, it's going into the thumbs down type of thing. Like. Like, but I think that's awesome.
I had the perfect opportunity to murder everyone in Project Freelancer, and he just decided not to. And again, his subordinate was even like, "Hey, should we like kill them all?" And he's like, "Nah."
Yeah.
So you know what? That decision automatically, and that decision got everyone he knows.
He really did. Yeah. I will say. Sorry,
go ahead.
And I think we're gonna talk about this. CT is kind of like Thaisa or like Crystal. More so, I would say more so Thaisa, where like the past ruins the present, like the reverse of that type of thing. Like, all really. But you know what's weird? Both Thaisas are good characters. The present day CT sucks though. Like,
Thaisa's still a good character. Yeah, CT is like oof.
Imagine we reverse that if the past CT was in the present and the present day CT was in the past.
Oof, yeah, that would change season 7 a lot.
Well, actually, no. It might change the whole It might change the past too, because would CT like the present day? Would the girls CT like present day CT type of?
I never left Project Freelancer. She'd like, oh, I'm not leaving for this guy. Fuck that.
She'd probably just be like, you know what, you want to? She probably wouldn't even do anything about like the director's like crimes.
Torture is cool. I'm cool with the director. I'm gonna keep. I'm going on with him.
Oh yeah, but yeah, there's a reason, and then because AJ and I make notes of who's talking about what. There's a reason AJ gave me the reveal of. I will say this though, this was timed very well with the present because they like showed like Wash and like Carolina finding the present like in the present. No, sorry, finding the helmet in the present.
Yeah, we've been talking for a while, so we're starting to. Yeah, but yeah, this was timed good. I will say I do like, again, ignoring the fact he's the most brain-dead man on the planet. The scene itself is really cool. We're very sad. The music is good.
Yeah.
I felt really bad. Like, she was just trying to do the right thing. I also get, like, when she finally dies, we get it slowly pans away, and you see the rest of the ship. And you see a bunch of empty seats of the ship. So basically, everybody was supposed to get onto the ship together. They were all supposed to escape together. But of course, Maine murdered them all, and then, now CT is just said it, so it's just him alone on the ship. So again, I feel bad for him because, again, he didn't want to leave them all. He wanted everybody to get out together.
That's true. I guess I didn't think about that scene that way because of the reveal of who this guy was. So
Yeah, but we get the rest of the ship, and you just see a bunch of empty seats.
kind of shows like the Project Freelancer was like affecting people even before like the present type of thing. So
exactly. And of course, this what happened to these guys was kind of the beginning of what would happen to Project Freelancer. These guys ended up all just dying like flies one by one. And then, that's exactly what's going to happen to their murderers, Project Freelancer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so...
Yeah, so good scene overall. Although I will say one little complaint is Aaron Zach, the voice actress for CT. She does a good job, but whenever she says, here, take the info, I can't help but notice that her mic peaked.
Yeah, definitely.
Very, again, come on, guys, just have her redo the scene. That wasn't her fault. That was, audio equipment issue. But it's super hard not to notice that her mic peaks in that scene.
Right. You know what's feel bad? You found. I guess that's the thing. You thought of all that stuff, but I think I didn't really think about any of that stuff because I had the feel of who's the leader of the Resistance was. So I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that more than you were thinking about all that other stuff.
Oh, when did he figure it out? When he put on the helmet, or did he figure it out before that?
I think I was, when she died, I was like, wait a minute here. He's the only one that's on the ship. When he started picking up the helmet, I'm like, no. I was like, actually, that's my reaction. Like, no, don't tell me this guy's gonna be fucking CT.
I know. He's kind of cool.
Like, please don't put the. I was like, I think I was even saying to myself, like, please don't put on that helmet, dude. Please don't put that on. Like.
Actually, you know what? Nah, and it throws it away.
I'd be like, yeah.
He throws it in the trash, and then the janitor picks it up. He's like, "Oh, cool, nice helmet."
By the way,
and that.
By the way, in the future, when we do Yellow Jackets, a scene that could, because we're never gonna compare this scene. If you find out that Maui's the pit girl, I think you're gonna be like the same. You're gonna have the same reaction if Maui's pit girl. So that'll be the opposite reaction actually then, because you'll like it that if Maui's pit girl.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, but good scene.
Yeah. I hate to tell you that me just stuck with Maui for a while though, because I don't know how long that off is. So.
Oh yeah. Well, hopefully she's not around for the long haul. Hopefully that's how season 3 starts. But yeah, really good. And we mentioned before the music is really good. I want to just bring it up here, I guess. Red vs. Blue, man, that has really upped it with the music. Season 8 and 9 were really good with the music, but season 10 is fucking all the songs are just bangers.
Yeah.
Obviously the action scenes are really good music, but even the smaller scenes, we're gonna get into next, where we get just a late night scene. It's they're just kind of hanging out on base. Even the music for that was very chill and just good. I love the season 10 soundtrack.
I agree. I will say this is what I noticed this too, because I talked to you about this over Messenger and stuff. This is what I noticed, wow, this season's really showcasing relationships and because obviously other than both churches with Tex, well, I guess all 3 churches with Tex, all 3. Wow, that's weird. But they haven't really had anyone be in a relationship in the show, and as you mentioned, they kind of set up a romance between York and Carolina, and now here we kind of reveal that CT and the shit CT were in a relationship and everything like that. So I'm kind of liking how season 10 kind of set up those everyone's in a relationship and everything like that, setting up more relationship type moments for the show, because they hadn't really done that before in Red vs. Blue.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the couple thing because, like I said, it's sad, because the freelancers end up killing a group like them when that's going to be their fate. If you remember, shit CT was killed by Church, and CT, the good CT, was killed by Tex. And so it's one couple killing another couple.
That's pretty cool, I guess. Well, Is it though? Because it's not the same church, not the same text. So
You're right. Well, yeah.
gotta put my actually, I should have done the actually AJ. It was actually like Epsilon, not yeah. So it's not the same. No.
It was the original beta in Epsilon. I'm like, okay, Owen, fucking, you're right. Hang me by my throat.
So it's not even the same people.
Yeah, you're right. Fair enough. Fair point. Fair shake. I do like how aggressive Tex is being because, the next scene with her is the counselor is being like, hey, Tex, are you noticing your aggression levels? Because the idea is Omega is making her more, like, aggressive, and that's why she was, like, so eager to just kill CT.
Yeah, because we didn't know at this point that she'd had Omega by this point, so...
Yeah. And Carolina, like, she says the line of, like, hey, I don't know what's gotten into you, Tex, but you better figure out the difference between your enemies and your friends. Because present day, Washington kind of throws that line back at her.
I will say this too. I remember last season, I predicted, that Wash. I predicted that Wash was going to be in the Tex circumstance in like the Carolina, where like he could have put, because obviously I find out CT was working with the Resistance, who weren't the Resistance. I mentioned like Wash was going to rattle out to the director, or like prevent her from like getting information out there. It's funny that it flipped and it ended up being Tex that ended up doing it. So like my prediction kind of was right. I just got the wrong character in this situation and everything like that. So I bet you were even thinking that too when I made that prediction. Like, oh wait, you got it. You're right. You just change the character, dude. Change the character. Like.
But yeah, they haven't confirmed that York and Carolina are in a relationship yet, but we're getting quite a few scenes to kind of hint at that. Where now that back at the Mother Invention, Carolina is like in the training room, like in the middle of the night. She's doing a pretty cool exercise where she's having like a bunch of like dots around her, and she has to like punch all the dots to like end the exercise.
Oh, I thought there were shields.
Or like they're like holographic like circles.
Yeah.
So basically, it's just an exercise to like hit all the targets within a certain amount of time. And this is cool because we're getting like York and North in like casual clothes. They're not wearing their armor. They're just wearing like t-shirts and like sweatpants. Because obviously, like it makes sense. They're just like off duty. They're just like hanging around the ship late at night.
I think I told you this, like literally right before we hit the record button. This scene was unlike anything else in LVB. You almost forget you're watching Red versus Blue when you watch the scene. And it really stands out because you don't really see, like you said, like anyone ever in the Red versus... I think this is the first time, other than like maybe the council and like director, you see them wear like casual clothes. It's not like suit armor and all that type of stuff.
Even the council and the director, they're wearing like like professional outfits,
Yeah.
Whereas they're just like wearing t-shirts and like sweatpants. Yeah. And I like it. We'll find out that North Dakota is I guess Theta is scared at night, so North Dakota kind of walks the halls and makes it feel better. And he talks about how his dad used to do that for his sister when they were kids. She couldn't sleep at night, so he would drive her around the neighborhood. I like, kind of just setting up more and more that North Dakota is a very, like, nice guy. And he remembers, like, his childhood fondly with South Dakota. Because earlier in the season, he talked about how South Dakota was always the one who would, like, get sick whenever they would go on road trips.
Yeah.
So, again, setting up more and more how North Dakota is, like, such a good brother to her. And then she ends up being a piece of shit and gets him killed.
Mm-hmm.
I like how, again... York and North are kind of relating to each other because they have AI. Talk about how like, oh yeah, Delta keeps me up at night too, and he'll like run analytics over and over.
I think this is showing too, like even though they don't like remember and stuff, the director torturing Alpha had more consequences. Yeah,
because. Like the AI are all like really anxious and they're like expecting something bad to happen.
Yep.
So yeah, like even though they don't remember the torture, they get that feeling of like something's not right.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like maybe like a subconscious memory, like they have the memories but they don't know what it is.
Yeah. Well, kind of like how Delta, when he first was born, he thought his name was Alpha.
Yep.
So even though Epsilon is the one who has all the memories, it seems like all of them have like some memory.
Yeah, definitely.
But I do like North Dakota has to be like, hey, you don't have to like watch over Carolina, But he's like, yeah, before she had a hard time like taking it easy, but now it's like she doesn't know how to take it easy like at all. So basically, after the last mission, she like is like even more determined to like not lose the Tex. So which is sad. Like basically, Carolina's getting more and more like obsessed with beating Tex to get her approval. But yeah, again, York is such a nice guy. He's watching over Carolina even that late at night.
This is kind of when I was starting to piece together, like, are they setting up a romance angle between them? Like, this scene kind of, like, makes you wonder that type of thing. And
because they're vague on it. They're vague on if it was, like, they're in a relationship or not. Because I don't think they ever confirmed if they ever, like, were, like, officially dating.
Yeah, I didn't think... but I got the sense they had feelings for each other, but, like,
definitely have feelings. Whether they were, like, actually, like, dating, it's kind of left up to interpretation.
I like to think, if Project Freelancer wasn't going on, they probably would be dated. Then again, would they know each other, though? But, like, I'll say this, if Tex wasn't created... And, like, Project Freelancer and Carolina wasn't so obsessed with competing with Tex, I think they probably would have been, like, dating type of thing. Like,
as we're going to find out in the present storyline, they actually knew each other before Project Freelancer. So, like you said, yeah, if Project Freelancer never happened, they probably would have just, like, gotten together.
It's kind of like that conversation Aang and Katara had during the play episode where, like, Aang wanted to pursue a relationship, but Katara, like, wasn't sure because of the war going on and everything like that. So
yeah, they probably were like dating, but they kind of just like kept it like they kind of put it on pause because they're like in the military together.
Yeah.
Well, also in the season 10 soundtrack, there's an unused song from York's POV where it's like a love song where he's like it's like super cheesy. It's supposed to be like a super cheesy like 80s like love song,
which makes sense because he's kind of a cheesy guy. So
yeah, like it's like, come on Carolina, have fun Carolina, why are you always such a bitch?
That's like, awesome.
I'll have to send you there, but again, this whole thing just makes you feel really bad for York because we know how it ends for him.
Yeah, really sad. Yeah, so this is interesting. So the next scene I'm supposed to talk about, and legitimately, like 20 minutes before this, so I was watching this episode like the first day. I've watched this season twice, just the past, and episode 13 is not there. So there's a cut that happens, and I did notice it. I'm like, yeah, that was kind of weird, and like, because I remember it just cuts to Carolina being pissed that she's not going to get an AI and everything like that, and I'm like, wait a minute, did I miss something? Like, because it cuts really weird on the re-upload video, because as I've mentioned, we're not watching this obviously with the Rooster Teeth stuff because we don't have access to that anymore and everything like that. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I still watched the season, still enjoyed it, but I was like thinking to myself, like, AJ had mentioned to me that like the director was kind of trying to fuck over South Carolina. I got kind of the impression of that, but like it seems like that was more stuff that like you kind of had to like be in the know for. Like they didn't really kind of showcase that or anything like that. And like all of a sudden we found out that like Carolina was getting like 2 AIs, like she was in for surgery for it. I'm like, oh, that was kind of sudden. Like, what's going on here type of thing. Well, apparently, whoever we uploaded this videos didn't include episode 13 of Red versus Blue. And if you just go based off the present, it's really not that important. But the past, it's very much needed because but as I'm going to talk about, there's a certain thing that's going to happen. And it was AJ and I were kind of joking around type of thing because, AJ probably would have like given me this scene to talk about, or he would have mentioned this scene himself, and like I would be like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Like I didn't see this. I don't know what you're talking. Say that.
Yeah, I would have been like, not watching the season.
Oh, you would have been like, did you like skip over this episode? You fall asleep? Did you not pay attention? And I'd be like, no, I'd be like, no, AJ, this isn't here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I was watching because I've seen the season before a bunch of times. So I was just kind of skimming it. Like I had it on the background, like as I was driving to work this morning. And then I was like listening to it. And then I like noticed a weird cut where, like it had the present day where a present day scene. And then it cut to the locker room in the past. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure there's a whole episode there. And then I watched a bunch of other re-uploads on YouTube. And I'm like, oh, none of these have episode 13. Because I guess episode 13 kept getting like copyright striked for some reason.
I don't know what about it either, because there's no music or anything, so...
I had to, like, find episode 13 on, like, a different website. Which, again, I don't feel bad for, because, again, Rooster Teeth, if you're going to shut down, make your episodes, like, available for everybody to watch.
Yeah, because as you saw, like, I was a victim of that, so... yeah, so... It's a good thing you watched this season a lot, and, like, type of thing, and, like, remember...
Yeah, watching this for the first time, we both probably would have missed it.
But yeah, let's talk about this big scene that, like, I missed originally. So, it's kind of fitting you gave me this scene to talk about in a way, because this is the scene that I missed originally. So, like, it's kind of weird, because, like, as you're going to talk about the next scene in the past, I think you're supposed to have, like, a different feeling, but because I didn't get this scene first, I didn't have this feeling. So, and, like, I didn't watch this part, I didn't watch this scene. This is the... You know what's weird? This is technically the last new footage I've seen. Well, new to me, anyways. Of
Blue so far, yeah, that is funny.
I told you that I did not watch the show as it was a to be intended. So, yeah. So we see Carolina's upset with herself. Even though she's doing good in the training, she just doesn't really feel like it's good enough for her to beat Tex or anything like that. And Sigma comes in with Gamma. And this was cool because I was also disappointed because we didn't really get Gamma this season either. I was like disappointed about that originally too, but this season fixes that. And as these are the two bad AIs, the two evil AIs, and Sigma's kind of like manipulating Carolina, like mentioning how, like, you're upset that you're having to compete because you're, like, one of the top agents, but it seems like you're consistently competing with Tex, and you just can't seem to shake it. And Sigma says that Tex has an AI. She has the Omega AI, which is the Rage AI. And Carolina, the kind of pieces together, like, well, that's why she's so much better than me. She's not really, like... a good agent in her mind. She just has an AI and she's able to use it, type of thing.
Because Sigma is like, Omega's like the most powerful AI. Like none of us could like compete with him.
Now, was that true, or was he just cocking out of his ass?
It's kind of left open to interpretation. Like I'm like, is Omega the best? Maybe. I could see it.
I think the way I interpret it, I think Sigma was just manipulating the situation. Did it maybe?
Yeah. It's one of those things that it might be true, but he's like gassing it up more than it actually is.
So doing this, Tex is in the training facility, and that the director.
Well, real quick, when Carolina leaves, Sigma's like, Carolina's like, you just gave me an idea, and Sigma says, I hope you use it well. Ideas are one of like our most powerful tools. And then, Sigma and Gamma disappear, and then you see Wyoming walk into frame. He doesn't have his helmet on. He looks at the camera and then winks. So, we're gonna talk about, the director seems like he's constantly like fucking over South Dakota, like on purpose for his experiment. Carolina in present day talks about how she thinks that like her Sigma going to Maine and Maine becoming the meta was like even though it went haywire, it was director's plan for that to happen, kind of. And here, the implication seems to be that like the AIs and maybe the director are like pushing Carolina in this direction on purpose.
So again, I probably didn't.
Carolina, and Gamma is, Sigma and Gamma are like, man, we can't beat Omega on our own. Like, we would need to work together to like, beat Omega and Tex.
That's true. I probably didn't catch the...
Like winks at the camera.
Can you say that again?
And then again, after Carolina leaves, Wyoming like winks at the camera, like he played. So the idea seems to be that like the director was kind of, like kind of being like, hey, maybe have Carolina get 2-II. Let's see how. Because remember, when we first hear about Carolina, well, not first time, but when we get a big info on Carolina in season 6, Delta's talking about how like, oh yeah, Carolina got 2-II. So like the idea seems to be like that was another one of the director's ideas. And he's like manipulating Carolina to want to.
Yeah. Which is fucked because you find out this is
dangerous, and that's your daughter.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, I didn't catch the wink the first go around because I only watched this like right before we did this video, so I probably would have watched if I had been able to watch this twice like I was supposed to. I probably would have caught it. So, but yeah, so yeah, Tex and the director and stuff are on the medical field, not the medical field, the training facility. And I like this. You see like Carolina talking to someone like in the background, so like something's about to happen. So I like that you saw it in the background first before like anything happened. And she tosses like a military guy, and she's upset because like he gave Tex like one of the best AIs, and she's sick and tired of waiting, and she wants an AI. She feels like she's ready to finally have an AI, and the director says, and she also talks about how like the directors coming up with these decisions are like bullshit. You're just throwing them out of thin air and all that type of stuff. And but the director says, all right, well, there's 2 AIs that are set to, that are already ready to go and everything like that. And they're supposed to go to the next people on the list, which is South Dakota and Washington. And well, do you remember the names of the AIs? Because I actually don't remember them. Because again, I don't... Say it again.
Ada and Iota. Okay.
So again, I only watched this once, so
they only their names like once, and we never even hear them like talk. Like we don't even know their personalities.
Right, but Carolina. Well, first, she has to pick like who's gonna get moved down the list of like getting an AI, and obviously I went back and listened to the names. And obviously, this is the director's doing this shit on purpose because he's purposely not, finding reasons to not give South Dakota an AI, and obviously this allowed him one of them. And again, like we joked about earlier, didn't even have to try to like come up with ways to fuck over South Dakota. So, but obviously, this is a big thing because. Obviously, I'll just say this scene that I mentioned, the wash part of it, why this is a big thing. Carolina decides, well, you know what? I think I can handle it, and I want to prove I'm better than Tex. Why don't you give me 2 AIs? I want to see if I can actually like function with 2 AIs. And, the director agrees and everything like that. But yeah, this is obviously a big deal because, had Wash gotten his AI when he was supposed to, he obviously wouldn't have gotten Epsilon, and, it obviously would change his whole character for basically the whole show and everything.
Severe PTSD, yeah, so that would have changed a lot.
Yeah, and honestly, weirdly enough, he's the one that ends up taking down Project Freelancer, like, in the present and everything like that. So this is just kind of like...
But yeah, Carolina making this decision here, like, ended up resulting in Project Freelancer being shut down.
Yep. And that could be why, like, maybe she doesn't really know how to feel about Wash type of thing. Like, I don't know if she... Because obviously she knows what happened to Wash getting Epsilon. So, like, does she kind of feel responsible a little bit for, like... Wash getting PTSD.
Yeah. Insight on that because we find out she feels responsible for Maine, because she's like, oh my god, poor Maine, he got my AI, and that's what resulted in him becoming a monster, But yeah, we don't really get any of her thoughts on Washington and Epsilon. That would have been a nice little thing if she like felt bad about that.
Okay, because again, I haven't watched the present. Now seeing this scene now because I haven't. I've only seen this scene once. So.
When they're at the when Washington's being like, oh hey, we fought the meta here, and then Well, one little detail I like is Carolina never calls him the meta. She always calls him name.
Yeah.
He feels bad about what happened to him. He doesn't want to like call him the meta.
Yeah, but I really like this scene a lot. It alters the past and alters the show in a big way. And I almost never see it. It was just pretty. I probably like the scene more for the fact that like it was almost lost media to me, if you think about it.
Yeah, that is funny. And I do like how aggressive Tex was because before Carolina got there, Council was being like, "Oh, you're being really aggressive lately." So obviously Omega, and then she was like getting in Carolina's face because Carolina was talking shit. But then after Carolina got the director to give her two, Tex kind of was like, "You know what? I gave you props. That was gutsy."
Yeah. And honestly, oh my gosh, that whole fight scene changes my opinion on it. Like, again, me missing this scene, I didn't get to feel, I didn't feel any of these probably emotions I was probably supposed to feel. I'm like feeling.
This right here is like sets up their like fight they're supposed to have.
And I missed it. You know what's weird? Like, you're getting my like in live reactions of how I'm supposed to be feeling to this fight. Like, right the.
I'm so glad I caught that. Like, this was such a big episode to miss.
Yeah. So like when you talk about it, you're getting my like IOL reaction of that fight, like in a weird, like I know the fight happened, but like I didn't see this fucking scene before, and so you're getting my reaction to it like now.
I don't know now, yeah. But yeah, cutting to the scene that you thought was next, and if South Dakota is pissed off that her getting an AI has been delayed again. Which again is like if you hadn't seen the last episode, it's like what the fuck? Why is Carolina all of a sudden getting two?
Yeah.
South Dakota's like pacing back and forth, punching shit, and Washington's trying to calm her down, being like, "Hey, don't worry, like I've already been put back on the schedule to get mine." And she's pissed, and Washington's like, "Oh, I shouldn't have said that." But also, this is like when Washington says like, "Oh, don't worry, I'm already scheduled for my AI, my replacement." That's still like, oh, fuck, that's Epsilon.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Because, Epsilon hasn't been made yet, but when he says, like, oh, yeah, don't worry, I'm already scheduled for my replacement AI, like, obviously, that replacement AI is Epsilon. It's like, oh, fuck, yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, well, I probably thought nothing when I heard replacement AI, because, again, I hadn't seen that scene earlier, so.
Well, again, it's such a quick, like blink and you miss it kind of thing, but it's like, oh, fuck, if you catch it, you know what that means.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and South Dakota's pissed, and again, she's like, why is Carolina special? Why does she get two? Why is Tex special? Why does she, not have to use the locker room like the rest of us? And she, like, punches the locker that was Tex's. Now at that moment, Tex walks in, and she kind of gets in South Dakota's face and says, like, hey, pick up the stuff that fell out of the locker. And South Dakota backs down, and she basically picks it up and gives it to Tex and storms off.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, Tex got in her face, being like, "Oh, you think you're tough? All right, fight me right now."
Yep.
And then North kind of walks after her to make sure she's okay. I guess, and then Tex was in there looking for Carolina, and that's interesting that Tex was going out of her way to look for Carolina.
Yeah, because obviously shows like even though they have this rivalry, she's like worried about what her fate.
Yeah, goes in there being like, "Oh, look, I don't know what your intentions are, but she's in surgery. Don't come in here looking to pick a fight." But I don't think Tex was looking to pick a fight. Like you said, I think Tex was kind of worried about her. Because, that was, since we already said it, since Tex is technically like her mom, I like the idea that Tex, even though Tex doesn't know that, if like Tex kind of like a part of her is like worried about Carolina.
Right. I probably, admittedly, I thought she was picking a fight because, again, I hadn't seen that other scene earlier, so I didn't know, even though I knew she was...
Yeah. At first viewing, I think the idea is that, like, oh, yeah, Texas wants to pick a fight with Carolina. But I think after, you find out that reveal, it's supposed to be, like, Tex kind of, like, subconsciously, like, cares about Carolina because they're related.
Yeah, I don't think motherly instincts really ever go away either, even if you don't know you have them type of thing, so...
Yeah. Conscious thing, because Church in the Present talks about how like Tex was like one of her biggest regrets was like not saving Carolina when she thought she was dead.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think the idea is that like Tex cared about Carolina.
Yep.
But yeah, they also, York and Washington say they're going to the medical bay. Recovery 1 is where they're going to check on Carolina. That was pretty on the nose.
Yeah, I like that.
Because York is like, yeah, we're going down to recovery. And Washington says, like, yeah, recovery 1. Obviously, because he ends up being recovery 1.
I like that a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of a little, but kind of like, because the reason he becomes a recovery 1 is because of what happens with Epsilon and everything like that, so.
Yeah. But I like to kind of extend an olive branch to Tex, be like, hey, we're going to go check on Carolina. You should come with us. And Tex, doesn't shut it down. She's like, yeah, I'll meet you guys there. Because she noticed dog tags in her locker that aren't hers.
Yep. I remember, too, I don't think I caught this originally, because obviously I don't think we had that scene yet in the present. But obviously these dog tags become like a big reason why they find the director in the present, so.
Yeah. Yeah, so they head down to Recovery 1, not the miniseries, the medical wing. And, Carolina wakes up. Before she wakes up, they're talking about Maine, who's also in the medical wing for his headaches that he's been getting. And, of course, we know that Sigma kind of, like, slowly taking over Maine's mind. And it's sad, too, because, again, Maine can't talk. So, basically, like, he's, like, suffering silently. And, like, he can't even, like, communicate that to everybody.
Yeah. Oh, that really, yeah. So, like, yeah. That kind of, that really brings it home, like, was he going through this, like, in the present and everything like that, too, type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like even to present day, Sigma was, like, breaking him down, yeah.
Yeah. And then, before this, they had, like, mentioned, there was, like, what's it called? Like, consequences, or, that you get, like, you get headaches, and everything like that, like, from the AIs and stuff. Like, there's certain, like, not flashbacks. We've been doing this video so long, I can't even think of the word right now, so, it's the thing you get, like, when you're taking medications and they give you all these warnings, of, like, what could happen if you take these medications and everything like that.
Yeah. Do you want to, since we don't have, after I talk about this next thing, do you want to cut, and, like, talk about the rest with the present?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. There's not that much left, but, the present will be shorter. Yeah, so, yeah, one little detail, I like that Wyoming was already there before York and Washington got there.
Yeah, that was good.
Again, take any Wyoming screen time we can get.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carolina wakes up and she's immediately like, I want a match. And then, I guess Tex agreed, because of course she's kind of interested in Carolina as well. But of course this match was not sanctioned by the director, which does make me kind of curious because, again, the implication was that the director was the one who with the idea to get Carolina to AI, but maybe he wasn't. Again, they leave it vague. You could argue he did it and he didn't.
Right.
Or, like, he did want Carolina to get 2 AIs, but he didn't want her fighting Tex. Because they're all talking about, like, oh, man, if the director finds out, we're all in big trouble. Because they're down there, and York is trying to coach her. And, be like, hey, take it easy. You just had surgery. Just use the weapons you're used to. But then she's just, like, ignoring him and, like, picking up, like, every weapon she could find.
Yeah. I like that a lot.
And then Phyllis is like, York, you leave the area. And she's like, in a minute, Phyllis. And she's like, York, either leave or join the match. And then he's like, all right, you know what? I would stay to support you, but she's really damn scary. And then I like how Carolina just stares at him. Mm-hmm. And she's like, and then he, you know what? Maybe you're both pretty scary. Things like that make me think they are actually dating, because that seems like such a, couple thing, like Carolina gets a little jealous. Like, hey, who do you think is, like, I'm the scary girlfriend here.
Yeah, I like that a lot, Or you're like, you say something, like, bad that offends your girlfriend, so you have to, like, backtrack afterwards type of thing, so.
Like, that makes me think they are actually, like, in a relationship, and it's not just, like, they have feelings for each other.
Yeah.
But I feel like this scene where, because, again, Carolina is, like, under the impression, like, oh, Tex is only better than me because she has Omega. But then we get a scene where from Tex's POV where Omega pops up, and then she's like, "Hey, Omega, I got this. Like, you like sit this one out."
Yeah, I like this a lot.
I guess, and then we find out when she talks to North later, she hasn't been using Omega much.
Yeah, so I really like this, because, everyone else has been kind of struggling to use the AIs and get different feelings on it. And I think Tex, really doesn't feel like she needs the AI. And, obviously because of what Omega is. And this kind of ends up being sad because obviously this is the thing that kind of causes, the meta to get Tex is because of she goes into that ship and, yeah. So
it is funny that this is like the only scene of Omega this season because he was like, Wyoming was a villain in seasons 1 through 5. Omega was like the villain of seasons 1 through 5.
Yeah, so it's weird.
So yeah, I wouldn't say it's worse than Wyoming because Wyoming shows up and he gets shit on. Omega here is just like a quick little thing. Like he wasn't hurt, but he wasn't helped either.
Yeah, I agree.
There actually was a deleted scene with Omega where Tex was supposed to like confront Omega after the scene. Because Omega was egging her on to like kill Carolina.
Yeah.
And she was supposed to, hey, Omega, what the fuck was that about? But they ended up cutting that scene, which I kind of wish we got that.
Yeah. I wish we got that, yeah.
Yeah. But the fight's about to begin, and I like how they both say, like, because Phyllis says, like, good luck, ladies, and they both say, like, thanks, I won't need it, kind of showing how similar they are.
Yeah, I really like that.
The fight's about to begin, they charge at each other, and the director walks in being like, what's going on here? And then he freaks out and screams, oh no, Allison! Like, he gets worried about Tex. Which, again, fucked up that he's, like, his immediate thought is worrying about Tex, but not giving a shit about his daughter.
Yeah, when I saw that the second go around, knowing what I knew, I, like, rewound and, like, wow. Like, you don't even care. This isn't even your actual wife either, like, type of thing. And, like, you care more about, like, a computer program than, like, your daughter type of, like, your actual daughter.
Even his actual wife, exactly. But I like as soon as he says Allison, all the AR start freaking out. Wyoming, because he has Gamma, Maine, because he has Sigma, York and Delta, like North and Theta, they all start like falling to the ground, holding their head, like, and they all keep like muttering Allison over and over again.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah.
And then you see the sarcophagus, which is being guarded by 2 guards, starts like making a bunch of noises and like freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's our first hint that whatever's in the sarcophagus is alive.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. And then, Tex for some reason doesn't freak out. I guess because she's Allison, it doesn't really affect her.
Right.
Because she's like, what the fuck is going on? Because Carolina starts, like, goes to the ground and she's like, the others kind of recover after a couple minutes. But Carolina's, like, on the ground still screaming, like, make it stop, make it stop. And then the counselor points out, like, hey, she has 2. We have no idea how that'll affect her brain. Like, it could, like, severely fuck her up. And the director says, nope, she made her choice. Leave her be. We're not even going to sedate her.
Well, yeah, and obviously, I probably didn't really get what that see. I thought that meant, like, she just chose to go in this fight, like, after having surgery, but obviously that means so much more, because she just gave the director shit about making choices and everything like that. So, and, she chose to have 2 AIs, so...
Yeah, because remember, Carolina said, like, hey, you won't regret this. And the director said, you're right, I very much doubt I will regret it. Basically being like, yeah, if you got injured, it's not my issue. That's your problem.
Yeah. And I like this, too, because, don't forget, too, like, not only does she have 2 AIs, she did this, like, immediately coming out of surgery, like... As you see, like, you typically recover for a few days after having an AI. Like, Caroline chose to go have a fight right away and everything like that.
I wonder if being Allison's daughter had an effect, too. Because remember, hearing the word Allison caused them all to freak out. So it kind of makes me wonder if, like, that also had an effect on Carolina, because she obviously personally knew Allison.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, maybe that one's kind of reaching, but, like, definitely having 2 in her head. And like you said, it's straight out of surgery definitely was the main thing.
Yeah, definitely.
But Tex, realizes nobody's coming to help Carolina. She kneels down next to her. And you hear Omega muttering in her head, like, do it, do it, do it. And, like kind of urging Tex to, like, strangle Carolina. But Tech stops herself, and then she says, sorry, kid, but this is for your own good. And she punches Caroline and knocks her out. And I kind of like this as a parallel to season 9, where she started shooting York over and over. And, Washington said, I can't believe she did that to him. That's cold-blooded. And then somebody else said, no, she saved him. That, shooting him with the glue probably, saved him, his life.
Yeah, so her knocking him out
comes off as aggressive, oh man, Carolina's on the ground hurt, and she knocked her out, when it's she punched her to calm her down.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it kind of shows Tex takes care of people in her own twisted way, even type of thing. So
yeah. What do you think? What were your opinions on this first viewing, and what were your opinions on this after knowing more about the director Allison and Carolina?
Yeah, this is just the first viewing. Well, again, I didn't have that scene either of her deciding to get 2 AIs, so I didn't really know what.
Out of nowhere, yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't really know what the director meant at first when he meant this was her decision. I thought what he meant was she chose to go, have a fight right after surgery instead of recovering. I didn't realize she had chosen to go have 2 AIs and everything like that. So seeing that now really third viewing, I guess. Seeing that scene, really brings it home and everything like that. Yeah, first viewing of this, it just kind of showed how helpless the director was, that he really wasn't looking out for the people that have been going to bat for him and doing all these missions for him. Because before, he thought very highly of his freelancers and everything like that, and the fact that they're all suffering, having headaches because of his project, really showed kind of how helpless he was. And it kind of made sense, that Carolina kind of had this reaction too, and she was the longest. Originally, I thought, because she was the newest to have it in AI, she just got them fresh, so she wasn't used to this feeling yet or anything like that. But coming back to it, because she chose to have the 2 AIs, and maybe, like you said, that might be reaching, but I could see something maybe because she knew Allison personally, maybe some feelings came back up, and she was getting maybe some visions, the AIs were feeling something, and maybe it made her feel it more type of thing, so that's why she suffered more. Yeah. And then, the fact that, Tex didn't really feel anything, I was kind of thinking that, is it because, she's Allison and everything like that, she's that person. And then, when Tex kind of put her out of her misery, I kind of saw that as if, it was to get her to stop suffering, but maybe I also saw that as to get the voices, in her head to stop type of thing, a way to kind of, have so that way the AI is not completely controlling her. She's kind of giving the AI what she wants is to beat her up, but not completely.
Yeah. I wanted her to do more, and she's all right, I'm not gonna kill her, but I'll punch her. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah, really. And it's also as we talked about, how it seems like some of the AIs have some lingering memories. Obviously, as soon as they heard the word Allison, they all flipped the fuck out. So they all seem to remember Allison somewhat,
Yeah. So it's pretty sad here. But yeah, I guess we'll just cut it here because we probably could tough through the video, but the next couple of scenes,
I want to be fresh for that because we're kind of losing steam.
Yeah, because we've been doing this for a little over 3 hours, so we'll come back and talk about the rest of the past and then the present. So.
Point next.
Oh, yeah, we'll be right back.
Oh my God, we're wearing completely different clothing. That's so strange.
Side effects, AJ. That's the word I couldn't think of a few days ago. Side effects. Yeah.
Oh God.
And because I remember. I think now it's been a few days, but I think it was North was talking about North or York. I think it was one of those two was mentioning, all of them were feeling side effects during the AIs and everything like that. And I just could not I couldn't think of the word. I think I spent a good minute or so trying to come up with it. And then of course, about 2 minutes after I ended the call with you, I immediately came to mind. So there you go.
Yeah. So probably a good idea that we split this up. We were going to split it up anyway, but now the finale of the past can get its attention while we're fresh, which is good. But yeah, as we left off, Tex had knocked out Carolina because the director screamed, "No, Allison!" And all the AI started flipping out. And of course, everybody who shared a mind with the AI were also freaking out. And this is interesting. Of course, we heard like York and North and everybody were also screaming like Allison, Allison, which is cool. Because if you're, this is kind of a hint at what happens with Washington. Because if you remember in season 8, Washington was the one who called Tex Allison to church. So that's kind of a hint that what's going to happen with Washington shortly.
Yep, that's true.
But we also talked about how Omega didn't only got like one scene for like 2 seconds, and there was a cut scene where Tex was going to confront Omega after the whole thing with Carolina, and I wish that made it in because again, Omega didn't really get anything in this season, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he was the big villain at the end of season 5. I mean, really, of the whole Blood Gulch era.
Like 1 through 5, really.
Yeah. So. But yeah, we're picking things back up. This is presumably, roughly after the fight and everything like that. It's been a couple of days because they mentioned, because York is by Carolina's side, and it seems like a couple of days have gone by because Tex walks by and mentioned he's been there, all this time. I forget exactly how many days, but it was presumably a couple of days. So
they don't say. Typically, North just says oh yeah, York's been by your side this whole time, and Tex is the whole time it's been days.
Yeah,
and North is yeah, he's very dedicated. And I do like this, where they both have their helmets off, and York is sleeping next to her, holding her hand.
Yeah, this was good. I like this a lot.
Again, further implying that these two are in an actual relationship. It's not just they have feelings for one another, but they're not official.
Yeah, and doing all of this, Tex is coming in to check on her, and obviously, with the reveal later on that the director was Carolina's father, was this motherly instincts kicking in for Tex type of thing? Obviously because Tex is technically Carolina's mother in a way, and all that type of stuff, since she sees Allison and everything like that, and Tex mentions to North that South was trying to petition to get one of Carolina's AIs. And obviously that's kind of uncalled for. It's kind of one of those read the room moments. Everyone just had a breakdown.
It's like imagine you died, and then I was like, damn, that's sad. Hey, by the way, dibs on all of this shit,
I mean, honestly, this is going to be a weird comparison, but it's not a good comparison, because I've been meaning to talk about this with you, kind of like how Molly was acting in episode 7 of Yellow Jackets.
Oh, yeah, literally. Well, yeah, they're talking about, Crystal and being dead, and they're like, oh, yeah, that'd be really sad if she died, but, if she was dead, I mean, I guess we could eat her, just saying.
Also, they just had this big death with the baby and everything like that too, and everyone seems to be taking it well, but Molly doesn't seem any different at all. She's the same heartless character she's been.
Oh, yeah, Mari just doesn't give a fuck. Mari is a sociopath.
I think so. And again, I think we talked about this before, but I don't think if this is intentional. I think it's intentional, but I don't think it's the writer's intention to have
very unlikable, but instead, it's coming off as. They're cranking it up to 11. She's going from kind of mean to just a full-on psycho.
Yeah, and I don't think that's their intention.
Yeah.
But anyhow, that's the comparison I can make, because South kind of, this, everyone just had a breakdown with the AIs, and Carolina's been in, recovery for, a few days, and South is, all she cares about is the AI. But the difference is, this is intentional, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's not okay.
Yeah, South Dakota is very obviously an evil psycho.
Yeah. But, North, says that's really uncalled for. I'm going to talk to her about that. And, Tex is having a conversation with North, asking how he got used to having an AI and everything like that.
like that text says like, "Hey, one soldier to another. Keep an eye on your sister." You know, and obviously, of course, unfortunately, North didn't heed this advice.
No, unfortunately not. I mean, then again, though, like, I kind of can't blame him, obviously, because that's his sister at the end of the day. So it's.
Of course, I totally understand him, and of course, you know, everybody's like sees that South is like has some issues, and you know, North is being her brother is like obviously has a soft spot for her and like assumes the best out of her. But you know, so that is sad that like his good nature ended up doing him in.
Yeah, but Tex is asking North. You know, how long did it take for him to get used to his AI? He says, it took a little bit of getting used to, but why? Have you been having an issue with yours? And Tex says she's having, like, even more of an issue, because obviously she's used to being, like, a real good fighter. And, you know, obviously she doesn't want to rely on him and all that type of stuff. So we find out that she's had her AI offline for a while, and, like, has kept it, you know, doesn't want the director to know about it or anything like that. And, she kind of takes off and tells North, like, hey, like, let me know if Carolina wakes up or if she doesn't. And it's not one of those, like, malicious, like, if she doesn't, then, like, you can tell it's, like, more like she cares about it and all that type of stuff.
Which kind of ties in the locker room theme earlier, where everybody was assuming Tex was going into the locker room to pick a fight with Carolina, when it's more likely that, like you said, motherly instinct, Tex was actually kind of concerned for her.
Which, again, I didn't pick up on because I didn't see that scene before then, so...
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Theta comes out and says, you know, I'm starting to kind of like her and everything like that. And North's like, yeah, she grows on you. But they're both still terrified of her, which, you know, makes sense considering the fact that... and I feel like that's kind of how the audience started feeling about Tex, like, early on in the season. Like, she's someone you want to be afraid of and everything like that, but once she kind of warms up to her, you can see that softer spot on you. Like, yeah, but she's still, like, a badass and everything like that. So, but I really like the scene between Tex and North. It's very wholesome, and it's, like, the first time... like, Tex has really, like, opened up to anyone in the past and everything like that we've seen and everything like that. So, I really like this a lot. You know, what did you think of this? I thought this was awesome.
Yeah, very small little scene. And again, I like that they're establishing this bond, this short bond between Tex and North. Of course, because North ends up helping Tex later. And, you know, North has been established as one of the nicer freelancers. So, you know, it's nice to see them interact, because mainly it's been North interacting with his sister York in Washington.
Yep.
So, like we said earlier, season 10's been doing a really good job of having like these small little moments between characters in between the big action.
Yeah. And then we get another big scene out of this, though. Doing all of this, we see inside like.
Oh, yeah. I have to mention that this scene has a little. You know, has a little foreshadowing, because Tex says, you know, because, you know, South Dakota is, you know, up trying to petition for AI. And North is like, oh, man, after what happened to Carolina, they got to stop, like, you know, giving people AIs now, right?
I knew it was forgetting something, yeah.
Surgery next.
Ooh, and that was, yeah, once I heard Wash was up for surgery next, I was like, uh-oh, like, that's not good.
We already got a line about this earlier where Wash said, like, oh, hey, don't worry, Stealth, they already put me back in the lineup, so, like, you know, you'll probably be soon after me. But, you know, this is, like, a confirmation of, like, oh, he's getting Epsilon, like, soon. And, yeah, sure enough, this scene.
Yeah.
Take it away.
So, we see, like, inside of, like, a computer program and everything like that. And instantly I'm like, no, they're actually not going to do this. We actually got to see, like, Alpha, like, in his full body form. I think I told you this off camera the other day. The only scene I actually thought we were going to get with Alpha was that little scene we got in season 9 when, you know, him and the director were talking and everything like that.
Yeah.
So...
that still was the only scene where we got Alpha, like, full, you know, except at this point, he's already been broken down so much.
Yeah. But I thought, like, that was going to be, like, it in general and everything like that, so.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to see some of what Alpha's been going through, you know? I think seeing it really shows, like, how, you know, like, Bernie Burns voicing Church did such a good job here. Like, he really just comes off as so, like, paranoid and broken, and like he's just like on the edge, you know.
Yeah, but yeah, so Alpha is like you said, on the verge of breakdown, pretty much, and the council's like asking, like, "Hey, are you there, Alpha?" And Alpha's just like, "Yes, I'm here. Like, I'm trying to get all the stigmas together and everything like that." But he like wants to know what's going on because he clearly knows something bad happened and everything like that. And the director tells Alpha that there was a fight and there was a couple of deaths in the fight. And obviously, this is. I remember we made the joke about this last season, I think, about the ways that the director tortured the Alpha and everything like that. And we actually got to see one of those ways, and it wasn't one of the jokes we've been making. It's pretty brutal. He mentions, that Washington was a casualty in this death. Because he mentioned there's like 2 deaths, and one of them was Wash. And the other one was Tex. And obviously he knows that that's going to just sting at the Alpha. And this is really cool because obviously the director went through this when the actual Allison died and everything like that. And he's using like his struggles and what he's been going through and putting it onto Alpha and everything like that.
Yeah, that basically the director knows Alpha hearing that Allison is dead, it would like fuck him up because it like ruined him.
Yeah.
I also like that, Tex said this in season 8, that like the director would, put Alpha in situations where he was designed to fail and like people would die, and he would make him think it's his fault. So it's not only does the director making Alpha think that like Tex is dead, but he's saying like, oh, security failed, and Alpha's job is to like handle security. That's
right, yeah.
Making Alpha think that like it's his fault that Tex and like a bunch of other freelancers are dying.
Doing all this, as you've said before, we found out that some of the AIs were helping the director in torturing the Alpha. So we see Gamma, not Epsilon, but
imagine.
Well, that wouldn't be good. But it was Gamma. What's
Omega?
Yeah, Omega. What's Elijah Wood's name in this?
Right, let's call him Elijah Wood. Elijah Wood, hot off the set of Yellow Jackets. That hasn't happened yet, but Yellow Jackets.
But yeah, Elijah Wood, Stigma, and Omega. Oh, Sigma. That's right.
You keep.
Hey, you kept doing that with Natalie when in the beginning.
You're
so
true. You kept calling her Natalia. You're right. Yeah, fair enough.
But we see that they're helping the director torture the Alpha and everything like that. And he, they come out and said that like he's broken and everything like that. And he has all of them log off, but Sigma, like asked, like, I want to see how this process is done now and everything like that. And he's like, no, Sigma, like this is done pretty much, like log off. And everyone logs off. And as I've mentioned before, this time around, when Sigma logs off, he doesn't really log off. It's fake. He like goes into like the camera that's in there so he can like see this process done. This was a really cool scene, because obviously in the present we've seen like they put this to use by putting like Epsilon into like a bunch of stuff. Like as earlier we saw them go into like the vehicle, or he goes into people's minds, or he went into the that like alien device and all that stuff. So it's kind of cool that we saw it happening.
Yeah, Sigma kind of used the same thing, going into a nearby camera instead of actually logging off.
Yeah, and Sigma sees how this process is done, and we find out that Alpha is starting to become broken and everything like that. So they bring in the Epsilon unit pretty much. Go ahead.
I was going to say, they bring in the sarcophagus.
That's right, the sarcophagus.
From season 9.
Yeah, the thing that's been used to, like, torture the Alpha and everything like that. And we find out that this is where the Epsilon unit comes from. They get the equipment together, and you get a really cool scene where, the director says, "Happy birthday, Epsilon." And this wasn't a very easy scene to watch because obviously, that Washington's supposed to get Epsilon.
Well, it's also fucked up. The name of this episode was Happy Birthday.
Oh, obviously I didn't know that because,
You're watching this whole season. Also, I wanted to point out so I was really confused by this scene when I first saw it because again I'm not really a Halo fan, but I looked up afterwards what the sarcophagus was. So inside the sarcophagus was an alien called an engineer because you see the show of it and you hear like creepy like alien music. So basically in Halo, engineers are like aliens that are really, really good with like technology. So basically the director, would torture Alpha till he was like ready to split off a part of him. Then he had the engineer that was inside the sarcophagus come out and basically like take all the broken bits of Alpha's mind and like put them, like you said, in a spare unit. In this case, Epsilon went into the Epsilon unit.
Yeah, this was also a cool scene because obviously the last few seasons we've gotten to know not Alpha, well him too, but also Epsilon. Epsilon's been like the main character of season 9 and 10, and obviously season 8, he was a really big character in that show.
So it's like fucked up that like the church that was the main character for seasons 1 through 6 had to be tortured in order for us to get the main character of seasons 7 through 10.
Actually, you talked about this in season 8. You mentioned we got like a reunion, or like all the villains were together. All the churches were together, actually, technically, in this.
Right. This is the only scene where all 3 churches are together. That's a really good point.
Yeah, so, this is really cool. And, you see that Sigma, I almost did it, but I didn't do it this time, was watching all of this. And, this is kind of giving him the idea of, that putting all the AIs together and everything like that. And as you know, I'll talk about the next scene that we get, like, well, not with him, but like with Maine, is obviously him becoming the meta. So this is like a really cool scene and everything like that.
Yeah. I think this was like seeing this is the final nail in the coffin for Sigma to be like, okay, yep, we're doing the meta thing. We're getting all the AI.
Yeah, so I like the scene a lot. Epsilon being born was, pretty much Epsilon being born was like the end of the Alpha and the end of the Project Freelancer thing. I know it was technically the stuff with Wash, but, this was pretty much the end of it because Wash's surgery is up pretty soon after this and everything like that.
Yeah.
So,
it is interesting how the director didn't, like, know anything. Because remember, the director did not know Epsilon was the memory.
yeah.
It is a little, and we saw the first scene with them meeting Delta. It is a little weird that like the director just put Epsilon in Washington, like not knowing what Epsilon was like. Because remember, the first time Epsilon was put in Washington's head, it just killed itself, and it's weird that the director didn't like do anything before, like he didn't test Epsilon before putting him in Washington's fucking head.
Especially, too, that because we just had that scene where all the AIs just, like, freaked out and everything like that. You would think that would be the one you want to test.
Exactly. You figure, he would be like, hey, you know what? Before we, like, put Epsilon in somebody's head, we should, like, see what he's like, his personality.
But I guess, maybe the director was, like, so obsessed with getting this project done and ending the war. Maybe he didn't think that through.
Yeah, you're right. The director was probably just getting antsy and was like rushing.
Yeah, because you could tell that this was. This is the first time we've seen this, but everyone was kind of in a rush this time around and everything like that.
Yeah, you're right. With before the director said like, "Oh, hey, we have a new fragment," and Council was like, "Oh, that's ahead of schedule."
So maybe they're just trying to wrap up and end this war like as quick as possible. As quick as possible.
Fair enough. The director was probably just in a rush and was being careless.
It'd be funny if he actually did test every single one and Epsilon was the one that he didn't test type of thing.
Yeah, I know, right? The one that, like, fucked everything up.
Yeah. But anyhow...
it also makes me wonder what Epsilon's personality was before. Because obviously, when we see him in season 7, he's, like, been told stories by Caboose and everybody. So, he's a lot more like Church, like Alpha.
Yeah.
And, the only thing we know about his personality before that is he tried to kill himself because of all the torture. So, my guess is Epsilon didn't really have a personality. Epsilon was just like a jumbled mess of like memories. Like it didn't really have a personality of its own.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
he didn't really get to build it either, because the second he got into someone's head, like you said, he killed himself. So, because obviously, Delta was very analytical, and that's what's kind of cool about seeing Delta in the past, because when York dies in the, not only the present anymore, but like when he dies years later, he was gonna stay with York until he died, pretty much, if Wash didn't come pick him up.
Exactly. That's why it's nice seeing Delta and York talking a lot in this season, because obviously we know Delta, despite being like purely logical, like not really caring about emotions, he ended up developing enough emotions that he was gonna die with York.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So, speaking of fun, happy times, Tex. This is a really nice scene where two characters are getting a big truth bomb dropped on them at the exact same time. That is, of course, Agent Texas and Agent Washington.
And so, and actually three, Church too. Epsilon in the present, because obviously he go.
And you're right, yeah, because in the present, this was like the last scene for Epsilon to be like, hey, I just remembered everything.
Yeah, so this is a big scene. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So I'm gonna guess, was this just through Epsilon's POV then?
I'm guessing, because so they didn't do we said this in season 9, but like, they didn't do a super good job establishing that what we're seeing in the past is Epsilon remembering it. Yeah. Especially because there's a lot of scenes where Epsilon wouldn't know about some of this stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I think they should have done a better job at establishing that, like, okay, Epsilon is, like, remembering these at specific points.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, if you remember, back in the locker room scene, Tex found some dog tags in her locker. And present day, when Carolina finds these dog tags in the plane crash, Epsilon said, hey, wait, Tex didn't have dog tags. So now we get to find out who these dog tags belong to, and they belong to CT, the good one, not the shit one.
Yep.
And Tex goes into the classroom and uses the computer, and gets a message from CT, establishing that she left this message with Texas in case she either had ran away from Project Freelancer or was dead. Of course, Connie probably didn't realize that Tex would be the one to kill her. But,
no, I don't think so.
And like I said before, kind of fucked up that one couple ended up killing another.
Do I need to put those? Yeah.
Not the same Tex, but not the same Tex in church, but whatever.
Because I was about to say, do I need to put those nerd glasses on again? I know.
Well, even Church was confused on who was dating Tex. Remember when Caboose was like, "So wait, did the middle guy have a girlfriend?" And Church was like, maybe."
Yeah.
you know, even the show's confused on who was dating who. But yeah, CT explained that she left Project Freelancer because she always felt something was wrong with the program, and she did some digging and realized the director broke a big rule, one of the only rules that they don't just slap you on the wrist for. And, so basically a bunch of files open up. Tex clicks on the one about AI, and we get to see a bunch of names, Alpha, Delta, etc. And then Beta was the only one with a big password on it. It was that was restricted.
Yep.
And you also get to see, which is really cool, a bunch of titles on the emotions. So you see logic, creativity, which is Delta, the deceit, which is Gamma, trust, which is Theta, and we see a couple that we actually don't know. We saw happiness, we saw sadness. So kind of showing that there are some other AI that we haven't seen.
So I know it's supposed to be a big reveal. So they mentioned, that the meta ended up getting them all. Well, not all of them, but a good chunk of them, except Epsilon. So he had all these AIs in his head all at once, pretty much, if you think about it.
Oh, yeah. I saw with Carolina, that's really bad to have two of them.
Yeah, and he has and one of them's Sigma, which is not probably the one you want in your head either. So.
But Sigma's the one calling the shots too. So ugh, that's a big fuck up.
I wonder how that worked. When Alpha went in, was Alpha calling the shots there, or was it Sigma? I wonder how that worked.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point, because, obviously the meta was, glitching the fuck out before the EMP went off. So I imagine it was kind of going back and forth between Alpha and Sigma.
Yeah, I kind of wish we could have got, a small...
Well, I met his head and like what was happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been cool. But yeah, eventually after Tex is done scrolling, she enters a password to get more information on the beta AI. And this, again, I'm curious how much Tex knew. Because in Season 9, it seemed like Tex knew she was an AI because her shoulder was, like, glitching out when she got shot.
Yeah.
And she was always, like, again, she had, like, a separate locker room. She wasn't taking AI classes with everybody else. So it seemed like Tex already knew she was an AI. But from this, she didn't know specifically about, like, Allison. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because after she gets this information, like, she balls her fist up and everything like that, and, like...
Yeah, and she also probably didn't know all the AI were, like, how they were being created, you know? Like, she didn't know the Alpha was being tortured.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would think... I wouldn't think...
Yeah.
But, I don't think I don't think she knew, maybe that the AIs were based off things, and probably that, like, what she was based off and everything like that.
I knew very, very little about, like, what specifically was going on.
Yeah.
She was probably just like, oh, I'm an AI? Okay, I guess. Yeah. But then this is also cool that we see pictures of Allison, and they actually got, like, an actual actress to play Allison and, like, take pictures as her.
Yeah, this was cool.
And we're going to see the full video of where these pictures come from later on, which is really cool.
Well, we see snippets of it in a couple seconds, but yeah, this is...
But yeah, I just wanted to point out that, like, we get the full thing.
Yeah, this is cool that they chose, like, an actual actress for this and everything like that. And I remember I asked you this, like, off camera, like, was this someone that worked, like, with the Rooster Teeth, like, channel and everything like that? And
or this was, like, an actress for Rooster Teeth, yeah.
Yeah, but this was cool, because we always heard about Allison and everything like that. So this is cool that you got to kind of see, like, Allison and everything like that type of thing.
And I don't know if you remember from way back. I think back when we were doing Blood Gulch, I talked about how the creators talked about how, like, we'll never see, like, the main characters' faces, because they like to, like, they want the fans to kind of, like, have their own ideas of what they look like. But I also mentioned that, like, we kind of know what Tex and Church look like.
That's true.
And, like, this is kind of what I meant. Where, we can assume, because, Allison, Tex would probably look somewhat like her, if not exactly like her.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But yeah, Tex realizes the truth about herself and Alpha, and like you said, she kind of balls up her fist, clearly upset. And while this is going on, like I said, somebody else is getting a big truth bomb, and that is Washington, because he is getting surgery and having Epsilon implanted in his head. And I like before that we saw Carolina undergoing this process. Here we get, like, a POV shot from Washington, because of course they don't want to reveal Washington's face.
Yeah.
We saw the back of his head where he's blonde, but we didn't, like, see his face. And I like that we get to see his POV shot, because we get to see, what he sees while Epsilon is freaking the fuck out. And it's images of Allison, telling, the last time she saw her husband, Director Church, telling him, like, hey, Leonard, stop it. I'm going to be late. I got to go. And, he says, don't hate goodbyes. Don't hate goodbyes. Don't say goodbye. I hate goodbyes. And, you see Washington just, like, throwing shit around the medical area, like, freaking out. And, the director and counselor are screaming to restrain him. And eventually they get him to calm down, and they take him out of the room in a stretcher. And you hear the counselor saying, like, hey, director, what was that he said about goodbyes?
That wasn't...
So,
I didn't pick up on this, that the director, like, doesn't really know, like, about what that means or anything like that. Like, how much...
The director knew what it meant. The counselor was being like, hey, director, what did he mean when he said that?
Yeah, that's what the counsel... so it's interesting the counselor doesn't really know, like, any of this.
Oh, yeah, especially because, the counselor was, like, his right-hand man, yeah. And this is cool because, like I said, it's a little weird the director didn't know Epsilon was the memory, but like you said, he could just be rushing. Because in the present day, or Season 6, we found out the director never had, like, concrete proof that Washington knew what they did to the Alpha, but he had his suspicions.
Yeah.
So this is kind of where the director kind of got the idea, okay, Washington might have gotten Epsilon's memories, which is not good. But like, I can't confirm.
Yeah, but I like this a lot, because this is like what, sends Washington down his character path pretty much throughout the whole show, and we heard about this a lot and everything like that. So I really like this, and you really feel bad for Wash here because obviously, I remember, like, it was a critique, but, like, he was very comedic here and everything like that. But it kind of sucks that we had to get, like, this great character, like, one of our favorite characters of the show had to go through this moment to get there and everything like that.
Yeah. And, like, I think that makes his, his how he is in season 6 and, Recovery 1. Like, it's like, oh, damn, such a drastic change, Like, this really fucked him up.
I mean, think about how differently we would feel about this scene, too, had he just died in Recovery 1 like I thought originally. We wouldn't really think much of this at all, but
we wouldn't have gotten as much time with him, yeah.
I think this is cool too, because obviously
from him, like, after this, because, like, we get, like, when he wakes up, but, like, the scene isn't really about him. He's just kind of there, like, confused. I wish we got a bit more of his, like, immediate, like, a personality shift,
Yeah, definitely. But, this is still cool, but yeah, I wish we got, like, immediately, like you said, when the director, like, kicks him off the project now and everything like that, like...
Yeah, because really after this, we find out Washington gets medically discharged, so it's like, that would have been cool if we got to see, like, the director, like you said, kind of just give him the boot.
Yeah. But I like
Especially because we don't really get many scenes with Washington and the director this season. Where last season, that was a pretty good, we got a good amount of time with that, where Washington is like, the director gave us everything, and kind of seeing him, like, get disillusioned with the director a bit.
Yeah. But I like this, though, for what it was. This is really cool, too, because obviously this is one of the big reasons that Wash has his heel turn in Season 7 and everything like that, because obviously he ends up kind of developing trust issues and everything like that. And that's what makes it cooler, because obviously he's still kind of struggling with them in the present, but, like, it seems like they've been resolved, because obviously this was right after, we'll talk about in the present, he's stuck up for the Reds and Blues and everything like that, and like the Reds and the Blues went out of his way to basically put him in hiding, and they had no reason to do so or anything like that type of thing. So
you're right, I do like that aspect, of, like, cutting between the past and present, where we're seeing, like, the beginning of his trust issues, and in the present, we're, like you said, we're kind of seeing him put that behind him and, like, willing to trust the Reds and Blues.
Yeah, so I like this a lot. And then but yeah, I really wish we got some, like, this is why sometimes I wish Season 9 or, like, the Freelancer Saga was kind of a trilogy in a way, because then it would have been nice, because then we could have gotten maybe some, like, immediate after the project shut down, we could have gotten some probably scenes with Wash, like what he's like post-project immediately and everything like that.
I love, and especially seeing, like, what he did in between, leaving Project Freelancer and, like, getting hired back again in Recovery 1.
Yeah, that would have been cool. So,
like, what he's doing in that time, because obviously he still wanted to get revenge on the director, but it's like he's not in the military anymore, so it's like, what can he do? Yeah,
so, and it ends up being pretty interesting, because obviously him getting hired back is essentially what because like I said, Wash is the one that ends Project Freelancer pretty much. So
yeah, and it would have been cool, because of course, like, York and North and Carolina were treating Wash like the goofy comic relief. Like, York was telling him, like, oh yeah, you're easily the worst fighter in the squad and blah blah blah. So seeing reaction to, like, how cold Washington was after Epsilon would have been interesting.
Yeah, like, how many friends did he really have afterwards type of thing. So
yeah, because I'm sure he was completely different. We know he was completely different after, so it would have been cool to see, like, York see how cold Washington became,
like, especially that scene with South. Even though they weren't really seeing eye to eye anymore, where he doesn't really give, that's actually kind of sad to think about it, in Recovery 1, that, like, he doesn't really give a shit that, like, North died, actually, if you think about it, actually.
Yeah, like he gives South a couple minutes to grieve him, and, like, when he sees Delta over York's body, he kind of just gives York a compliment, like, oh, hey, not bad for an old locksmith.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really seem too emotional.
Was that like a rewrite, like, or no?
I don't think they had planned on exactly how much Washington knew them.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the plan was like they were best buds or like they kind of were just coworkers.
Yeah, but it's still cool. Like, just kind of shows how far Wash fell off. That, like, you know.
Yeah, he didn't that much of a shit when York and North died when they were pretty good buddies here.
Yeah. So, yeah, just like this again. This scene's. I still like it for what it is. You know, I actually really like it a lot. But it would have been nice if we could have gotten some aftermath from it and everything like that. Again, that could also be a season 9 issue and everything like that too, type of thing. So. Is it me now?
Yeah, you. You talked about the first.
Okay, yeah, because that's all one thing. That's right. So
well,
then,
don't forget there's before the break-in with the meta, you know, in the chairman's talking, and then Carolina talking to the director.
Well, no, Wash wakes up first. Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about that? That's why I was.
Okay, you know, that's a good point. I was thinking because that was like right before the break-in, so I was thinking you do it. Yeah, I'll do it. So yeah, Washington wakes up after surgery, and North Dakota and South Dakota are like, you know, by his bedside, and you know, they're kind of explaining to him like, hey, don't worry, like, you know, your AI's gone, and they say like, you know, like you're only out for a few days this time, so apparently he was out for a few days after Epsilon got put into him. And then out another few days after Epsilon like got taken out. So like, damn, Wash was out for a while, like probably like a week or two.
Yeah. So.
To make sense, because we found out that Tex, off screen after she found out the truth, broke out of Project Freelancer, which, you know, lines up pretty well with what we knew. That and South Dakota's giving Washington shit, being like, oh hey, thanks asshole. Now that you know you know, after what happened with you, they're taking everybody's AI. Remember, in Out of Mind, Tex explained when they tried to take Omega from her, she broke out of Project Freelancer. And then in Season 8, she said that after she broke out, her and a couple other freelancers like compared notes, figured out what was happening to Alpha, and then we came back and tried to break them out.
Yeah, so I'm glad that they kept that the same.
I'm mad that that's all off screen. Where Tex broke out of Project Freelancer, you know, and then like apparently met up with York and North and like compared notes with them, and then they decided to like, okay, let's go break back in.
Yeah, I wish that would have been on screen.
Yeah, and I will say, so the break-in, because again, you might not know this because this was all in one like video. The break-in was all in one episode, and some people might think, oh, that's really cool that they, you know, like they had this. It was like a big event, you know, like this one episode was like this big event we've been, you know, building up towards. I wish the break-in was more than one episode, especially because, you know, again, it's been this big event that has been built up to. Kind of like the Wolf Attack in Yellow Jackets.
Yeah.
Where it had a lot of build-up. Because we found out about the break-in and Out of Mind. Washington talked about it in Season 6. Because, you know, when they were going back into command, they're like, oh, hey, before a bunch of freelancers broke in to free the Alpha. And then in Season 8, we found out Tex was the one leading them. And then we also found out that she actually did make it to the Alpha. But by the time she got there, Alpha like didn't even recognize her. Like he was too far gone. Just like it was an event that had such a lot of build-up. I wish it was longer. And I wish there were more people involved. Because like we said in Season 9, all the freelancers we have are ones we already knew. It would have been nice if we had a couple other ones that we didn't know. And the way they had talked about it before this point, they made it seem like it was like a civil war, you know, like half the freelancers. So, and here we only have 3. You know, we got Tex, we got York, and we got North, you know?
Yeah, I wish we had a little bit more. I still like the breakup for what it was, but I can understand if you had some critiques about it.
I'm just, you know, with the expectations I had coming into it, I was just a little disappointed. Like, I was expecting it to be, like, longer. And like I said, I expected more people to be involved.
I agree about the more people. I thought Wash did it, but it does kind of make sense Wash wasn't involved since he had just woken up from, like, surgery and everything like that. But
of course, the director, you know, hired him later. So if he was a part of it, then, like, the director obviously wouldn't hire him again.
Yeah, so essentially...
But Washington be a part of it, but like the director doesn't know that, you know.
Yeah, but yeah, I wish you had a little bit more people involved with the break-in, even like Utah, you know, who we see in the end screens and everything like that.
Like have a couple of people that we don't know, you know. And to be fair, you could argue that there were other people involved, we didn't see them. You know, because again, Tex could have, you know, had a couple other freelancers that we didn't see helping out. But again, you know, they don't mention that. So, you know, that's all kind of just up to interpretation.
Yeah, so I kind of wish we could have...
There are other freelancers on the ship. We just never see them.
Yeah. So, yeah, I kind of wish, you know, we got a little bit more people involved in the break-in. I mean, again, I can't really comment if it should have been bigger because, again, I only saw this in one video, so I can't really say I agree or disagree. I'm just going to, like, take your word for it on that one type of thing. So...
But, yeah... Yeah, so North explains, you know, like I said, Tex broke out, and they're saying that when Tex broke out, that Tex tried to steal Gamma from Wyoming, and North says, I doubt that, because if there was anything, if Tex did go after Wyoming, then there wouldn't have been anything left of him. And I do like this line where South was like, oh my God, she's not a fucking monster, North.
Yeah.
Which, you know, comes back later because, you know, later on when South confronts Tex, she's like, who's the monster now, bitch?
It is kind of funny, though, because, you know, I mean, you could kind of, based off what you saw in Recovery 1, I guess that's kind of, I guess North is won on that because, you know, South Tex beats the crap out of him there and then he just comes back and gets his weapon, like, fine and everything like that, so.
But yeah, North says, don't worry, I'm sure Tex will come back on her own. And then, you know, the alarm goes off. And he says, oh, don't worry, I'm sure the recovery units will find Tex. And then the alarm goes off, and North is like, oh, or she'll just come back on her own. I will say, so, you know, because you're going to talk about the next scene with a certain villain. With Wyoming, two things. One, Tex didn't attack Wyoming. The implication is that the meta attacked Wyoming.
Yeah.
And two, if you remember, they talked about this before, where Wyoming, Gamma, like, forcefully ejected itself from his head, and that supposedly is what made Wyoming, like, a piece of shit villain.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
So that's that's supposed to be, is that, you know, the meta tried to take Gamma from Wyoming. Gamma ejected it from from his head to, like, save itself, and that gave Wyoming, like, brain damage. One, that was all off screen, and they never actually explained the meta was the one who did that. That's just like the viewer is supposed to assume that.
Yeah.
Two, they did a really bad job of establishing Wyoming, you know, as like different before Gamma left his head. Because again, he just comes across as the same dickhead he is in seasons 1 through 5.
Yeah, pretty much.
And he's up on his feet, and he ends up fighting York. So clearly, it didn't fuck up his brain that much if he's up and about already.
Yeah, so they didn't really handle the Wyoming part of this very well at all. Yeah.
Freelancer Saga just hates Wyoming for some reason. Like, everybody else gets pretty good storyline. I like everybody else, but Wyoming, for some reason, they're just like, they bent over and took a giant shit on him.
Which is weird because one of the writers and stuff is his voice actor and everything like that.
The director of season 9 and one of the head writers of season 10 is his voice actor, and they just shit on him constantly.
If it comes out that, like, the voice, you know, the person who voiced Wyoming, like, hated, that's like his worst voice acting, like he hated voicing him, I would believe it based on this season.
Because I hate voicing him. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, but yeah, that is kind of weird. Yeah, because I guarantee you, if anyone else had been in this position, they would have gotten that good screen time. So because I remember you said, like, they found CT off too quickly. I remember I made the joke, well, because Wyoming's the one that found CT, so that's why it was quick.
Weird too, because again, we got a good amount of scenes with Maine this season where he's, like, you know, again having headaches, and you see Sigma's, like, slowly taking him over.
Yeah.
And then of course we got the scene with Washington where he gets Epsilon and that fucks him up. Again, the scene with Wyoming, they didn't do any good job building up to it, and then it just happens off screen.
Yeah.
Like, you could honestly not even know that happened.
Yeah, it's just insane to kind of think about and everything like that. But yeah, going through some other stuff. Let's see. I'm just getting my notes and everything like that. So, before the break-in and before this scene had happened at all and everything like that, we overhear from the now chairman, but he's not the chairman back then. What? Yeah, you said it earlier in the video. What? Because I didn't watch this part.
Like the assistant of the chairman or something, or something. Like he's like a few ranks below the chairman.
But we found out that the director put in like a request to have simulation like troops set up, which ends up being pretty much the show nowadays and everything like that.
Yeah. I like that we got that line with the director's asking for more bases. Yeah, because obviously that's the Reds and Blues.
Yeah, and obviously they're kind of like suspicious about this and everything like that, but they are going to do it and fulfill the director's request and allow this to be used so that way the freelancers can practice their training and everything like that. But he says, which is kind of funny that he says this because obviously. It was a big thing in season 6 where, like, before each episode, pretty much, they were having a back and forth with each other. Where he said, like, we don't have any reason that we should have to shut down this project, so please don't give us one, and everything like that. And I really like this because I feel like, I'm just guessing here. It seems like, I don't know how long he was the chairman, but it seemed like because he was the one sending the messages directly and everything like that, it seems like, I don't know if it right when he took the chairman's position, but it seems like shortly afterwards, I think he probably did some digging, and this is what led to him being investigated.
It seems to be that, like, again, because he seems hesitant to grant the approval, but because he's not the chairman yet, he's like, okay, we have granted your request, but like he seems like he doesn't like that they're granting him the request.
Yeah.
So yeah, like you said, as soon as he was the chairman, he probably started like doing more digging into the director.
Which isn't that uncommon for like jobs and stuff like that, once you
as you got like the position where you can do something, you're gonna like, do it.
I mean, the biggest example we could make is with Hank. I mean, I know like he became like the head of
You're right. As soon as he was the head of the DEA, he was like putting more effort into the Heisenberg case. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and which, honestly, he would have caught Heisenberg probably sooner had the prison stuff not happened, because obviously he was able to go after the lawyer to make it look like it wasn't going after Heisenberg and everything like that. So it kind of worked.
Yeah.
So, but anyhow, but yeah, doing all of this, we see Agent Maine, there's a different presence about him now and everything like that. He's sharpening his, weapon that he got the last season that became a big staple of his in the Recollection trilogy. And we see that, he's starting to kind of like flare up, and it looks like that he's been taken over by... I know his name, but I actually really want to say this line. He's been taken over by Elijah Wood. I just really want to say that. And we see that...
showing these movies to, Maine over and over in his head.
Because then he wasn't showing him Yellow Jackets, because Agent Maine probably would have been able to fight that one.
Yeah.
But...
he's been showing Spy Kids 3 on repeat.
Huh?
He's been showing him Spy Kids 3 on repeat.
Oh, that's even worse, actually, because he dies right away. So,
Exactly.
But
it goes from the whole movie 20 seconds.
Yeah, but you could definitely tell that there's something different about the meta / Agent Maine, because obviously he's got the look of the Agent Maine, and this is cool because we've seen Agent Maine, a few times with his helmet off, but we never saw his face or anything like that. And this is really cool. Like, you see, like, the back of his head, and you see, like, he's got, like, a tattoo and everything like that on.
If you remember when Sigma's in the classroom, and he was, like, going through all the, AI letters, alpha, beta. Like, he made a symbol out of all the AI.
Yep.
So he basically made Maine get a tattoo with all the, the symbols.
I wonder how he did that, because, oh yeah, he probably spoke for, I was about to say, because obviously, because man can't speak, so I don't know how he requested this tattoo.
Well, it's funny. Imagine Sigma, like, was like, hey, I want to get a tattoo of all the AI symbols. It's like, okay, Sigma, you do you, I guess.
You know, hey, it's Elijah Wood. He's allowed to have let him have this.
Yeah. If you're a tattoo artist, are you going to say no to Elijah Wood if he's on fire? I don't think so.
I still think it's funny I made that one-off, because I hadn't even seen this season yet, what Callie, like, you know, because I mentioned, I think, the cop that ends up, like, arresting, or, like, help it, that's a big hand in the Adam case in Yellow Jackets. I mentioned that Callie would know him from, you know, well, VB, when he doesn't even look anything like Elijah Wood at all. Like,
yeah, that'd be funny, yeah. I would love that.
But anyhow, so, yeah, the Meta's put it on, / Agent Main has put it on his helmet. And this is just a really cool scene just because, you know, this is kind of going on in the background and, you know, something's up. But obviously, if you've watched the Recollection trilogy, you're like, wow, this is really cool. Like, you get to see, like, the Meta actually become the Meta.
And I like that, honestly, like, it wasn't a big deal. Like, it was just something that was going on in the background. Like, nobody really knew what was up with Main. You know, Sigma was just... You know, again, nobody really suspected anything from Sigma. They thought he was kind of creepy, but they didn't really suspect that he was slowly taking over Maine just in the background this whole time.
Yeah. So this is really cool. And then doing all of this, you know, this is when that Washington scene happens. And Carolina's pissed that the project's going to get shut down and she has to give up her AIs and everything like that. And like I said, the director uses the cover story that, like, Tex is tried to steal Wyoming's AI and they don't want Tex stealing, you know, her AI or anything like that. I'm going to imagine that, like, I think the director picked up that Tex probably figured out something went down because obviously she broke out of the project and everything like that. And he's trying to give the freelancers, like, BS information saying that, you know, Tex tried to rip out Wyoming's AI and everything like that to kind of get them all to turn on Tex. When she does this break-in, that she'll basically be at a disadvantage and everything like that. But this is what's kind of cool. It's up to interpretation with the director. You don't really know what he knows and everything like that. So this is cool. But you know, Carolina's upset, saying, like, you know, I'm not giving my AIs, like, you owe me this. And the director throws in that line, Carolina, you're acting like a child. And this is obviously cool because you think that's just a one-off line, like, throwaway type of thing. You know, like, a general's just saying that to one of his soldiers, but obviously that's not one of the cases because...
yeah, you know, the father telling that to his daughter, yeah.
Yeah. And... you know, Carolina tries to play this off like, you know, if she wants to take my AI, she's going to get more than what she bargained for, basically saying that I can fight off Tex or anything like that. Do you think the director actually believed that? Because obviously, you know, anytime that the Tex and the Carolina got into a fight, Tex always got the better hand of it, or always was able to, you know.
If the director knew she could win, probably not.
Yeah.
Like, he probably thought, like, you know, she could at least tire Tex out, probably.
You know what? By the way, I want to go back to that scene because we're talking about this breakout. You know what's kind of fucked up? I think Tex is also upset because in a weird way, you know, because obviously I'm bringing up the competition because that's what leads to... Tex is the one that gets the stuff for... Tex played a hand into helping torture the Alpha, like I said, in Season 9, because she helps in that heist and is a very big help.
You're right. Where Tex basically got, like... Yeah, you're right. Yeah, where Tex basically was like an unwilling participant in, like, torturing Alpha.
I mean, really, all the freelancers were and everything like that. So I kind of wish we got, like, you know, like a reaction, like a reveal for some, like, other than Tex. Like, what was Wash? How did Wash feel that he kind of basically helped play a hand and helped torture the Alpha and everything like that?
I'm glad we do see York kind of say something similar, where he's like, "Hey, I'm trying to do the right thing. You should too."
Yeah, but anyhow,
or, you know, we kind of feels bad about everything he's done and, like, wants to do the right thing.
But doing all of this, like you said, we get that scene with Wash, and then the alarm goes off, showing that Tex is broken in and everything like that. Obviously, we find out that York was trying to hack in to Project Freelancer, and he ended up setting the alarm off and everything like that. He hasn't fully broken in yet, like, he still has to work around, but Tex obviously realizes she doesn't have enough time, so she just smashes the security system. And and she says, you know, she tells York to create a big distraction, but she says, I have someone that I need to go see, and obviously, if you've seen season 8, you know what her plan is here, and doing all of this. You get this really cool fight scene where Tex is just taking out like a bunch of like the military people that are working for in Project Freelancer, and she's like throwing not axes, but it's like spiked like stakes at them and all that type of stuff.
Like clubs.
Yeah, and you know, she's like firing away. You can definitely tell like these you know. Soldiers aren't really on Texas level because a lot of them are fucking up real bad and everything like that.
Yeah, definitely. These aren't free. These definitely aren't like agents. These are just like the grunts, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I also want to point out the song. I think I said it earlier in the video. It's called Fragments.
That's
and
right.
The song is from the POV of the of all the AI fragments, talking about how like they're one of the lines is like, we are controlling the game, but like we don't even know our own secrets, and when this is all over, we're all gonna pay.
Yeah. But doing all this, you know, somebody comes out carrying a huge like towing gun, and it's South. This has obviously been built up to, and South's character transformation has been complete pretty much, where she says, hey, Tex, who's the big monster now type of thing. And obviously Tex is like crap because obviously, you know, she realizes some of the freelancers are going to be working against her and everything like that. And, you know, South does everything she can to try to shoot down Tex, and Tex is just dodging. I think she does get, like, not a complete shot on Tex, but it's like, you know, she kind of nicks her a little bit. And you think there's going to be a moment where... you know, all the bullets gonna just come and shoot Tex at once, but then we see somebody off screen, like, you know, shot other bullets and use that to take out those bullets, and we see that it's North, and obviously South is kind of a little confused by this because this is a brother, and he's essentially like working against her and everything like that, and South tells North to stay out of it, and you know. North tells Tex to, like, go do whatever you have to do. Like, I'm going to have a chat with my sister. And obviously Tex is like, are you sure you don't need help? And North says, no, this is a battle between siblings right now. And Tex takes off. And you don't really see this fight happen on screen. You just you kind of see it happen off screen, but there is an end credits here where...
Yeah, I got to see this fight on screen, but I'm glad you're going to bring up the end credits. Which is funny because, again, you didn't actually know about this. You saw it, like, right before we did the video last time.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't see this fight. Which I think I would have liked, you know, because, like you said, that probably would have fixed your issue, where, like, the break-in wasn't long. Maybe that would have made the break-in longer and everything like that.
Yeah.
But in the end credits, after this fight's happened, we see, I guess, you know, North has beaten South. I wonder if there's going to be a joke that comes out of that, you know, because North Dakota's beaten South Dakota and everything like that. But it's probably a joke we can make out of that. There's probably some joke that, like, the writers knew that I don't know.
Carolina, so I can't really think of a joke, but, like, fuck you, South Carolina.
Yeah. You mean Dakota?
You're right, Dakota, you're right.
There you go, you got it. Well, I was able to call you out for getting it wrong this time, so...
Fair enough. I'll let you get your geography wins when you can. Don't forget that you thought Japan was China.
No, I thought I didn't think Japan was China. I thought the population was bigger and everything.
Oh yeah. You thought like Japan had like 1 billion people. I'm like, no. It's like a small island nation.
Yeah. So because it was not the case. But anyhow, so doing all of this. North Dakota, you know, we see that has beaten South Dakota, and it seems like they have like it seems like, you know, that they make up and everything like that. You know, they say like, hey, like, I was stupid, and North tells South, I'll always have your back. I'll always watch your back, and South says, I'm gonna do the same for you. And obviously, this is kind of a little bit of a low blow because she ends up being the one that kills North and everything like that.
I think the voice actors did a good job where, of course, when North says it, it comes off as very sincere. But when South's voice actress says it, it comes off. There's like a bit of like a sinister tone to it.
Yep.
And it's sad that North is like, hey, let's leave this place. Like, come on, and he's carrying her on his back, and the idea is that like they both went rogue, but as we know, South Dakota was recovery too, so South Dakota never actually left Project Freelancer.
Yep. This is just really sad, yeah, and this is cool because like we didn't. Before we saw this, we didn't. No matter what timeline we saw this in our lives, we didn't really know anything about North at all. He was just a random guy that died, and now it's like we actually.
Job of making me care about this guy we only saw him as a dead body.
Yeah, really. So, I like this a lot. It's kind of. I feel like this is one when we do the video. This is gonna be a good. North has probably been the best like character out of the two shows that like died in the present, but like we actually give a shit. Like they did the best job in the past, so they can just give a shit about him probably.
Yeah, comparing North Dakota and Jackie, yeah, I definitely say North Dakota for the win.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that could be a good one. But
who are you?
I wasn't thinking of anyone. I guess Jackie would be the one though because we still don't know the fates of like Coach Ben or Harvey.
Jackie was pretty obviously not alive in the present, and we're seeing her in the past.
Yeah.
Whereas, same thing here, where we're introduced to North being dead, and then here we get to see what he was like.
Which is kind of weird because North was just like because Jackie got like. I mean, we'll save it for the video, but Jackie was like mentioned, and just in like kind of a story in the present. North is just a dead body, like a legit dead body.
Dead body, and he gets blown up by Washington.
So it's like, wow. But anyhow, so
give him so much development, yeah.
Yeah. But anyhow, so doing all of this, Tex is starting to make her way through the project and everything like that. Through the mother of all inventions. I should probably stop calling it the project. I keep calling it the project instead of the mother of all inventions. So
yeah.
Because the project shut down, she can't make her way through there's no projects for her to make her way through. So
right.
But there's someone in a tank, which is pretty cool because obviously this is kind of foreshadowing because that's how Alpha quote unquote dies in Blood Goats, and that leads her to like having to go to
Yeah, and also when she dies the first time, when she's inside a tank when Donut blows her up.
That's right. She's waiting for York to give her that distraction, and fortunately York doesn't really do much of a distraction. All he does is
I think York is the MVP of the break-in, honestly.
Yeah, but York, just has a bunch of missiles like shoot, like the mother of all inventions, and the director's just like, who the hell is shooting at us? And he says, it's us. But in a weird way, this distraction did kind of work because it got South Carolina, because she was clearly headed towards Texas, and like got her to turn around and go the other way. So I don't know if when I watched this back, I was kind of thinking like maybe this was the distraction he wanted, like he wanted South to have that time with South before type of thing, but I don't know. It could be.
I do like when Carol, before she turns around, when she's like sees the ship shaking, she says, "Damn it, York!" Like she knew York was the one to have the missiles fire on the mother of invention.
Yeah, but I missed.
I also like, York is like he said, he turns to D before he like sets off the. Oh no, sorry, that's later when he turns off the gravity. Never mind.
I was getting to that later. But before that, I think I missed a big scene. Unless it's after this, but I'm pretty sure it's before. Wyoming's with a couple of soldiers who are all excited that they get to fight with Wyoming. I don't know why all excited about it. He doesn't do shit, so.
They do. They get to fight with like the freelancer with the least amount of screen time. Awesome.
Well, unfortunately for you guys, that ended up being a disservice because, this did happen first because this leads to because York is in this scene, so that's why I realized I jumped the gun here a little bit. But whatever, this scene again, I think I think Wyoming's voice actor spoke through me because I completely forgot about this scene. So
again, Hey, listen, props to Wyoming. He's fucking back on his feet after he got brain damage. I mean, Jesus. Look at Washington. He's still in the medical bay.
Yeah. Honestly, if yeah,
like he never even got brain damage. You know, it's like it happened off screen and it's never even mentioned.
Yep. The beauty of off screen, honestly, I think Wyoming he could have probably been a part of the wolf attack and be up that second.
On the van treatment, he could have gotten his face ripped off and he'd be A-okay.
Not even like seconds later too. Not that conversation that Van and like Taissa have. What Taissa like with Van thought she like died and all that type of stuff. That wouldn't even happen with Wyoming. Like, yeah, I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah, Wyoming wouldn't even have a mark. His mustache would be perfectly intact.
Yeah. So up from the walls and the vents, one of the York pops out and attacks the two guys and beats Wyoming like very easily. He just throws a locker on him, and that's the end.
The fight is really short, but I do kind of like the thing they're doing, where Wyoming's whole thing is knock knock jokes.
Yeah.
So they're doing like knock knock, who's there? York. Who's there? I said it's York, and then Wyoming's like York who? And then York throws a locker at him, and he says it's your catch, asshole.
But yeah, that's the end of Wyoming. Kind of.
And it's also like, okay, so I like what they're doing here, where, it's like, oh, they won, but it didn't even matter, because, of course, North beats South here, but South ends up killing them later. Same thing, York beats Wyoming here, but it doesn't matter, because Wyoming ends up killing him in the future.
Yep.
So, it's just like a kind of tragic thing where they won the battle but lost the war. But, well, again, it's like, one, how York beat Wyoming so fucking easy here. And it's like, okay, Wyoming fought him and Tex together in the future. So how the fuck did Wyoming lose so easily here?
I don't know.
And two, I get why North didn't kill South, their brother and sister. The whole reason York died is because he's like, hey, you know what? I want revenge on Wyoming. I'm going to help you, Tex. He knocks out Wyoming. He's on the floor, unconscious. York, just fucking kill him. Get your revenge, kill him, leave. But like York, for some reason, just left him alive.
Yeah, that was really weird, and I can't really use the excuse like they're trying to just this breakout's happening, so they're trying to do everything quickly, like I did with the director. Like, oh, it's not that hard just to take a bullet to someone's head and shoot him way easily.
It'll take you 5 seconds, bend over, snap his neck, and then walk out.
Yeah.
And again, Wyoming did not be this week. He got I think he landed one punch in this whole fight. Like, York dominated him. And, like, Wyoming, you can control time. Your power is to fucking control time.
Not in this show. Not in this season.
You can literally stop time and then shoot York in the face. And then it's over. Wyoming has the most broken power ever, and he never fucking uses it.
It's weird. The meta used it in season 8 on himself, and that was an accident. Like that's actually I think the meta.
Army, you can do that thing you did in season 5, where you just create like an army of yourself.
You know what's weird? I think the meta and the Recollection trilogy used that power more than Wyoming did.
Remember, he had a missile 5 inches away from his face, and they just stopped time and walked around it.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, Wyoming didn't have Gamma because Gamma left, but like, they don't explain that.
Yeah, it's really weird. And I was actually
by the time of Blood Gulch, so
yeah, but whatever. But yeah, so then all the tech stuff happens with the tank and stuff, and then when York's distraction isn't very good, Tex kind of has to improvise and go fight the tank herself, and this is a really good fight with the tank. I've played Halo a couple times, and if you don't really know the game, if you can find the tank, you pretty much it's not really easy to beat the tank in Halo and everything like that. I know this isn't Halo, but that's my point. Because obviously,
well, it's a universe, so it counts.
But they do a really cool scene where the person in the tank like throws a grenade at Tex, and Tex like kicks it and like throws it at him, and you know, I don't think the grenade goes off because they never like set it or anything like that. So that was pretty cool. And then the person in the tank is driving it towards Tex, and Tex could like get destroyed here. But then York, while this whole fight with the tanks going on, you know, goes to this machine, and this is when he looks at Delta and says, "Delta, this could get us in a lot of trouble." Obviously being sarcastic and joking around here, but obviously Delta didn't get it. It's like, no, we're actually going to get in a lot of trouble with this. So that's what I like about...
Like, we're already in a lot of trouble.
That's what I like about the back and forth, is that, like, Delta just never gets any of York's jokes or anything like that. So he shuts off the gravity, and this allows Tex to, like, you know, not lift the tank up completely, but, like, use the anti-gravity to like, pick it up and, like, throw it and everything like that. And shutting off the gravity really worked, you know. This was really cool. They did this in the beginning, so I like that this was like the last thing, like the last fight of the whole thing in the past and everything like that was no gravity. And doing all of this, you know, Agent Carolina, who's got like no gravity, someone comes up from the shadows, and it's York. You know, York is trying to talk down Carolina, being like, huh?
I talk about this part.
Let's see. I think I took your whole thing, actually. Did I?
No, so you talk about like the first half of the break, and I talk about Carolina versus York and Tex.
Oh, okay. It's a good thing. It's a good thing you have that written down on your piece of paper, because I'm not looking at my phone right now. But yeah. So yeah. Before all this, I really liked the stuff with Tex with the tank, and I liked the break-in for the most part. You know, the Wyoming thing. You know what's weird? That scene is like fine if you know nothing about Wyoming. Like,
well, it's also weird. It's so disconnected. Like, you could remove that scene, and like nothing would really change. You know?
Yeah, but yeah. Overall, the part one of the breakout. I'll give it like I'm gonna give a solid thumbs up.
I agree. I like it. Again, Trisha was a bit longer and more people were involved. And I mean, of course, York is MVP. You know, he's basically causing the mother of invention to crash, and he turned off the gravity.
Yeah. So, good job, York, MVP. You know.
No wonder during the next scene, York is still able to walk in the no gravity. His balls are weighing him down.
Yeah.
But yeah, Carolina is making through her way through the ship, and a bunch of like the grunts are just floating around, confused. She gets onto like an elevator, which is taking her to presumably where Tex is going, like the bridge. But York appears out of the shadows and tries to reason with Carolina, saying like, "Hey, we don't have to do this." Carolina's confused, like, you know, being like, "Why are you helping her?" Which I like this because Carolina asks the same question in the present. But York says, it's not about her. I'm just trying to do the right thing. And, you know, like, we can leave this place. We can get those things out of your head, you know. And, you know, of course, Carolina is still, like, 100% on the director's side. He's like, hey, I'm not going to desert. And, you know, like, Tex just wants wants Delta. And, you know, York is like, no. She's not like that. Like, that's not what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
And I really feel bad for York. He gets really close to her and says, like, hey, you can trust me. But Carolina just points her gun in his face and says, like, maybe, but you can't trust me.
Yeah, this was, you know, really sad here and everything like that.
Yeah.
You know, this was cool, too, because obviously in the present, as we'll talk about, like, all the reds and blues are, like, afraid of her and stuff. And, like, when they say, like, you can't, when like, Church confronts her on it later on, like, she kind of, confirms the, distrust and everything like that type of thing. And that's been that was like a whole character thing, like in the present, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, her learning to like trust Church and the others. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the song. It's called Ballet Breakup, which is of course makes sense because this fight is basically York and Carolina's breakup. You know.
Yeah.
And it's sad too because this is one of those things where, you know, obviously we know York dies in the present. and Carolina was dead for a while. And before this, in the present, we learned a bit about what happened between York and Carolina, so we knew whatever happened between them, their last meeting wasn't on good terms.
Yep.
So it's sad, when York comes out of the shadows trying to reason with her. It's sad because we know it's not going to go well.
Well, for York, you own the store out of this.
Yeah, quote unquote owned the store.
But it is sad though. Like that's what I was thinking about too, because this ends up being York's last scene in the past. Like the next time we see him in the present, he's become like.
Yeah, he's like a common thief, and he ends up getting himself killed, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I like how short this fight is, because York never tries to hit Carolina. He disarms her at the very beginning by like tossing her arms and like making her throw her guns away.
Yeah.
But besides that, York never tries to hit her. He's only defensive, which I like that character detail. I like that York wasn't trying to hurt Carolina. He was again just trying to like block her punches and kicks.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I like to have it. This having no gravity really helped too, because they were able to like shoot this fight in slow motion, and it made you like really feel bad for them and everything like that.
And you can even tell Carolina is like, she's not being very brutal. She's it's like she's trying to end this fight as quick as possible. She ends up knocking York to the ground, and because there's no gravity, he's floating there. And one last time, he looks at her and says, "Carolina," but she quickly just kicks him up, the elevator shaft. To which Carolina pulls out of her pocket a lighter. She throws it up, leaves the elevator, and then sadly, you see York slowly unconscious, like drifting up the elevator shaft until he hits a light, and then he opens his eyes to see the lighter with the name Herrera on it. To which you see him reach out towards it and pick it up, and that's that's York's final scene, which is really sad. And we haven't gotten to it yet because it's explained in the present what that lighter meant.
Yeah, so I didn't really think anything, because we see the lighter in the present. I didn't really think of it in the present when we saw it, but then obviously it's cool because you see it again in the past and type of thing. So
it's one that Carolina held on to it for all these years. Because presumably they've known each other for a long time.
Yeah.
So for Carolina to like she had that on her, it's like, damn, that's sad. And of course she, the last thing she did was give it back to York. That was basically like their breakup, the last time they ever saw each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. So very sad scene. What did you think of York, Owen? Since this is the last time we're ever going to see him.
I really liked York. He's a pretty big character. He really had a tragic story. He's the first one to get an AI and have to kind of go through this experiment. And I would say, at least originally, it seemed like he benefited the most from it, because, he built a bond with his AI, which not a lot of people did. A lot of people, got rid of it. Because I remember, not only got rid of it, but, really didn't do much with it. And, York was still using his AI, even in the present. And it wasn't, a negative memory for him or anything like that. And, I like that he was kind of having the battle between, are we the good guys and are we the bad guys thing, which is kind of interesting, because obviously in the trailer, you think it's going to be Wash that has this and York is the one giving him the speech, but then it's obviously not the case. It's the reverse. It's, York having this issue, and it's North kind of giving him that speech. And then, I really like, he's not really a pacifist, but he only gets involved in fights. He doesn't want to fight his friends or anything like that, like with Carolina here. And I like that he just shows genuine concern for people. And it's just really sad. It's really tragic. The best thing you could say about York watching him in the past compared to the present, it's a lot like. You're not really at this point in Better Call Saul either, but it's a lot like anytime we watch Mike in the past, which is really sad because obviously in the present, it doesn't really work out for him in Breaking Bad.
Yeah. He never ends up getting the money to his granddaughter, yeah. And like you said, the season did a surprising amount of relationships, which Red vs. Blue doesn't usually do. And like, keep in mind, we didn't even know Carolina and New York were like a thing until like halfway through the season.
Yeah.
But like, they made me care about them in such a short amount of time, you know?
Yeah, it was really cool, you know. And I like to like they never like openly say like they're in a relationship, like, you know, with other characters in the show and everything like that type of thing. Like in a weird way, their relationship is like how Taissa and Van's relationship was in the beginning, where we didn't really know.
Right. Like vague if like they're just like have feelings for the other or if they're actually dating. Yeah, and again, I'm it's never explicitly said they were dating, but I mean that's my interpretation that Carolina and New York were a thing. You know, because again, like I feel like the scene hits harder if this is actually like a breakup.
Yeah, really, very much so.
Yeah, Carolina moves on. Again, she's just too obsessed with beating Tex. She comes across Tex right outside the bridge. They begin to fight, and they end up going into the room. Pretty cool scene where they're up against like the glass of the Mother Invention, and we see the ship is like crashing onto a Sidewinder, which we've been to this planet quite a few times.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we get a cool scene where they're like fighting on the glass, and eventually like a big door, the door they broke in with, Tex like pushes it on Carolina, and Tex is trying to kind of reason with her because Carolina's like, I can beat you, and Tex says, no, you can't. Like, you can't beat me, Carolina, but you can come with me.
Yeah.
I do like kind of showing again that Tex does care about Carolina and wants Carolina to like join her.
Yeah, I thought that was cool.
Yeah. I kind of wish Tex tried to reason with her a little bit more. Because, again, Carolina, like, she's kind of, like, giving Carolina shit. When Carolina's like, I can beat you, she's like, no, you can't. Like, you're not better than me. It's like, you think her Tex would try not to antagonize her a little bit.
Well, she had a mission. She wanted to get Alpha out of there.
Kind of, like, focused on saving Alpha. But, yeah, it's like, Tex, I mean, Tex is also a hothead, so fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ship ends up crashing. Tex slams into the computer, and Carolina ends up flying out of the ship onto outside. I'm amazed they both fucking lived.
Yeah.
Because again, they fell from space, and the Mother Invention like hit a mountain on the way down.
Yeah, this was brutal.
This fight was pretty short. Again, I feel like the break-in should have been more than one episode. Because all these fights were really short. Again, I think the York and Carolina one, that's fine being that short. But again, North and South was off screen. York versus Wyoming is very short. And Tex versus Carolina was very short.
Yeah, I would have liked it if some of them went longer. Like maybe the Tex and Carolina one, since that was a big thing in season 9. Yeah, that was built up
in season 9. And now, to be fair, we do get another Tex versus Carolina at the very end of the season. But those aren't even, like, the real Tex. So, I'm like, for actual Tex versus Carolina, would have been nice if this went a bit longer.
Yeah, I would have liked that.
It's less than a minute fight. But, yeah, then we get a scene of Tex speaking with Alpha. And this is, like, this is the last time they see each other before Blood Gulch,
And to hype this up too, for a while before we got to this stuff in RVB, like, we hadn't done Red versus Blue videos in a while, so we were like, all right, so should we do like a Blood Gulch like review all of Blood Gulch? And you were kind of like, well, we could, but you have to kind of watch these seasons to kind of, because you won't think about Blood Gulch the same. So if we did this season now, we would have to basically do this video again, because obviously your opinions of Blood Gulch will change based off what you see here.
Yeah. It's so much context to Blood Gulch, yeah.
Because it would change as you're going to talk about, it would change my opinion of how I feel about anytime Alpha and the original Tex are on camera together, like in the Blood Gulch era.
So, yeah, Tex goes into the, Alpha's, like, storage and says hi to him. And again, this is another one we already knew how this was going to go, because in Season 8, Tex said she did get to Alpha during the break-in. But by the time she got to him, he was already long gone, He didn't even recognize her. And we see that here where Alpha says, like, oh, hello, who are you? and Tex is sad that Alpha doesn't even know her. And Alpha's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is like he can't even remember his own name."
Yeah, it's really sad.
Which of course makes sense because he didn't even know he was Alpha and Blood Gulch, and Tex has to be like, "Your name is Alpha. You're Church," and he just says like, "Oh yeah, Church. That's me." And again, I like that he just calls himself Church, not Alpha, because again, makes sense. He didn't even know he was Alpha.
Mm-hmm.
Tex introduces herself as Tex, and Church was like, "Oh, like the state? It's a weird name for a girl." And Tex says that, technically you gave me this name. And Church was like, "Oh, I wonder why I did that." And Tex of course says the thing that Church Epsilon says at the very end of season 8, where maybe if you think about it, it'll come to you.
Mm-hmm.
And Tex tries to convince him to leave, but Alpha just says, "Oh, I don't think I can. I'm pretty tired. I just want to stay here and rest." So Tex just says like, she doesn't try to convince him. She just says like, "Oh, okay, yeah, you can stay here and rest then."
Yeah, this is really sad because obviously, because Alpha's been so far gone, he just doesn't really know. I don't really think he knows what's real and what's going on. He just
he doesn't even happening. He doesn't remember being tortured. He doesn't even know who he is. Yeah, he's just like a husk.
Yeah, and this is really sad. In a weird way, that's why it's kind of I'm kind of happy in a way that like. In the present, I remember I talked about this, but then obviously I never saw what Alpha was like before the breakout and anything like that. I think it is kind of happy to think that like Alpha got to die, like still thinking he was a ghost and everything like that. Because obviously I don't think it would be kind of depressing if like he figured out he was Alpha and realized he got like this far tortured and everything like that, like having to kind of go back to where he was.
It's crazy watching this scene and being like, "Oh yeah, Church never." Like believed he was an AI right until the very end.
Yeah, so I think it's
this is our main character from seasons 1 through 6. Like he got tortured until he couldn't even remember who he was. Lived in Blood Gulch for a couple of years and then he fucking died.
Mm-hmm.
It makes the whole thing so sad.
Yeah.
Damn,
Not just that, but
Blood Gulch was like the happiest he ever was.
Yeah. I don't know if I would say happy, but okay.
Right, Well, again, that should highlight. That's like, damn. When he was pissed off at the Reds and Blues the whole time, that was his happiest. That sucks.
Because it's weird. The first scene of the whole show. Well, not the first scene, but the first scene with him the whole show is him being pissed at Tucker when he says like they're just standing there.
It's like, damn, one of his best friends, and that is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, Tex says goodbye, but Church says, I don't know why, but I hate goodbyes. Which, again, really sad that, like, one of the biggest memories all three Churches has is Allison saying, don't say goodbye, I hate goodbyes. But Church doesn't even remember, like, where he heard that saying from,
Yeah.
But yeah, Tex just, says me too, but, then we do kind of get a funny scene, but like it's sad still. Where Giger's like, "Oh, okay, well, bye, crazy state name lady." Again, like Tex told him her name like 3 times, and he can't even like remember it. He's like, "Oh, okay, well, bye, see ya, crazy state name lady."
Yeah,
like it's funny, but again, it is again sad. Just being like, "Oof, he is so far gone."
Yeah. So, yeah, this is interesting. This is why I'm looking forward to kind of going back and watching Blood Gulch to see, like, maybe not early stages, but, like, seasons 3 through 5 to see, like, what the interactions are like.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think Tex knew about all of this for those seasons and, like, kind of had to just, like, not say anything to Church. Because, remember, Church didn't know any of this, but Tex did.
Yeah, so... Yeah. It's crazy to think, too, everything he got was a fake memory, so, like, I would like to see them do a season like that where it's all of Church's fake memories type of thing.
Yeah, imagine like everything from Church's POV. Like it must be such a jumbled mess.
Yeah.
And this is really cool because I mean, other things have done that. It's funny. You were with our cousin and me when we were watching when she was playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and we talked about how the main character in that, like, his memories aren't like super reliable. Like, the things he's remembering like happen, but like not the way he remembers them.
Yep.
So kind of similar thing here, you know.
Yeah. So I'd like to see. Yeah, really sad, type of thing. This makes me get, and, to make the Yellow Jackets comparison, this makes me question, like, when the Yellow Jackets get rescued, like, what's their stake gonna be once they finally get, like, because we've kind of seen it, like, a little bit with that scene, but what are they actually gonna be like immediate rescue and everything like that?
That's crazy. Yeah, to think about. I hope we get to see that. I hope we get a whole season of them like readjusting.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tex logs off. And by the way, I didn't mention it before, but I like that whenever we see like the AI, when Alpha was getting tortured earlier in this scene, it's in Halo Reach.
Yeah.
Because that's what Epsilon was in season 9.
Yep.
But yeah, Tex comes back to reality. And she's just kind of like sad, again. She got to Alpha, but like too late. And then she looks outside and sees Maine running over to Carolina. What was Maine doing this whole time? I don't fucking know. He was just hanging out in the locker room, I guess.
It's just really weird. And he was on the ship, like he's fine from this crash.
Whole thing from Maine's POV. He's just in the locker room. All of a sudden, the lights are flickering. Bombs are going off. The gravity gets turned off. The ship fucking crashes from space. He must have been like, what the fuck is going on?
I assume Sigma calmed him down, though, being like, it's fine, Maine. It's fine, type of thing.
Maine's like, do you know what's happening, Sigma? And he's like,
Just...
Here's Spy Kids 3. Watch Spy Kids 3.
Yeah. I think it was out, too.
That gets early. Maine runs out. And, of course, Carolina's on the ground, like, just, barely conscious. But she wakes up just in time to be like, what are you doing, Maine? And, Maine just rips the AI out of her head. And Carolina's actress did a good job screaming.
Yeah.
So, Maine rips Ada and Iota out of Carolina's head and just chucks her off a cliff. And, we get a slow-mo shot of Carolina's face as she just falls. And I do like this bit. Where you like at the corner of your eye, you see Carolina like has a grappling hook gun in her hand.
Yep.
So presumably that's so that's why everyone thinks she's died. Maine threw her off a cliff, but that's how she lived. Is she like presumably used the grappling gun to like break her fall?
Well, this is kind of cool because the way Maine died in the present was he fell off the cliff.
Yeah, like on Sidewinder too. So they're probably near where Maine died actually.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool that that's how he started, like, his villainous type of thing.
Yeah. Then we see the first of many, Sigma, and then now joined by Ada and Iota. Tex looks over and sees, like, the director and everybody else, like, on the ship. I like that even at that far of a distance, the director has, like a metal thing obscuring his face.
Yeah.
You'll never catch him showing his face in the last 5 seconds.
He knows
Tex
how to...
runs away, and I guess Maine just like stood there as Tex. Well, it's something funny. Sigma, Elijah Wood's final scene, and again, Elijah Wood killed it as Sigma. He says, "You can run Agent Texas, but we are the meta, and we will find you." And it's kind of crazy that he just stood there and said that as Tex was running away. It's like Sigma, she's right there. She's running away, but like run after her.
He did. He got what he wanted.
Dramatic and be like, you can't. We'll find you one day instead of finding you today.
I do like that. I did like that though, just because obviously they end up finding Tex later on.
Yeah, Tex is like after she gets in a big plane crash. Well, it's kind of funny. Yeah, big crash here, and then that's it. They end up getting Tex after a big plane crash in the future.
Yeah, so. That's the end of the past, pretty much. We get like
seen as like an epilogue, after everything in the present wraps up.
But overall, I liked everything in the past. I'm gonna give it 2 thumbs up. The only thing I didn't like, obviously, but
easily, and I said I love the past. Of course, I think we've said it in season 9 and this season. Like, the past is the highlight of the Freelancer saga for sure.
I'd probably say the same. This time it's a little bit of a, toss up, but because season the past won easily, but I think the past is very interesting here. I like that we got more time with the AIs. I like the break in, getting to see Washington with Epsilon, getting to see Tex find out the building of relationships. Weirdly enough, I mean, even I like it, but. I don't like it, but I love to hate it. Finding out who ended up being shit CT, that's a thing that happened. And I'm never.
He was kind of 5 seconds, and then we realized he was CT.
I think it legitimately was like 5 seconds too, type of thing.
Pretty much.
Like I said earlier in the video, I'm like, please do not put that helmet on. Don't put that helmet on. I was like.
As soon as he put that helmet on, he lost all his brain cells.
He probably did. And then, it's weird. It's the good CT that ends up kind of taking down the project, actually, too. Because,
she was kind of the one who started the domino effect.
Yeah. And, what would you say that, and not just the domino effect of shutting down Project Freelancer, the domino effect of the creation of the shit CT. That's cool, too,
Yeah, you know what? Pros and cons, Owen. Pros and cons.
I don't know. I feel like more of the pro is.
I don't like. Does one outweigh the other? On one hand, yeah, all the evil people got thrown in jail. Downside, we had a whole season. He is the villain.
Yeah. I feel like I feel, and again, like I said, you want to like shit CT in the past, but then you're like, oh wait, you know what the funny.
That idiot.
You know what? I'm never gonna watch this season now the same, knowing that
We spent so much time on how shit CT became shit CT. It's like, damn it, this guy got a whole origin story, but not Wyoming.
I wonder if he's gonna become a new Neo now.
And I was like, God damn it. Well, hey, listen, at least shit CT still died. Fucking Nier was one of the only characters to live. It's like, God damn it.
He's still living to this day that we know of, actually.
You still in the one shot too that was set in the future. It's like, fuck.
But yeah, let's but we had an epilogue before this. This was after the director. Well, I don't know if it's right after he died, but it's like after presumably he died. We'll get to why I say it that way in a minute. It's a little bit after the break-in and everything like that, and the council's like telling the director like, we've shut down the project, but I have hopes that the project will pick up very soon. We'll just pick up where we left off. And the director's like, yes, but we need to find a place to put the alpha. And we need to like find someone to like look after him. So that way like he doesn't die or anything like that. But then they decide to send Captain Flowers. And
Agent Florida.
This is funny because I remember the last season, we were mentioning random people that were freelancers, and I just randomly said Agent Florida, not even thinking about anything, and he ended up...
And and you said like the one that who we actually do see.
Yeah, and of course, he ended up being a pretty big character because he was, the main leader of the Blues originally, and he was there to go after him, and obviously the director's like, yeah, but we're going to need a cover story for him, and the counselor said, like, we would take care of that. Did they say what his cover story was, and I just forget what it was, or...
Yes. You see on the map, they made jokes that Florida sunk in the future, and then we see on the map, like a picture of Florida on the map, just, like, slowly sinking into the water. So, presumably, Project Freelancer sunk the state of Florida.
That's kind of funny, actually. So
just cover up why Agent Florida disappeared. They sunk an entire state.
You know what? It is the director. I can believe that. So
yeah,
but
it's so funny.
Yeah. So and then the director says, like Washington said, they have to put the alpha somewhere where no one will think to look for him, which ended up being Blood Gulch. Then the council's the one that finds it too, and this is really cool because
council was the one who was like, "Oh, hey, I got an idea where we can put him."
Yeah, so the council thought of seasons 1 through 5 pretty much,
Come on.
But this is really cool. I really like, that they used the same reveal song, when we found out who the director was, like at the end of season 6, and here it was like doing his epilogue and everything like that. And I like this a lot, and it was really cool finding out who Captain Flowers is, and just kind of watching the scene because you realize, oh wait, in a weird way, Gamma and Church inadvertently kill Captain Flowers and everything like that.
Right. It's funny, yeah. And I do like this reveal of Agent Florida. I think I would have liked Sarge a bit more, but like this is still a cool reveal. They're like, oh, cool, yeah, the original Blue Team leader, and it makes sense too. That like, yeah, like who the fuck was Flowers? Why was he in charge of the Alpha? It's like, oh, he was a freelancer. That makes sense.
Yep.
And it makes it really cool in retrospect. Before he was kind of just like a guy who would like come off as kind of gay, and like he got killed by Church while he was time traveling.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like, oh shit, he was like the badass freelancer who killed the 2 guys.
Yeah, I really like that a lot. And again,
with the axe that he got fucking thrown in his shoulder too,
Yeah. So in a weird way, he's another like domino effect by the director, pretty much too, because he gets killed because of the director.
And I want to point out, because again, it's kind of funny that like how stacked the season is in voice acting. Because remember, Captain Butch Flowers, his voice actor is the lead singer of Bare Naked Ladies.
That's right.
A pretty popular band. So this season has lead singer of Bare Naked Ladies and Elijah Wood. So I think this season wins the RVP season cake of like most well-known voice actors.
Yeah, but yeah, I really like this. I probably would have liked it if it was Sarge. You would have to do a lot of rewrites to make it work, but it would work. But Sarge would have been awesome if he was, a freelancer. Like you could have found a way to make it work. I think it would have been kind of ironic too, since he's a blue hero. So that would have been like really good retrospect and everything like that. The only thing you would have to really write around is like when he you would have to get rid of that scene.
To the specific scene where they're like giving him the mission of watching the Alpha. Like you would kind of have to make it like they just kind of stick Sarge there without him like telling him anything.
Yeah. So, yeah, but yeah. So I'm fine with it being Captain Flowers because obviously it's doubly cool because. Well, what makes this cool is obviously his death. It's what leads to like Tex kind of showing up and like the Blood Gulch are really fallen and everything like that. So,
and I mean, if you think about it, the whole reason everything happened was because again, Caboose and Donut showed up in Blood Gulch. If Butch Flowers was still alive, Alpha probably would have never left Blood Gulch. Like all the stuff with Tex and Omega and what, like all that shit probably never would have happened.
Yep. So.
Flowers dying is kind of what caused all of the Blood Gulch stuff to happen.
Yeah, so really good.
Idea supposed to be in a stalemate and like nothing bad was supposed to happen.
Yeah, so that would have been kind of cool in the past to see like because obviously the big war between the Reds and the Blues, like Captain Flowers is probably like trying to keep it going and everything like that. So
he was trying to keep everything like in a loop, like he was trying to make it just go on forever. Yeah.
But that's the past. I really like the past, like we said. And there's no end to the past. I think AJ and I talked about this off camera. The ending of the past is either the creation of the meta, Carolina, quote unquote dying, or you could make the argument the epilogue is the end of the past. But I'm kind of glad that there's no real end to the past, I guess. It's kind of like this with I mean, it's not really a spoiler, but it's kind of like this with Better Call Saul, where like there's no real end to the past type of thing. It just kind of it would just end at a certain point, and then like
right, like what this begins the show, so you can't really like end it. I will say, so for the scene with the director, where he's sending Alpha to Blood Gulch. It's this is after his face reveal in the present, so and his face reveal in the present is very different than what you would expect. So I am kind of glad we get this scene where we see his full face, when he's in like director mode, barking orders.
Yeah, I like that. But yeah, we talked about the past. Let's talk about the present finally now. We'll try to keep it a little bit briefer because obviously the past is so much.
I will say there is less to talk about in the present. It is kind of going around to previous locations and trying to find clues on where to find the director. And it's more character stuff, I would say. There isn't really a big action scene till the end.
Yeah, but we're at the present. It's immediately right after Church has been let out of the Epsilon unit, and Caroline is revealed. And, Church is still upset that he's been rescued and everything like that. And Carolina wants to find the director. She spent years trying to find him, and she thinks that she can use some of, the director's memories. Not the director's memories. That'd be weird because she's trying to find that guy. But she's trying to find. She can use Epsilon's memories to find the director. Kind of doing all of this. Washington comes in, and we find out. Because obviously a big thing we heard. In season 9, like in the distance, was there was a big shootout going on and everything like that. So. Carolina kind of has to go out and deal with that. And doing this, Church is like, hey, like, what the hell? Like, you're wearing my armor, pal, pretty much. This is kind of funny because, like, I remember this was a big thing we praised in season 8 that I really like. And this continues in season 10 that I really like when a character isn't there for a specific moment. They'll be completely, like, not in the know for it.
Yeah, like you said, Church wasn't there anymore when Wash became a Blue, so he's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And he reveals that, Washington took his place on the team to even out the numbers for the Blues and everything like that.
I also like how they explain it. Church is like, when did this happen? And Caboose is like, yeah, you know how you went in the Epsilon unit? And Church is like, yeah. And Caboose is like, yeah, like immediately after that.
Yeah.
So Caboose... Not only did you replace me, you replaced me like 5 seconds after I left.
Actually, I like that. They actually, that's not even the whole joke, actually. Because Church says, what was it, so immediately after I left? And Church is like, no, the Caboose like, no, it wasn't immediately after. It was like 10 seconds. Like, it was like, but, they keep calling him Epsilon, and Church gets upset, like, okay, my name is Church, like, use it. And then Caboose is like, actually, no, we call Washington Church now. So I actually kind of like this detail. It's a comedy moment, but it shows, like, what's been going on. Like, essentially, Washington's pretending to be Church / another Blue, so that, just to kind of give him a name and everything like that, which I think is pretty cool. Doing all of this, we got some stuff in the past. They do a funny scene where Sarge tries to get, like, a shotgun war between all of them, because obviously he still hates the Blues. And I did like this whole, like, all of them having a conversation, Sarge is just kind of, like, there for it, just watching it type of thing.
Well, I also like where he's like, hey, you know what, Church, I'm actually kind of glad you're back. This guy, Washington, leading the Blues is kicking our asses. So, having you, an idiot, in charge of the Blue team again, it will be good for me. And Church is like, gee, thanks. I'm so happy to be needed.
Yeah. Which I think is kind of funny, because in the Blood Goats era, like, Church was the more serious one. But obviously, it does make sense. That does make a lot of sense that Wash has been kicking their ass and everything like that. So
Church, like, did an okay job as leader, but again, he still kind of sucked at it. Whereas Washington's like an actual military guy, so obviously he's a lot better at it. And we see later in the season that, Washington leading the Blues kicks the Reds' asses.
Yeah. But doing all of this, Washington and Carolina taking fire against the UNSC troops, and they're getting into a shootout. I did like this fight scene. I know, because it is cool, because we haven't really seen a fight scene in a while, like in the Halo graphics. So it was kind of cool. And it wasn't very long, so I think there was really no need to do your animation, Carolina's, like, waiting for their distraction. And doing all this, we see Griff show up in the Warthog, and he just completely crushes and kills Well, I think so. I don't know, because obviously Red versus Blue, as we'll talk about in the towards the end of this, no one really dies. But
excuse me, holy shit.
you know, and then during this, we see that shortly after this, Tucker and Simmons pop up, and they do a funny joke where this chase scene, like, you know, Griff was taking more risk and being more extreme about it, where Simmons was like obviously not doing it very well. Like he stopped at it like the train tracks and everything like that, which is just really funny to think about.
I like that, you know, like they hadn't done this joke in a while. Remember whenever the Reds are like driving the Warthog, they'll play the Mexican band music.
That's right, yeah.
I'm glad we got this. We got to hear that again. It's been a while since they've done that joke.
Yeah, I think it's in season 6. No, season 7, because
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and doing all this, Church is upset, and you know, asked like why they rescued him, and Sarge is like, well, that's because you know. I do like at the beginning, too, they do re-explain the season, because obviously, but they don't do it in a way where it's like, you know, they should already know this, because in, like, before they came out, like, Caboose, like, explained to Sarge, like, that Church really didn't die or anything like that, he was just, like, an AI. So it's like, I think it's because Sarge is stupid, I'm okay with them re-explaining it and everything like that, so that way it's not, you know, where it doesn't completely not make sense. And then, you know, Sarge explains to Church that, you know, Carolina had them break out Epsilon so that way they could get they could go through his memories and see if they could use that information to get to find the director. They do a funny joke here where Sarge explains it not very well, and the joke and then Church is like, okay, I didn't understand any of that, and then Caboose actually explains it very well, and the joke here is they're like, okay, so you know, Caboose got this right, but clearly messed something up. And I like the thing that the Caboose got wrong was, and then you're going to throw him a surprise party. And then Sean says, like, yeah, it's going to be a surprise party, all right, a shotgun to the face. So I did like that joke.
I also love, you know, because again, it's like, it's a funny thing, but like, it changes a lot once you finish the season. Where Sarge is like, oh yeah, when we find the director, we're going to shoot him in the face and walk away in slow motion. Not how that goes.
Yeah.
You know? And I think it's good because, again, they've kind of built up that, like, killing the director is going to be this, like, epic thing. It's going to be super satisfying. And then, nope, not what happens.
Yep. And I do like it because it makes the walk-off, like, before that even better and everything like that. Because here they're, like, excited to do it and everything like that. So, and then, they just kind of leave this area, you know, because Church says, like, he doesn't really have, you know, he has the director's memories, but he doesn't remember any of them. And they kind of just, like, I think what happened is, like, they realized it was taking fire and the UNSC is going to come back for them. So they kind of, like, just go to the windmill place. They don't really give a reason why they give a reason, but like why they go there, but they don't really they just kind of leave. They don't really give a complete reason why they like leave this area and everything like that. They kind of do a little bit of a road trip, which I know you like. So
yeah, I do kind of like that. Like, it's a lot of like driving around this season. Like, and again, we hadn't seen these Reds and Blues since season 8, because remember, season 9 wasn't even the real ones. So yeah, I'm happy to have them just like interacting with each other. And again, they're actually doing like plot shit, which is nice, you know. You know, like sometimes they'll do like the Blues are doing plot stuff and the Reds aren't, or the Reds are doing plot stuff and the Blues aren't. I'm kind of glad that they're all kind of like working together on this. We don't really get like too much of an A and B plot with the present.
What I really like about it too is it is a lot of them like standing around, but it's like plot stuff. They're further in the plot, like, you know, they're not just standing around and talking and all that type of stuff. So.
And you know, whenever they aren't really furthering the plot, it's like we're getting good character stuff too.
Yeah, definitely.
But like you said, we arrive at the windmill. You know, because they had mentioned that, you know, they fought the meta here in season 6, so they're kind of like looking for clues on like, you know, anything that could have been left behind. Carolina's kind of giving Washington shit, being like, oh come on, don't tell me being around these like idiots, sim troopers has like made you gone soft, you know, like you know, do your basic procedures, you know, look for clues. You know, because Washington was kind of just being like, I mean, we fought the meta here, but that was like a long time ago, you know, like we're not going to find anything.
And I think that just kind of showed like how much Washington changed even in season 6. Because it's kind of cool because Carolina kind of takes Washington's role from like the recollection.
Yeah, very similar to Washington in season 6, and so it's kind of it's nice getting that contrast.
Yeah.
We do get a funny joke where Caboose thinks that they left Church behind at the base. Not the case, and we get to see Church as an AI, like in the small miniature form, which is really cool because we hadn't seen Church like that since. Well, we've never seen Epsilon like that. The only time we ever saw Church like that was Alpha at the very end of season 6.
Yeah, I feel like this is really cool, and he's like this the whole season too. When they do a lot with
yeah,
this.
we only get like one more scene where Church is full grown, and yeah, actually, I was gonna say in like the future seasons too, we don't really ever see like Church full sized again. Like Church pretty much from now on stays small.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Kind of showing he's like embraced being an AI.
Yeah, which is kind of funny because Alpha died not even thinking he was an AI.
Epsilon's kind of embraced it, yeah. And Epsilon is currently in Tucker's helmet, and Church is like, "Oh my god, your helmet's disgusting. I had to delete so much crap just to fit in here." And Tucker's like, "You didn't delete my home movies file, right?" Obviously, the joke is, Church had to delete a bunch of Tucker's porn.
Yeah.
He just had it. And Carolina, of course, is pissed at the Reds and Blues. Like, the Reds are, like, saying, like, "Oh, hey, on road trips, we always make stops to, like, take pictures of, like, funny road signs." Like, "Oh, we want to find Boner Street one day." And, Washington has to keep Carolina from trying to kill them all.
Yeah, definitely.
But, yeah, so far in the season, Carolina's been portrayed as, like you said, very hard-ass. But they didn't actually wait too long to show Carolina's more vulnerable side. Because once Carolina and Washington are alone in the room where they had that fight with the Meta, the Wash is talking about it, and Carolina just says, "Poor Maine." And I do like this because Carolina never calls Meta. She always calls him Maine.
Yeah, I really like that a lot. And it's really kind of sad, because we never talked about this. Like, Washington never has called the Meta Maine other than, like, to explain who he was, but, like, he never specifically calls him Maine, and it's kind of sad because, we didn't really get a lot of them in the past type of thing, but it seemed like they had a decent relationship in the past and everything like that.
Washington was, like, with him as he was getting surgery.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. But yeah, I think a big reason why Carolina keeps calling him Maine is because, as she says in this scene, she feels guilty because everybody got an AI based on, like, their personality and compatibility. And Sigma, who Maine got, was originally Carolina's AI, and she gave him Sigma to, like, so he could communicate after he lost his voice. But of course, him getting Sigma is what led to him becoming Omega, the Meta.
Yeah, that's really sad to think about. That'd be a fun what if video, like, and also, like, what was the director's intentions too, like, giving Sigma to Carolina and everything like that, like, because obviously everything was an experiment. So, like, what would have happened if Carolina ended up getting Sigma and everything like that? Like, and that's the big,
Yeah, be able to control Carolina like he did control Maine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I feel like was a lot more hot-headed, and, like, I feel like she wouldn't give into Sigma's, like, control as easy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we saw Sigma was able to, like, push Carolina towards wanting to fight Tex. So I feel like Sigma would still be able to take advantage of her and, like, be like, "Hey, you should fight Tex. Hey, you should fight Tex." Like, Sigma would still be able to control her a little bit.
It'd probably be the dynamics would probably be a little different. So.
Yeah. And Carolina talked a bit more about the director. And I do like this because we get a bit more on, like, I feel like why Carolina wants to kill the director, whereas she was so loyal to him in the past. Because even when the past ended, we didn't really get a reason why Carolina was, like, hated him in the present.
Yeah.
Because when got thrown off the cliff, she was presumably still loyal to him. Where she's kind of grown. She wants to kill the director now, because the director always had his little experiments. And even though everyone thinks Carolina's dead, she thinks that the director knows she's alive and is even planning on her confronting him eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And that, like, you know, she gave Sigma to Maine, and like Maine became the meta, but she thinks that even that was part of the director's experiment. That she thinks that the director knew something would happen with that. He let it get out of hand.
So do you think?
I think the director wanted to see, you know, what Sigma would do once he was with Maine, and like that Sigma would want more of the AIs. But again, he just didn't plan on the meta getting that out of control.
Yeah. Do you think? You know, because we'll get to that scene later. Because obviously the director had fallen off so much by the time they do have that meeting. Do you think the director at that time thought the meeting was going to go differently based on type of? Do you think the way the meeting goes? Do you think he planned on it going that way?
No, because when she first gets there, he's like very chill, and he even says like, "Hey, do you want to watch this with me?"
Yeah.
So I think I'm not sure what the director thought. Again, what he thinks of Carolina is very vague.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what the director thinks of everything is very vague. You know, like I like that they kind of keep a lot of it a mystery.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think the director did plan on Carolina finding him eventually, but I think by the time she finally got to him, he was like so different from what he was before.
Just like Tex and Alpha, actually. So.
Yeah, which again, I think that was intentional. I think that was an intentional comparison.
But we'll get to it when we get to it, though. So
I hope we'll get there soon. Again, that is my favorite scene in the whole show. One of my favorite scenes. Period. It's such a good scene. But yeah, Church and Tucker were spying on Carolina and Wash during this. But once Washington and Carolina start talking about how the director was hard on her. And hard on everybody, and he was even hard on himself. It was actually Washington was the one who gave that line that the director was even hard on himself, and that's interesting because remember Washington fucking hates the director.
Yeah, so it's interesting that like he's kind of seeing it from his point POV now, type of thing.
Yeah, but Tucker, you know, hearing the word hard on, he can't contain himself. He has to scream "Bow chicka bow." So Carolina shoots at him and like tells him to fuck off. And we get a funny scene where Church is like, "Fine, we'll go." But then Church has to be like, "Hey, Tucker, I need you to like leave for me. I can't actually go on my own."
Yeah.
Yeah, but they pretty much can't find anything at the windmill. But Washington says to Carolina about their next stop is the desert, because remember in season 8, Washington in the meta found CT's helmet. And Carolina's confused by this because, again, as we saw in the past, Carolina saw CT die. Well, she didn't see her die, but, like, she was gonna die because she got fucking stabbed twice.
Yeah.
So, you know, she's confused. Like, how would CT end up in the desert? But they end up going there.
There was a few scenes, too, before, like, with the Reds and Blues.
Oh, yeah. You're right. So the Reds don't really do too much. But we do get one scene where Church is like talking to Tucker, and Tucker's like, "Hey, how do you even know this Carolina chick?" And Church is like, "Oh, Tex used to tell me stories." And Tucker's like, "Oh, you mean Alpha?" And Church is like, "Oh yeah, I guess whatever." Like even Church is still confused.
Yeah.
And Tucker's like, "How many people are you anyway?" And Tucker's like, "I don't know, a bunch." Well, I like that he says a bunch because before he was only counting Alpha and Director. Like now he's counting like the other AI fragments.
Yeah.
And he even says like, "Oh yeah, great, 12 different fragments, but we all have the same shitty circle of friends."
Yeah, pretty much.
And I like that Tucker says like, "Hey, I tried everything I could with Carolina. I tried sleeping with her, I tried hitting on her, I tried making out with her." And Church is like, "Wow, it sounds like you really tried everything." And Tucker says like, "Church, you're the worst wingman ever. All the girls you know are bitches who don't sleep with me."
Yeah.
Again, it's nice to see Church and Tucker banter. And even Caboose chimes in a few times. The Reds don't really get much. The Reds kind of start talking amongst themselves more in the desert and Valhalla.
Yeah, the Reds was kind of like them being afraid of Carolina, pretty much.
Yeah. Church and Tucker spied on her. Carolina tried to like threaten Caboose, and Caboose like didn't understand it.
Which is awesome.
Funny. Not like like it's a funny scene. Yeah,
But
not
going
much to
but going on to the stuff in the desert, I like the stuff at the windmill though. I like that we got like.
And this is our last time there, and it's kind of funny because this has been a big location. This was O'Malley's base back in Blood Gulch, and again they fought the meta here in season 6.
Yeah, so I really like this.
And I think that, like, it's abandoned now.
Yeah.
Because remember, O'Malley was here before, and then the meta killed all the reds and blues that were here.
Yeah. But yeah, at the desert, Washington, Carolina has Washington take her to where he found the shit CT. So there's that. Yeah, no, I'm just moving on because that's
I already talked about him. He sucks. Moving on.
Yeah.
It was cool for 5 seconds, but then he let the rest of the show happen by not actually killing everybody, just dropping a bomb and leaving.
Yeah. Doing all this while they're kind of off doing that, the Reds, Sarge wants to propose a truce where they put the differences aside, and I do think this is funny that Sarge is the only one living through the show's concept, because even like the Blues are like, I think he knows like this hasn't been a thing since like Blood Gulch era, right? Like this.
Yeah, they're like, does he still think we're fighting?
Yeah, but they both kind of realize that they're both kind of afraid of Carolina, and they're not really sure of like her true intentions, because Carolina's being very vague on everything with the Reds and Blues. She's not really telling them anything. They're just kind of going along for the ride, literally.
Oh yeah, you forgot to mention at the base, but Church is like, "Hey, I'm surprised you're helping the Blues, Sarge," and Sarge says like under duress. So basically, the idea is like Carolina. The only reason the Reds came is because Carolina threatened them.
Yeah, which is kind of funny.
And I also like how Sarge says like, yeah, to Church, like, you know a lot of scary women. What, do you have like a fetish? And Church is kind of just like, I mean, I guess you could say that. Like Church doesn't even like deny it. He's like kind of like, yeah.
But
when we find out Church and Carolina are actually related.
Yeah. So the Reds and Blues kind of like want to find out how they can like get information, but like kind of be on the down low on it and everything like that. I like it because Caboose is just gonna go up and like ask him and everything like that, and they keep doing the, he keeps throwing the word trap in there, and there's a funny line where like Caboose Tucker tries to get Caboose to like be his wingman, and like he asks Tucker asks him a question, and Caboose gets it like completely wrong, but like the way he words it, like Tucker like actually likes it better, like how Caboose worded it and everything.
Sexual, and Tucker's like, oh, actually, you know what? I like that a lot more. Yeah.
Yeah. So they come up with this idea, and this was really cool, where they realized that Caboose put Epsilon into that alien device, so they could put her in something else, and they put her into the vehicle, not the Warthog, but the other vehicle that like, huh?
The motorcycle, like the dirt bike, I guess.
Yeah, the dirt bike. And I like this. I really like how creative this show gets with how they use the AI units. Not just putting them like in the equipment or anything like that. Like they put them in devices and everything like that.
Yeah, and like you said, it's cool because we see in the past Sigma like goes into that camera.
Yeah. And I like that it's not like completely unrealistic. Like, it doesn't see like Church can't drive this thing around himself or anything like that type of thing. He probably could, but I'm glad they don't take that route to it. Like, Church doesn't go drive up, like, right while Carolina and Wash, like, are having their scene at the desert. Because I thought that was going to happen. I like that it benefited them in a different way, where, like, that was the vehicle that, like, Carolina took when she went to go where York died and everything like that. So it wasn't, like... They took a good approach to this, but they didn't make it like completely unrealistic. I know it's kind of unrealistic anyways, but it's not like super unrealistic. So
they gotta just figure Carolina would use the vehicle at some point, and Church could spy on her. Because again, they're just trying to find out more information on Carolina. Like they're not really against her or for her at this point. They just want to know what she's up to.
Yeah.
But it's funny again. Carolina was just nicer to them, like all the issues the Reds and Blues would have in this season, like would be avoided.
Yeah.
And also, I do like the where Church is like bitching about something, and he's like mid sentence, but like then Caboose honks the horn, and like Church like he like honks. He's like, oh yeah, a girl just would love to be with me. But like Church like uncontrollably says honk whenever Caboose honks the horn. It's such a small joke, but I thought it was fucking hilarious.
It reminded me of that episode of Fairly Odd Parents when like Timmy wishes to be like his dad's call, and like he can only communicate through the radios, and when Vicky steals the call, like she changes it to like Mexican music, and Timmy can only speak Spanish like when she does that.
I remember that. That's funny. Yeah. I love that. Yeah. So again, the Presence, has more of a story, but it is also kind of the more comedy of the two.
Yeah. So then back while watching, Carolina find the shit CT's helmet. Well, I guess it's not the shit CT's helmet. It's the good CT's helmet.
Who was being worn by the shit CT.
Yeah. Carolina instantly figures out that, like...
Oh, we forgot to mention it. We got to add CT to the list of characters who don't have a name.
Well, does he get one later, though, AJ? Because you've seen more of the show than I have. Okay. Well, I thought you said how are we going to rank that, though? Because technically, like... He's not because he's CT in season 7. If you stop after season 8, he does have one. But like if you don't,
yeah, he had a name, but he was so shit he got it taken away from him.
I like that. Okay, I like that better. Actually,
there we go. So CT. I feel like we should add 2 points for that. He was I'm adding CT plus 2.
Okay. But yeah, so Carolina figures out like, yeah, this isn't the CT that we like. This is this guy type of thing, which is kind of funny because they don't even realize. What the funny thing is, Washington and Carolina are gonna forever not realize that this CT ended up being so shit. It's only gonna be like,
I don't think they ever actually specifically say like, oh, so that's not CT. That's the shitty guy. They kind of just are like, oh, okay, it's here.
Yeah, but that's just so fun.
Because we already went over in the past. They do a cool transition where when shit CT puts it on, then it like fades to present day where it's on the ground.
Well, I just really like too, like this scene faded into like that whole fight pretty much that happened with.
Just again because we did past and present separately. I want to point out the season did a really good job with like transitioning between the past and present.
I wasn't enjoying it at the time, though. I had to find out this was shit CT while this...
this guy, fuck, again, dude, don't put it on. You're going to lose all your brain cells, please.
Maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's not CT. Maybe it's this helmet. Maybe it's the helmet that's bad.
And again, it's good CT took it off fairly often, so you know what? Again, maybe that's why she was better.
Because when she wears this helmet, she fails all the... I mean, think about it. Maybe it wasn't... It had
all her missions while wearing it, and then... Why did she die? Because she was wearing the helmet. All that shit is contained in the helmet. Makes sense because it's brown.
So is it really was that CT really shitty, or was it the helmet? That's
yes to both. It is both.
Okay. I like to we're trying to I'm trying to give CT trying to get CT out of it.
I'm like no, don't defend.
Which is funny because this is a character like I hate more.
But remember, you didn't even know he died. You thought he was just like a random guy who got lasered. And I'm like, no, the main villain. That's the main villain of the season who got killed.
I remember I was even just like, wait, that was the main villain? Like, yeah, oh yeah, I guess. And then it was the season, and I was like, yeah, I guess it was the main villain that got killed. Like,
and that's one of those things where we were talking about it, and we were like, wait a minute, he's stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really like him that much, anyways. But like,
I mean, I thought boring beforehand, but then when we were watching, we're like, wait a minute.
It's
kind of like talking about a movie. We're like, oh yeah, she's okay, but then we were talking about it. We're like, wait a minute, she's actually a moron.
And now Maui's Maui's not a moron. Maui's just annoys you.
Maury is just all of the bad in one teenage girl.
We need to have a competition of all the shows that who's worse, Maui.
Maury's a fucking moron. She was like worried about the competition when they were like starving. They caught a whole moose.
What do you think? By the way, when we do the scenario, what would this character be like here? You know, I'm gonna do some joking ones. I'm gonna do like, what if shit CT was in Yellow Jackets? Like, that'd be awesome. Like,
oh yeah, he'd be like, Mari, you make a fantastic point.
Oh, they both gotta be in it at once. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, they're gonna be best friends. They're gonna be constantly being like, oh yeah, fake CT, I agree with you. We shouldn't kill all the freelancers. And fake CT is like, I agree with you, Mari. We should care more about the game than fucking surviving.
By the way, we've done this video is probably going to go over like 6 hours. I think like an hour of it's been spent on shitting on the shit CT. Like
probably.
But you know, we're never going to see him again. You know, we have to do him justice.
Again, he is like never brought up again after this.
I remember you said that too originally in season 7 though, and then this. Did you forget like he was even in the past or something, or like?
Not that he was even a thing. Because, I mean, comparatively, he's really not in it that much.
I know. I feel like did we just make him more of a thing than like he was type of thing?
I feel like about him more than he was actually ever in the show.
We should do a timer. But it's kind of tough because they cut back and forth doing that. But, you know what, though? Washington, Carolina...
About Nier for longer.
Huh?
We still ranted about Nier for longer.
Oh, Nier's timeless. He's never going to go away. I feel like CT is going to be that now.
Yeah, we'll be like 80 and still bitching about Nier.
Well, actually, I'll be older than... I'll be 90. You'll probably be 80. So... But anyhow, so... you know, we'll put to bed, you know, in memory of shit CT, because we're never going to talk about him ever again, so...
Shit CT will probably mention you in the Yellow Jackets video somehow.
We probably will. Yeah, so, yeah, they cut back to the present, and, like, they're trying to figure out, like, so what the hell was, you know, what the hell was shit CT doing here? What Caroline's like, I don't know, but we're gonna find out. They do a really cool thing here, and they do this kind of a little bit in the present, where, like, they'll be in the Halo thing, but then you'll get, like, Carolina's POV, and it shows, like, the device, and she's in, like, the new Rooster Teeth, like, animation, which is really cool. Yeah, then all that stuff where, like, they put Epsilon into the truck, and it kind of backfires on them, like, immediately, because, you know, she's like, Tucker, like, get Epsilon, I have some questions for him. And obviously Tucker's like shit, like, because they just put Epsilon in the vehicle, so they kind of will give away the plan now and everything like that. So Tucker goes over there, and again, they do a really good thing here where, like, they're looking at this device, and before Tucker gets over there, they, like, see this, you know, the device we saw Epsilon get put in the last episode, the alien device. And I really like that because, you know, because Washington and Carolina, like, even though Washington went to the desert, like, he didn't really know about this device or anything like that. So,
yeah, they had already taken it before Washington got there. Yeah.
It is interesting, though, he didn't realize it, though, like, because, like, that...
Because he did see in Valhalla, because remember, like, they were even making a joke that, like, you know, Doc and Maine thought he was crazy, that, like, he saw a giant eye shoot a laser at him. Yeah,
so it's kind of... you know, so that is a little weird, but whatever. I'll accept it, I guess, type of thing.
Again, they're also vague on how long ago this was. You know, like the time gap between 8 and 9.
Because nine's present sucked. That's why. So.
I mean, like after you know, like the end of 8 and now.
I could say the same answer because 9.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah. I do like this because Tucker comes over and they're like, they're trying to figure out what this thing is, and Tucker says, oh yeah, that's the device I was trying to, like, you know, goad, and did a very good job in the present.
Yeah. I think at the Windmill Church even is like, because, you know, like, Tucker mentions, like, dude, I don't even know what the fuck is happening. Like, you guys found me here. And Church was like, oh yeah, right, yeah, you came in kind of late on this. Oh, actually, you know, you were kind of a badass, huh? And Tucker was like, oh, I'm always a badass. You guys just happen to notice it more that time.
So I do like that, by the way, too, that, like, Tucker was kind of, like, didn't really know what was going on. Because, again, he wasn't in, like, season 6 and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
Dude, I have no fucking clue what's happening. Because yeah, again, he's like getting all this info secondhand.
Yeah. So again, I feel like Red versus Blue does a really good job of that and everything like that. So
who was actually there and who's just getting shit like second.
Yeah. And then
Carolina's pissed because the Reds and Blues, they don't even say like, oh yeah, we fucked tax and shit. They're kind of just like, oh yeah, we like left that at like on a random warehouse.
Yeah. I know, yeah. So yeah, they say like they left it at a random warehouse, which I thought was going to lead to them going to the warehouse, but I felt like we spent enough time there in season 8. I didn't really need to go back. I didn't really feel that there was a need to go back there.
It was like you spent too much time there.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, you don't ever have to go back. So doing all this, they do a funny bit with the Reds where Sarge is rooting for Carolina to kill Tucker, and they do this funny thing where like Sarge has this song that he says about like killing Griff, and like Simmons knows the song because he has apparently like he knows it in his sleep, and sometimes he wakes up with like a shotgun like ready to kill Griff. It's actually really funny. So I guess my thing is like, but the joke there is I think Sarge was singing the song so often that Simmons learned it in his sleep and everything like that.
Because he would like go up and like stare at the night sky and like see a shooting star and sing it, and then basically Sarge was singing it so much at night that like it would show up in Simmons' dreams.
They did a funny joke earlier at the base, like in the beginning, where Sarge was just like to Church, like, we just went through hell trying to break you out of there, and I had to see Griff almost die 3 times, and obviously the joke there was that was God teasing him and everything like that.
When he says, like, it's like God was teasing me. Why won't you just take him already? That was really funny. I love that.
I feel like, too, that's a real good thing. Like, they, the joke is Sarge hates Griff, but they do a really good job of making adding new items to the joke. It's not just
running jokes since, like, season 1. So you figure it would have gone stale, but they're doing a really good job of, like, well, 1, they're not doing it too much. They're, like, spreading it out throughout the seasons. And 2, like, again, like you said, they're kind of, like, doing it in, like, new and fun ways every time. Like, they're not just, having Sarge be like, I hate Griff over and over again. They're doing it in a fun way.
I feel like this is going to become a problem, though, in the later seasons.
Really? I think they're doing a really good job with it.
No, I'm making the prediction, because you remember, you say, like, the future seasons aren't that great. I'm making the prediction.
Honestly, yeah, it could be.
Okay. I was just saying that thing because you've seen the rest of the show, so I'm like, that might be a problem. But then Carolina says, she tells everyone to stay there. She's gonna go on a little side mission and everything like that. And
this isn't too unprompted. She says like they're nearby. The base, like it's only like a day away.
Yeah, and even like. I like that Wash instantly kind of knew where she was going, even though like they're not very specific on. It's like you're probably not going to find anything, but they kind of. Oh, and I want to mention this too. There'll be points in this because obviously this becomes a big thing where Wash kind of tries to, not really argue at this point, but like tries to talk Carolina into out of the orders and gives like pretty good reasons on it, but obviously. A big thing is he says yes, boss, at the end, and I want to mention that because that becomes a run-in storyline throughout this season and everything like that. They did a funny joke too where everyone had to say sink, and like Caboose wouldn't say sink, he would say like a word that wasn't sink type of thing, which is really funny.
Wash or refrigerator or something.
I like that. I like that joke didn't overstate. Like I think they did it like twice, so I'm glad that joke didn't overstay its welcome. But yeah, I liked everything of the. Well, there's more stuff at the desert. So
Carolina leaves, and then while she's gone, some stuff happens.
The Reds do a funny bit like in the temple, where like they're like questioning whether or not they can trust Washington, and right now all they have is really each other, and like. Tucker doesn't even have his teammates, like Caboose is taking off, and we get a really cool scene that like was very unlike anything we've really seen in like Red versus Blue. I know I've said that before when we just talked about the York and North scene where they were like out of their armor, but this scene was more like it like in Halo because you see like Wash looking out at the sunset. This was really cool. You've never really seen like a scene.
Dramatic shot, like a really good shot, yeah.
And Caboose is sneaking up on him, and I really like that they brought back this joke because he snuck into the Reds base and like Griff picked up on it right away. So like he does the same sneaking tactic here, and Washington instantly sees this, and Caboose pretty much just kind of gives away like that they've been like spying on like Carolina and Washington, to see like.
I forgot to say it earlier, but when the Reds and Blues were having their meeting, they Church says that like, hey, we can't trust Washington either because Carolina is like, controlling him basically, or like he's listening to Carolina.
Yep.
So that's why they're like kind of keeping Washington out of their meetings and want to spy on him too.
Do you ever think too, even though they've made up, because Epsilon killed himself in his head, do you think there's like a little bit of distrust there?
Yeah. Church kind of throws shit at Washington later in the season, so I think Church is still kind of bitter towards Washington. Which is funny, because again, it's funny that Church is kind of being the one who like, hey, we can't trust Wash. He's like on Carolina's side. And then, the reverse ends up happening.
Yeah. Washington even says to Caboose, like, he's supposed to be in the base, and Caboose kind of gives away their plan that, like, they've been, like, spying on them to see, like, what they're really up to and everything like that. And, Wash, like, wants to know, like, why the hell he's telling them all this if, like, we're not supposed to know about it. And, Caboose even says, like, well, I think that's because we're friends, aren't we? And, like, Caboose leaves, and Wash says friends. And this kind of gets Washington, like, to think a little bit, because I like this, because Wash, I think it was originally in the beginning, he was middle ground in this season. But obviously, I feel like with everything that the Reds and Blues have done for him, I think, like, it's getting him to get, like, his trust issues under control, and he's starting to trust people again.
And that's the big reason why he turned heel before, is because he felt like he was constantly being backstabbed. So, yeah, this is a big point for him where he's realizing, like, oh, shit, like, the Reds and Blues are different. Like, they're not going to turn their back on me.
And I think it's really cool. I like that, like, he's having this moment now, and this is a very little scene, but obviously if you've seen, like, reconstruction and stuff, it's a bigger scene than, like, what it's made out to be and everything like that.
The Churches as separate characters, Washington is my favorite. And, scenes like this, really show how far he's come,
Yeah. Because I think it's scenes like this, too, that shows how good people the Reds and Blues are. Because, again, like, they have no reason to even help Washington at all. Washington turned their back on them and everything like that, and they're still helping them and everything like that. And I love, too, we never get, like, we kind of get a reason, but we never get, like, a reason why. And typically I would complain about that, but I'm actually kind of okay with it, because sometimes it just kind of shows how good people the Reds and Blues are, where they don't have a reason, but they're just doing it anyways and everything like that.
You're cool, we know, yeah, it's like, whatever.
Yeah.
Sure, you tried to, but whatever.
I mean, Shaw just tried to kill, like, Griff, like, 20 times. I think it's...
And they tried to kill each other a million times, so, honestly. Are you even part of the Reds and Blues if you haven't tried to kill each other?
Yeah. I mean, honestly and realistically enough, though, like... I know you said that as a joke, but honestly, you could take... Like, they've tried to kill each other so much, but they built a bond with this war and everything, like...
It reminds me of American Dad. They make a joke where, like, Francine's freaking out because, like, I forget who. It's like Roger tried to kill Haley or something. And Stan is just like, oh, so what? Haley tried to kill me. I tried to kill you. Steve tried to kill you. Like, we all tried to kill each other. It's how we communicate as a family.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing with the Reds and Blues.
I mean, that's the big lesson to come out of season 5.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, don't hate them just because you were told to. Hate them because you got to know them every day and you can't fucking stand them.
Epsilon takes that a bit to heart, I guess, later on.
Epsilon takes it a bit too far. But, that's
everything.
Until, like, the very end. We're, like, for a brief second.
Yeah, I liked everything at the desert for the most part. It's probably the week...
We got enough of the desert in 7 and 8.
Yeah. Overall, though, I like everything at the desert. It's probably, like, the weakest thing in the present, like, area they're actually at, where not a bunch of stuff happens, but it's still, like, good stuff that happens there.
Yeah. Oh, and one little funny joke I wanted to point out was, like, Griff was, like, stress eating, and Tucker was like, how the fuck did you get a bag of chips in the middle of the desert?
I wonder how he did.
Yeah, Griff's a fat ass. But while they're in the desert fucking around, Carolina goes to the Wyoming's base from Out of Mind. This base got more screen time than Wyoming. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I think so.
So, all right, cool. And then, the episode starts off with like the voice lines from Out of Mind, where York and Tex were fighting Wyoming, and York died. And Carolina again, kind of like that scene with Washington. We get to see a bit of like the not the hard ass, like we get to see a bit of like she does have feelings, and she's like apologizing to York. And this is sad because we see like the explosion spot where where Washington blew up York's body.
Yeah.
And Carolina's saying, "Sorry, York. I'm sorry I didn't listen." And of course, we already went over it in the past. It's when they had that fight. But this was sad because obviously in the present, this happened before that in the season. So we didn't know exactly what she was talking about at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And then, she's like, "Why, York? Why Tex?" And Church kind of can't, like, he forgets to, like, that he's hiding. He's like, "Tex." And then he's like, "Oh, shit, I forgot I was hiding." And Carolina confronts him, being like, "Hey, listen, I know you and your friends think I'm a merc. I'm an evil merc with a bad attitude. You're wrong. I'm much worse." My alarm went off. I didn't realize we were fucking going so long.
I figured this would be long since we have the pass included here too.
Yeah, true. But yeah, Carolina's like, "Well, what do you expect us to like, think about you, Carolina? Like you rounded up everyone I've ever known to bring me back, and now you're like being psychotic and not telling us anything. Like, of course we don't like you." And Carolina's like, "Well, good. I don't trust you guys either. I don't trust anybody." And I like that Church was being kind of like, "Oh, what? Because like you're just too cool for that." But then Carolina actually gets pretty personal, and she's like, "No, it's because I had a team once, and we had the best equipment, the best training, and we still tore each other to pieces." Because in the past, Carolina's so like dead focused on beating Tex, you kind of forget that like, yeah, Carolina did care about everybody,
Yeah, really, very much so.
Yeah. So I'm kind of glad that, because again, Carolina's always been kind of a hard ass, so it's nice to see she did actually care about them. And to this, Church can't even, like, she says, like, "Okay, if I couldn't trust them, how can I trust a group full of idiots?" And I like that, funny enough, Sarge is the one who answers this question towards the end to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Church signs off after that, and Carolina's like, "Yeah, that's what I thought." And presumably a couple hours later, Church shows up again. And he becomes Delta for a brief moment. And Delta says that, Epsilon's struggling to remember. And Carolina's confused. And all of a sudden, York shows up, or at least a hologram of York. And we find out York was keeping a diary, like a log, keeping updates on what he was doing after he left Project Freelancer.
Which I like because, the director was doing that also. So I like that they brought that bit back type of thing. Mm-hmm. So...
And I like he's kind of goofing off and being like, "Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome to another adrenaline-pumping journal entry." And Delta is kind of being like, "York, please be serious."
Yeah.
I like this because this kind of gets turned around. Because we've talked about how Delta's always very, like, matter-of-fact and logical. And throughout this, these logs, you see York getting his hopes up more and more about Carolina being alive. And Delta is kind of like being like, York, you can't be sure about that. And you think, oh, it's Delta being logical. He's telling York, not to like, make assumptions. But when you think about it, Delta is, trying to keep York's like expectations low. He doesn't want York to, get all these big hopes and then it to be crushed because that's exactly what happened.
Which is and that could be why he became a little bit of a thief and everything like that.
Yeah. So Delta, again, seeing him like care about York.
Yeah.
And like in his own way,
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, and I like how York is even being like, "Delta, can I get a drum roll, please?" And Delta's like, "I prefer not to."
Yeah.
But he says that he's been keeping tabs on Project Freelancer since he went rogue, and that a former female freelancer has been causing them issues. And he points out, that's right, guys, female freelancer, not Wyoming, not Maine. Which I want to point out, that's important because remember, obviously Maine went rogue, but Wyoming went rogue too. Because we already knew that in Blood Gulch, but We don't actually see Wyoming go rogue in the past.
Why would we? He sucks in the past.
He got, Maine attacked him off screen. He lost, Gamma ejected from his head off screen. He went rogue from Project Freelancer off screen. It's like, great. Everything's off screen.
Yep.
But yeah, and then York says, and based on what I know about South's last location, I'm pretty sure I know it's South Carolina. That's just Carolina. I don't know why I keep calling her South Carolina.
Forget if somebody gets North Carolina. You never call her North Carolina.
You're right. I don't know why. Because again, she's just Carolina. But I also like that York says, he's keeping tabs on where South Dakota is, implying that him and North Dakota are still in contact.
Mm-hmm.
Which is nice. They were still buddies until they eventually both got murdered.
Yeah, because I think out of everyone in Project Freelancer on screen, they had the strongest friendship and everything like that. So it's nice that they kept in contact.
Didn't keep in touch with them or anything. They seem to be the only ones who kept in contact.
Yeah, I like that.
And yeah, and then York gives a few more updates. Kind of going over again that he's assuming that this female freelancer who's attacking Project Freelancer is Carolina. And he's getting more and more excited. He's like, oh, when I finally see her again, I got the perfect pickup line. He's like, so hey, Carolina, if I said I like that armor, would you hold it against me? And Delta, again, is trying to keep him on focus, not wanting him to get his hopes up. And York starts to tell Delta, hey, did I ever tell you how I met her? Because, we assume that they just met each other through Project Freelancer, but here we found out they actually have known each other for longer. That, York was, out drinking one night with his buddies, bar hopping, but then they abandoned him at some ridiculous nightclub. And I like this where he's trying to think of the name, and Carolina watching the recordings says it as he says it.
Yeah.
York was struggling to remember the name, but Carolina always remembered it, which I think is sweet.
Yeah, very sweet.
You see a lot of York caring for Carolina, but I again showing that Carolina cared for him just as much.
Yeah, it's very small moments they show, too. It's not big moments, so I like that.
I know, because Carolina is a very, kind of gruff person, so she's not the kind of person to be super emotional. But, small moments like that show she does care.
Yep.
And then Carolina was the one to approach him, because he was at the board out of his skull, flicking his lighter off and on. And then, out of nowhere, Carolina showed up, grabbed the lighter right out of his hands, and then she said to him, and then it cuts off at that moment. And then his next journal entry is all depressed, saying, it's very formal. And he says that Agent Texas has been the one attacking Project Freelancer, not Carolina.
Yeah, that's sad.
Oh, and I don't think it was included in the extras I sent to you, but there was a brief scene where we don't get to see her talking to York, but we see Carolina entering the Herrera nightclub.
They did show that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. It doesn't show Carolina actually going up to York, but it shows her walking in.
Yeah, they did show that.
Yeah. Yeah, and then York says, D, if I actually did open up the pickup line, I probably never would have seen her again because she probably would have busted my other eye. I love York. I like that he's obviously very sad, but he kind of tries to tell a joke to cheer himself up.
Yeah, that's very
clear. But he was like, hey, I'm betting that person's Carolina. But he says, actually, you know what? I would bet if I actually had any money. So that's kind of, so basically after Freelancer, he was broke, and that's why he became a thief.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's pretty sad. That basically everything for him went downhill. Because he's such a nice guy, and he just really got fucked over in life.
Yeah, he really did. I feel bad for him.
He tells Delta that he understands why she did what she did. He just wished she didn't. He wishes she could have learned to let things go, and I guess he should too.
Yeah, that's very sad.
Because obviously he didn't let things go, because the whole reason he died was because he wanted revenge on Wyoming.
Yeah, that's really sad.
Yeah, and again, it's sad because guys with the director, they had a really shitty ending, and you feel bad for him, but at the same time, he did a lot of bad stuff, so he kind of deserved it. Whereas with York, he didn't really do anything wrong, or at least intentionally. I guess he unintentionally helped with the Alpha getting tortured, but like, he didn't know that. York was just like full on a good dude who got fucked over, I really feel bad for him.
And those characters like that are really good in shows, just like when, characters that just get fucked over and you feel bad for. Weirdly enough,
pretty similar. Or Ben, I guess Ben. We don't know if Ben dies or not, but Ben's a good example of a character who's like, you have done nothing wrong, but life just fucking hates you.
Yeah. Gale in Breaking Bad, kind of,
Really good. Chief Yagami in Death Note.
Yeah.
Jane's dad.
That's right. Yeah. Because
he was a good guy. He was a good dad too. He just got fucked over at every turn.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of like other people. I think that's. I mean, we haven't really watched all. I want to say.
We meme on him, but the dude was just doing his job. He was trying to be a good friend to Hank, and he got himself killed.
Yeah.
R.I.P. my boy.
I'm trying to think of anybody else. I'll say like Howard and Better Call Saul, but I can't. But you haven't seen. You don't know the.
Live, but I don't know how that happens. So.
Yeah. So. Howard and Better Call Saul. And yeah, I'm trying to think of anybody else, like movies and shows that we've watched and everything like that. I think that's it. Oh, I get actually a weird way. The toys and the mutant toys in Toy Story, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think things turned out good for them in the end.
Yeah, but originally in the in the present.
Yeah, originally they were getting fucking abused by Sid. Yeah.
I guess kind of Mike in Better Call Saul / Breaking Bad.
But a lot of stuff wrong in Breaking Bad. So when he kind of died, it's like I felt bad for him, but he kind of deserved it.
Yeah. So, Nacho in Better Call Saul a little bit.
Again, kind of deserved it.
Yeah. But yeah, York might be the best example of that though that we've covered so far. So.
Yeah. But yeah, the recordings end. And Carolina asks him why Church showed her that. And I love this line because this really shows that Church, again, he's like still remembering his lesson from season 9, where he says, because I know what it's like to spend your life chasing ghosts.
Yeah. That was this whole thing in season 9 pretty much, so.
Yeah, it was him learning that, like, he can't be with Tex. He has to let her go.
Mm-hmm.
And Carolina's, like, wondering a little while later, like, this is more than just a memory. How do you like have these logs? Because of course Epsilon would know everything about the Alpha before the split off, but like Delta was like doing his own thing, so Epsilon shouldn't have Delta's memories of York. But Epsilon says that like when Washington found York dead, he like took his all the info that was in his helmet and like stored it with Project Freelancer, and then in season 8. When Church told Phyllis, like, hey, send me all of this stuff and like delete the rest. That York's logs were part of the stuff that Church got in season 8.
Yeah, so I like that. I remember I made a prediction that was gonna be something. I don't think it was something I thought it was gonna be, but I'm glad that ended up being something type of thing.
Yeah. And then Church kind of gives Carolina a little smack, being like, hey, not bad for a ragtag idiot, right? And Carolina actually gives Church some props. She's like, okay, you know what, not bad. And then Carolina levels with him a bit, being like, listen, I need to kill the director. I need to. And it's not just for me. It's, for what happened to York and Maine and Washington and the twins, all of us. And she even says, like, and you too, Church, in a way, because in a way, you were with us too. Which I like that, because again, the freelancers didn't really know about Alpha. But yeah, Alpha was with them, on their missions too, when you think about it.
Yeah.
And he's one of the biggest victims of the director. And I like how even Epsilon is like, the more memories I get, the more that sounds like a really good idea.
I like that, yeah.
And we even get a bit of levity where Carolina's like, okay, let's go back. And Church is kind of shy now that Carolina knows he's in the bike. because it's like him picking up Carolina, and even Carolina says like, "Wow, Church, I didn't know an AI could be so shy. Tell you what, why don't you tell your friends you picked me up?" And Church has to be like, "Oh, come on, you gotta stop talking to Tucker."
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, because Carolina's not much of a joker, so I like that she was able to kind of crack a joke for once.
Yeah, I think this is the first joke of the whole show. But then they go.
I like that this is what they bonded over. Like that, they're both kind of like chasing ghosts their whole life, and they need closure with the director.
Yeah. So this was good. I like that they bond over this. And this is the thing that kind of brings them together and everything like that. So
yeah, when they get back to the base, get back to the desert, they're like, "All right, we're moving out to go to investigate a plane crash from a while ago." Actually, I think she says a few years ago. So I guess season 6 was a few years ago now.
Which is insane, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, again, they've been kind of vague, but I guess it's been like a few months in between stuff. So yeah, I guess it's been a few years if it adds all up. But yeah, when they get back,
I think this is me.
Well, no, real quick. Caboose looks at the bike and realizes Church isn't there, and then Church pops up next to Carolina, and now Church is in Carolina's helmet, and he says, "That's right, assholes. We're going home, and you're taking us with you." So, kind of showing that now Church is more on Carolina's side, whereas after that scene with Caboose, Washington's more on the Reds and Blues side.
Yeah, so I like that, kind of showing that there's division going on and everything like that.
But it's everything in the desert. I liked it. Like you said, probably the weakest bit. And I love, kind of revisiting Wyoming's base from Out of Mind.
Yeah, I liked the stuff at Out of Mind and everything like that.
You see the lighter on the ground from Herrera on the Out of Mind base. I'm amazed that didn't get blown up. But yeah, that's where so that's our first time seeing it, and we didn't really know what it meant at the time. But then in the past, when you see Carolina like throw it up to York, that's kind of it's the lighter York had when they first met.
Yeah, but I really like this. Everything in Out of Mind. I like that it bonded like Church and Carolina, and it was kind of cool because Church got to like. Put his lessons that he learned in season 9 and have that talk in season 10 with Carolina, which is really cool. Then we get everything at Valhalla, and as I've mentioned already, I missed the original first scene when they actually get to Valhalla, because obviously the YouTube re-uploads show them that they've already been there for a little bit, so,
Yeah, episode 13 was getting copyrighted strike for a lot of people. I don't know why.
Yeah, so... Yeah, they get back to Valhalla, and he tells, Carolina tells Wash, to show her where the plane crash happened and everything like that. And the Reds want to know, what the hell they can kind of do. And, at first the Reds are worried because Washington mentioned, because the Reds were originally going to leave. They were going to, just go back to the base because they were afraid of Carolina. And Washington lied to them and mentioned... that the UNSC hunted them down, since they broke into their base and everything like that. So that made the Reds originally, not want to go back before. And then, they bring this up again, and it's revealed here that Washington lied to them, which is kind of funny because they bring this joke back later, so that's why I want to mention it. But, this kind of gets Carolina to blow up and call them idiots. And kind of doing this conversation, Tucker and Caboose pull Church aside. And Church mentioned, hey, I don't have a lot of time to talk. I like that they mentioned, her Carolina's memory unit, isn't very strong type of thing. I don't know what that... I guess that means, she doesn't have a strong connection type of thing. Which is kind of weird, because you would think Caboose's wouldn't be very strong, because he's stupid and everything like that. But I'm gonna guess
I don't know exactly how that works.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because she, went away from him or whatever. But whatever.
Yeah, maybe it can't be a super far distance from Carolina.
Yeah, and obviously too, they shouldn't have this conversation either because he's in Carolina's head. So you would.
Oh, they said before that, like, whatever the AI knows, you know. So you figure Carolina would, like, kind of hear this conversation, but whatever.
Yeah. But, like, the Blues are like, what the hell? Like, why are you, like, siding with her all of a sudden? And, like, Church is, like, explaining, like, hey, like, she's had a physical complicated past, and I'm still on your side and everything, but, I'm still trying to get more information and everything like that. They do a funny thing where, like, Church clearly set up, for Tucker to say his catchphrase, but Tucker was, like, pissed, so I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna say his catchphrase, which I actually liked.
Yeah. Or Tucker was, like, actually being serious, and Church was like, oh, come on, you're gonna say the thing? And Tucker was like, no, I'm pissed off.
Yeah.
I like.
And then, the Reds want to know what they can do, and Carolina's like, just do nothing. Like, you've been trouble. Like, just sit there and don't do anything. And obviously, everyone except Griff is pissed, obviously, because they're pissed of just sick of just sitting around. So, Epsilon, Washington, and Carolina go and explore the crash site. And they do a funny joke here where Sarge is like, well, okay, this is our chance. Let's go find Lopez. Let's see if we can Well, originally we think he wants to rebuild him. And Simmons is like, why do you want to have Lopez? Like, he's a shitty soldier. And I was like thinking, like, really, Simmons? Like, this dude took out the meta, like, in one shot by himself. And
he made 2 motorcycles, and he saved your ass from the meta, so shut the fuck up.
I mean, yeah, like, the meta, like, recovered, but, like, I remember we talked about this in Season 7, like, the meta was, like, he was down for, like, a while, like, after Lopez.
The reason they made it to the end of Season 7 was because of Lopez. And so, and again, we talked about how it's, like, kind of funny how, like, weird how good of a team Lopez and Simmons are, you know?
Yeah. But, so I'll just explain, like, well, Lopez is good at fixing things, and when we find, like, Lopez's head, like, he can fix himself. And Simmons like, well, that doesn't make sense, because we're going to have to, like, fix him. But I like that Simmons is just like, you know what? I see your point. I don't get it, but whatever. Like, we're just going to end it there type of thing. And this moment here, I'm like, Simmons would be awesome in the Yellow Jackets universe when the same Widows is just like, you know what? I don't get these riddles, but I'm just gonna go with this type of thing. Like, and then honestly, this would be if Javi came up and she said not to come back. He's just like, oh, I don't know who she is, but I'm just gonna go with that.
I will not press for further information. I'm just gonna accept that as it is.
Yep, that'd be awesome.
Well, like, here, I feel like he would argue with Javi for like 2 seconds, but then he'd be like, you know what? Not even worth it.
It's just weird how some of the Red versus Blue characters in the comedic moments just would really fit the Yellow Jackets, like, riddles.
Yeah, like you said, everybody speaks in fucking riddles.
And the Reds versus Blues, I just don't think would have it type of thing. So
yeah, like that scene in Season 9 where Church is trying to get that info out of the boost, and he's like, you know what? Fuck it, I give up.
Yeah, so the Reds just kind of take off, and Caboose just wants to go look at the base. And this is kind of weird because they mentioned Tucker hasn't been here yet, which I don't really understand. Well, Tucker, like, he mentioned, like, he didn't really know the base, and, like, he mentioned this is new to him and everything like that. So
Tucker has never been here.
Yeah, so I'm saying Tucker's mentioned. I'm saying this is kind of weird because it's, time frame wise, it seems like you would have thought they would have come back. So, like, the Tucker.
Yeah. It's strange because they haven't been back here, but it does raise the question of like where were they like in between the last few seasons, you know?
Again, Season 9 made that a problem.
Good job establishing like what the Reds and Blues have been doing. You know, I guess they've just been driving around like whatever. They haven't really been back here. But like you said, it's like we said earlier, it's been like months presumably. So like it is weird that they never came back here.
Yeah. Yeah, that is weird. Again, it wasn't anything wrong, but, like, it's just kind of weird because, it's been a few months since, like, the Church was in the Epsilon unit.
Like, where else would they go? You figure they would have come back here.
Yeah. If they wanted if they, because it seems like it's been a few weeks, or maybe like a week or so, that they were on the road this season, because, Carolina mentions...
It's been like, it seems like they've been on the road for like a week or two, yeah.
But it's kind of weird that, like, they, that's weird that Tucker hasn't, that's weird that they haven't been here since after Season 8 type of thing.
Yeah. That is weird.
You know, because at the end of season 8, they go back to their bases and everything
they're
like
like,
that.
go home, and I guess they didn't go back home.
Yeah. I think that's one of the rare occasions where you try to be like, no, Tucker's been there. I'm like, yeah, but Tucker like mentions like he hasn't been like, you know.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah. It is weird how it seems like no time has passed, but yeah, obviously time has passed.
Yeah.
So it's like, what the fuck? Why have they not been back here? Because obviously the Mets haven't been back yet, because we're going to find out somebody is living at Valhalla still, and obviously the Blues haven't been here because Tucker's never been here. So it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, not really a big issue. It's just kind of weird, more so.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of wondering, like, you know, because we keep wondering, like, what the fuck have the Reds and Blues been doing while Church was in the Epsilon unit?
And it really sucks. I don't want to. It really sucks we have to mention it in this season, because I feel like that's a season 9 issue more than a season 10 issue.
Right, inheriting that issue. And I mean, to be fair, they kind of just make a couple throwaway lines about it. But again, it makes you scratch your head of like, what the fuck have they been doing all this time?
Yeah. Again, season 9 just, you know.
Just decided not to show all that important shit, I guess.
Yeah.
We had all the Epsilon unit stuff that didn't even...
Yeah. But then, I guess I'll just talk about like all the stuff with the plane crash just all at once, because I know they cut back to it from time to time. So, yeah, this is where Valhalla, this is when they kind of they separate. So I'll just talk about all the plane crash stuff first. And
this it kind of has like a red and blue plot separate, but it's very brief.
Yeah. I don't mind it, though, because, you know, they had been together the whole time, so I didn't mind them separating for a little bit, because it gave them that time to have a kind of an important conversation that they end up having, so I don't mind this.
Well, you know, Tucker even makes a point of it, because, like, Church argues with him and leaves, and then, like, the Reds fuck off to do their own thing, and Caboose fucks off, too, for some reason. So Tucker's like, oh, so much for sticking together.
Yeah. Yeah, at the plane crash, Epsilon, you know, Carolina put Epsilon in there to see if she can, like, find anything. And I like that they mentioned, like, he's trying to work with Sheila, but she's kind of, like, badly damaged. And he makes reference that, like, him and Sheila know each other. Well, not him, but, like...
I thought Sheila's still alive. I thought she was dead. I forgot that, like, Church said, like, oh, yeah, I'm working with an old friend in here. See, I guess Sheila's still alive. She's just been stuck in that plane for a while.
Poor Sheila, yeah.
It's been years since the plane crash, so Sheila's just been stuck in that one spot for years, I guess.
Yep. And Washington, like, reports over to Carolina that, you know, all he found was dog tags and stuff, but this time she's kind of being really cold to Wash type of thing, like kind of ignoring him because she's so obsessed with finding the director. And, you know, they pretty much get into another wild goose chase. They don't find anything here. And this was timed very well in the past because this was like right after that, I believe Tex and, you know, Carolina had their fight in the past where she punched her helmet and like she's like smashing the tank and everything like that. And Carolina's blaming Tex for this, saying like, Tex is fucking me over again. And Washington's even like, look, like Tex isn't fucking you over. Like you know, the freelancer stuff, like, found all this stuff, like, before they can get to it. The director, like, had all the stuff deleted. Like, Washington even mentioned, you know, like, they check the bases. And they actually do a funny line here where, like, they mentioned, you know, that there was stuff there before, like, in the Reds base, but because they built that holographic room, it, like, was gone, like, it was dismantled. So Church mentions, like, great. So they're still trying to make my life a living hell, even when they're not trying to, type of thing.
He says, like, oh, great, those guys find new ways to fuck me over. Motherfuckers. Like, he kind of just, like, mumbled, like, the motherfuckers part. Like, he's kind of impressed in how much they can screw him over.
But in hindsight, that ends up that could have led to his blow up later on and everything like that, too.
I also like where, you know, Church is kind of trying to, like, defend Tex to Carolina. Because Carolina's, like, telling Church, like, you talk like I'm sad she's gone. But, like, I'm not. I hated her, you know?
That's later, I think.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Like, doing all of this, Carolina wants to leave now, just find another solution. And Wash is like, okay, like, this is kind of getting a little phone now. Like, you're getting kind of obsessed with finding the director. Like, the Reds and Blues just got back here, and, like, they haven't been, they're not going to want to leave, like, after they've been on the road, and they're getting tired and everything like that.
Yeah, he said this is like the closest home they have. Again, why they haven't been here in so long, I have no clue.
But, Carolina gets in his face and says, like, we're not going to stop until the mission is a success. This isn't, like, some road trip that you guys want. And I bet AJ, you're just like, wow, Carolina, hitting me right in the feels right there.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Carolina says that understood. And typically Wash has been saying, yes, boss. But this time, you could definitely tell there was a different edge to his tone here. He just goes, yes, boss, like very sarcastically, it just walks away, and you could definitely tell, like, Washington, you could definitely tell something was going to happen, like Washington was going to turn on her or something, because this yes, boss was very sarcastic, and I liked that this was, because they were doing the yes, boss thing, and I don't think it was getting necessarily stale, but I'm like, okay, it has to get to a point where Wash stops being like...
Well, like you said, they're kind of showing, like, the progression of, like, at first, Washington, like, really respected Carolina, happy to follow her. But now he's at the point where he's, like, getting real sick of it. Yeah.
And even Church says, like, wow, that guy used to be, like, a badass. And I do kind of like that they say that, because it shows, like, they're not just doing this, like with Wyoming to, like, kick the shit out. Or, like, with Season 8 when he became a villain, like, to shit on him type of thing. Like, okay, there's a story forming here and everything like that. Yeah. So, and I do like that they kind of, because this showed, like, this scene came really well after the past, because obviously we had that throwaway thing where York mentioned to Carolina, like, Tex is a badass, and then, like, Carolina gave him that look like you mentioned. This time, Church says, wow, like, Tex really is a badass, or something like that. No, Ted, and she punches the tank.
He says, like, I thought Wash was supposed to be a badass like you and Tex or something.
Yeah, and then she punches the tank. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess just you. So that's kind of everything there. I liked all that. And then we have, what would you think about the tech stuff before I get to the next, like, big reveal here?
I kind of like that we're hitting a lot of dead ends, and you might say, well, I mean, that's, like, not very... It's not progressing the plot. But I'm like, again, I feel like it's highlighting how obsessed Carolina is. And again, all of her leads on the director are, like, ends that have been stale for a while. Like the windmill, the desert, the plane. It's just showing, like, how she really doesn't have much to go off of. And again, a lot of good stuff is happening here with Washington, Church, Carolina. Even, like, Tucker getting pissed at Church. And, even the Reds and Blues, as we're going to see in a little bit, where Griff, Sargent, Simmons have, like, a talk about, like, the director and, like, their part in all this.
I mean, I would say this is kind of further in the plot because, it shows how obsessive Carolina is finding the director.
In a weird way, like, none of this actually helps because, we're just waiting on Epsilon to remember.
Yeah.
But like I said, like, all this is good character stuff. Like I don't, like, dislike it, because of that. Like I don't feel like it's a waste of time.
I'll just say what the Blues are doing first because it's not really anything. It's just really Caboose showing off the base, and Tucker doesn't really. He's really not that impressed about it. Like, it's just the same, like, shitty base, except it's just in a different canyon type of thing, which is pretty funny. And then we get it.
That we kind of made a joke that, like, in Relocated, that, like, we hope that, like, every time the Reds and Blues leave, like, their new base, we kind of get, like, a little, like, oh, this is who won, and then, like, nobody really cares. Like, the Reds were like, oh, hey, we won Blood Gulch. Oh, cool. Like, we kind of get that here at the end of season 10.
Yeah, we do. They don't even care that I don't even think the Blues even know they lost Blood Gulch either, type of thing.
Yeah,
so,
I don't think they know either.
Yeah, but doing this. The Reds are doing their own thing. They're looking for Lopez, and they see Lopez has been turned into a scarecrow. Someone took his posts and made him a scarecrow. But that's not all, though. We hear this music playing. We see that, like, someone built a garden, and pretty much it's all of, like, someone's characteristics that's been very well known throughout the show. And then they realize, and he comes up, and we don't see him originally. We just see like from his feet, and then the camera pans up. Donut lived. I mean, obviously.
Remember, you saw that extra scene in season 8, but for myself and a lot of other people, this was our reintroduction to Donut. Like, this was our first time finding out Donut's alive.
Yeah. This was a bit of a surprise for me, obviously, because like when you mentioned that, you said it's going to be like, you know, seasons later. I thought it was going to be like, I guess it was. That's kind of the thing. It was seasons later, but again, I've watched all of this in a very short time, so it doesn't seem like it's been that long for me. Yeah, Donut's alive, and we find out that when Washington shot him, his armor locked up on him, and that's why he was able to save. But however, though. That's not completely what saved him, because he mentions that when he went out of lockdown, he started bleeding out, and Simmons is like, yeah, like you should have just bled to death. We find out that a certain medical physician has been keeping him alive, and I like how the Reds just instantly know it's Doc. Like they're like, oh fuck, it's Doc. Like,
I love that they're not even happy to see Donut and Doc. They're like, God damn it. You know, like, they aren't happy to see him, which is funny.
They do a funny joke, too, like, when Simmons says, I thought you were dead, and Sarge just like, I think we should just stop saying that and everything like this. Like...
That's a good point. That's funny.
So, like, I think I talked about this in Season 8, but I guess since this is actually, like, his reveal that he's alive, I don't mind him being alive. I feel like they explained it decently well. The only thing that kind of sucks about him being alive is, you know, because Season 8 already kind of did a piss-poor job, like, with Wash as a villain. I feel like that was, like, the one thing we at least had with Wash heel turn, and now we don't really have that anymore, type of thing. Yeah,
basically, they didn't really kill anybody as a villain, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
They do kind of a joke where Donut doesn't recognize Wash because he's wearing blue armor now. And, you know, like, when Donut mentions he gets shot, Washington kind of just, like, whistles and, like, tries not to get noticed.
Yeah. So, like, they get some funny jokes out of it, but it does kind of suck that, like... So I don't mind Donut...
They do any good character stuff with it, yeah.
Yeah. Then afterwards, Carolina... Because Griff wasn't here because he just went... He actually did what Carolina told him to do and just did nothing because it's a great, great thing for him. And Carolina gets upset because, like, she comes up and she's upset that the Reds don't report to each other, so she just fucks off. And... then the Reds come over and, like, say that, like, Donut's alive. And, like, Griff doesn't really care that Donut's alive. He's just like, whatever, type of thing. Like...
They do a joke of, like, Donut nailed Lopez to a board. And Griff is like, hey, so when you say nailed Donut... And Simmons has to be like, what's nails?
Yeah.
And Griff, I check. And even Simmons is like, no, you're right. I should have clarified.
This is fun, because that brought up the joke, like, in the Epsilon unit, where, like, Donut kept overly explaining... Even though it's not the same Donut, well, he kept over-explaining himself there. I get that does kind of suck, though. That's why the Epsilon unit stuff sucks, because, like, I feel like Donut's reveal too would have been better if they didn't do that. If he wasn't.
Yeah, we did have Donut last season, so it doesn't really feel like it's, like you said, it doesn't feel like it's been that long since we've seen Donut.
Yeah. So, and then this is a really good thing. Like, I really liked this scene. So doing all this. The Reds redo their scene from, like, the end of Season 5. Like, do you ever wonder, like, why we're here? Or is it... No. I'm sorry. It's from Season 1.
First scene of the show, Owen, in Season 1.
Yeah, but I remember they switch it, so, like, I forgot, you know...
Oh, end of Season 5, it's the Blues who say, you ever wonder why we're here?
So I thought, like... I messed up who, like, what got switched, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, they recreate the first scene of the show, which I thought makes sense, you know, because technically if this is the end of the show, I think it's fine to recreate that. And they actually expand upon it.
Past, remember I said those two guards, when the freelancers are, like, dropping from the sky, they, like, are about to do it, but they get interrupted, you know? Yeah. And then, you know, I'm glad we're actually getting the whole thing here.
Well, like, they met, and I really like this because it's, you know, because the whole focus of this season was, like, killing the director and, like, everything's gonna be good now, like, everyone can move on. But I like that we're getting this from the Reds POVs and everything like that, because, like, we're only really getting it from, like, Church and like the freelancers POVs, because they were there like when the director put them through all that stuff. And like Simmons like says, you know, like, hey, like, we didn't really like the director was a piece of shit. He tortured a lot of people, and here's the reason we're in this position. And Griff even says, and I know it's Griff being Griff, but he actually makes up a good point here. Like, yeah, so what? Like, we killed the director, but like, we're still gonna be at like these bases at the end of the day. And Sarge even brings up like, you know, they're back now. Everything seems to be going fine now. Like, it seems like the only time like bad shit happens to us is when we leave this base and everything like that.
Well, one, I like that. Well, what Simmons says is like he says what I've said. Where he says when you think about it, the director is the reason we're there.
Yeah.
Like the answer of you ever wonder why we're here? It's the director. And I like that Sarge is kind of the one who's going against revenge, because you know, Sarge always wants to pick a fight, and you know, at the end of season 8, he's kind of the one to rally everybody to go fight Washington in the meta. So now, you know, it's kind of the reverse, where Sarge is like we go do this, and then what? You know, like nothing good's gonna come of it.
And I feel like that's what's good about this is like, you know, getting everyone's POVs of how they feel about this situation. And I feel like it's good to get the Reds more so, because the Reds were doing plot stuff, but they weren't really doing anything heavy up until this point.
They're less involved with Project Freelancer. So again, it's kind of nice to see their like view of like, okay, we're not really like that personally involved in this, you know?
Yeah. And I like that Waj was listening in on this, because I feel like, you know, then, you know, because when he sticks up for them, it's nice that he was here for this scene, because that gets him thinking and everything like that.
Yeah, this helps him kind of further like solidify that, like, you know, he doesn't want to rip the Reds and Blues away from, you know, now that they're back home.
Yeah. But I really like this scene just because, like, it's nice to... And I feel like it's good... I remember, like, a big thing I like about Yellow Jackets is, like, even though the plane crash and all that stuff's happening, everyone has, like, lives out... Like, Randy, for example, has a life outside of it, and, like...
Yeah, kind of same thing here, where we're getting, like... Yeah. We haven't really gotten the Reds and Blues thoughts too much on, like, all this shit. Or if it is, it's, like, in a joking way. So it's kind of nice to have them, like, have a serious conversation.
Yeah. And really weird, I like that Sarge still gives Griff shit even at the end of all this. Like, they have this serious moment, but, you know.
Griff is like, you know, I agree, Sarge, and then Sarge just says, shut up, Griff. It's like, Griff is agreeing with him, and he still can't accept it. But,
then, you know, we get, some stuff in the past, and then it comes back. Well, I guess before I talk about this, what did you think of overall, like, all of these separate scenes right here, and then we'll talk about this big scene?
The plots were mainly together for all the previous locations. I'm glad, like we said, that we had a bit of the Reds and Blues being separate, because, you know, as we said, that gives them a bit of time to, we get their thoughts and everything. You know, we get Carolina and Washington interacting. We get the Reds and Blues, not the Reds and Blues, the Reds kind of talking amongst each other. Again, we get to find out Donut and Doc are there. And, you know, as we said, we get a really good scene between Sarge Griffin and Sarge Griffin and Simmons. Tucker and Caboose don't really get anything here, which is a little unfortunate. But, I mean, we already kind of saw Tucker's pissed off with Church.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's fine. And
it makes
where Tucker's not that involved in this. You know, he kind of came into this late in the game, so he's, like, not really that pissed at the director.
And I think what makes... I like that we get nothing from Caboose, because that makes what Caboose does in the scene I'm about to talk about even better.
Yeah. Caboose we haven't got too much on, but you know, he seems to, you know, he still thinks Church is his best buddy, so he doesn't really go against Church like the others are.
Yeah, but then you know, after this, let me think, because I remember there's a scene.
Church reveals that because they found some dog, you know, remember Washington said we found some dog tags, and then Church reveals Tex didn't wear dog tags.
Yeah. So,
and, you know, they're dog tags that we saw in the past. And this leads Church to, he says, I just remembered everything.
That's right, yeah. Oh, that's because I was about to talk about the thing that when they go down to the red base. I'm like, wait, there was something else before that.
What's important is obviously Church remembering everything is how they end up finding out where the director is.
Yep. And yeah, they find where the director is. They have a.
I like that the dog tags are what causes Church to remember everything. Because obviously in the past, the dog tags are what leads to Tex finding out about Alpha and Beta and all that.
Yeah, so that was really cool, like double reveal and everything like that.
Also, it makes this like, if Church just like remembered randomly, it'd feel like all of this was kind of a waste. But because it's like them going to the crash and finding the dog tags is what caused Church to get all of his memories.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And again, it makes sense that Church, again, having all of the director's memories, he would know where the director is most likely to like hide out.
And I do like this because, it makes sense that Tex would keep the dog tag like on her all the time because her big mission was to probably take down like Project Freelancer and everything like that. So
yeah,
and a big scene I did miss is because like Church is even telling because Church and Carolina are having a conversation about her competition with Tex. This is where this happens, and like she's like, why are you so dead set against Tex? And Tex says like she mentions like Tex like thought like very highly of her and everything like that, like because Church was like shocked, like they thought they were friends and everything like that. And like I like Church has a nice pep talk, and Tex is I think Carolina, her finding the director too, like she wants to kill the director, but it's also kind of a way for her to finally say that she did something that Tex couldn't do, and that's like find the director.
In season 8, Tex was like, I want to go find and kill the director. So yeah, you're right. In a way, this is Carolina's way of like one-upping Tex finally.
And Church even says though, think about it like this, like you have to put aside the competition, and you just have to put aside your feelings for Tex, and you have to realize like, yeah, Tex isn't here right now, but you are, and that has to count for something, type of thing. And then he goes inside the dog tags and everything like that. And then because before this, I'm remembering this now, because like Carolina was gonna force the Blues to leave before this scene, and then this was kind of what causes her and Carolina to go have this talk.
Yeah, makes me wonder where they would have gone after this, because obviously they're just kind of like chasing dead ends. So Church remembering here with the dog tags is what leads them to like be like, okay, I know where the director probably is.
Yeah, really weird. Memory is the key. I remembered all this. I kind of remembered all this in a jumbled mess. I remembered all these scenes like in reverse fucking order, pretty much. Like,
but I'm glad you remembered it because this is pretty important. That this is how they find the director.
Yeah.
We get one final scene in Valhalla, pretty much. Well, we get a couple more after that, I guess. But like one big scene where everyone's together. It's in the hologram chamber. We didn't actually get they used it in season 7, but we didn't actually get that much of the hologram chamber. So I'm glad we're using it like one more time.
Yeah, this is still me. So should I just talk about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. I really liked the way it looked too this season because we didn't get much of it, and it feels like they put more in like, even though it wasn't in the new animation or anything like that, it seems like they put more like animation wise into it this time around. I think because they weren't there for very long in season 7. I feel like they wanted to put a lot of work into this because this was a big scene in the show, so I think they wanted to put a lot of work into it.
I also like that. And this is Tucker's first time seeing the room, so he's like, "How the fuck did you guys build this super advanced room, but you couldn't steal a flag from our base in Blood Gulch?" And then Simmons is like, actually, we did steal your base, so suck it, Blue.
Yeah. And I like when he mentions that
Blue in a while, so yeah, I'm glad to see that.
And I like when he mentions that Lopez built. He's like, okay, that makes sense. Like they're like, even they know. But Carolina says that they found the director, and obviously everyone's like happy, kind of, because obviously this is the big thing that they've been working for. And I did like this because a big issue with the present last season was obviously it felt like everything, like nothing felt like a struggle. Like they were waiting for Tex to show up, she just ended up showing up. So this one actually felt, and those other examples, like they were trying to get Tex to leave. or like to stay there, and then she just ended up staying there. So like this actually did feel like, okay, they worked like all season in the present up to this point to actually find the director, and it's like it's actually like a big moment now and everything like that.
Well, not even just this season. It feels like it's been like the build up of like everything since season 6 to find him, really.
Yeah. We find out that he's being held in one of his like facilities, labs, like way out there type of thing. And they basically need the help because they don't really know, like, because obviously they assume that they know, like Carolina said, she knows the director's anticipating her arrival. So they imagine that they're going to have, like, a big army to fight through and everything like that, which is, like, what the audience was thinking, pretty much, and everything like that. And they basically need their help and everything like that. And obviously the Reds and Blues like, wait a minute here. Like, we helped you find the director. Like, now that you found him, we don't really need to help you anymore, type of thing. But then it gets kind of worse because Carolina says, like, yes, but I need, like, a defense team and everything like that. And obviously, you know, the Reds and Blues are like, well, you just called us the worst, like, soldiers of all time. And you want us to be the one to defend them, type of thing.
Well, I like to dispute it. Griffith's like, you just called us the worst soldiers ever, and you were right. Yep, you're very perceptive. You're very perceptive. You know? So, we agree. We are the worst soldiers ever.
But so essentially, Carolina is basically sending them on a suicide mission for the most part, or you know,
because Carolina's like, okay, me and Church are gonna go confront the director. You fight everybody. And they're like, we have to fight the bad guys ourselves. And, you know, Washington was kind of being a nice middleman where he was trying to, like, make Carolina happy. But he's like, okay, you know, I'll be with the, you know, the Blues and Reds. And Carolina's like, no, Washington, you're with me. And Washington's like, maybe I should stick with them, you know, because they'll die without me.
Yeah.
And Carolina just, like, shuts them up. Well, I like that she says, leave all personal decisions to me, which is what the director said previously.
And Griff walks off. You know, he's like, no, I'm not doing this. And, you know, I don't really think anyone really, like... It was a big deal because obviously it made sense, but obviously Griff is known for walking off, so it really wasn't that big of a deal. So that was like, okay, but it was fine that they had Griff walk off first. And then Sarge...
Well, like, it was obviously portrayed as more seriously, like this is different from usual. But like you said, Church is kind of treating it like, oh, yeah, that's great, Griff. We can always count on you to, you know, snooze out on a battle. But
then Sarge walks off, and I really like this because obviously, a big thing in season 8 was it was Sarge's speech that got everybody to like go help Church originally, and like Washington and not Wash, but like Church and Tex and stuff. And I like that Sarge is walking off, and he's like, yes, because this isn't our fight, and he says like.
He kind of says, like, I'm not going to get myself killed over your personal vendetta.
Yeah. Which makes sense, because, like, before this, too, like, Sarge even mentions, like, hey, like, we went and broke into a military base, which I typically like, but we broke you out to, get you out. And Tucker's obviously walking off for the same reasons and everything like that. I like that you didn't really get much of Tucker's. And I like that he's actually like, even though it's been comedic, a big thing he's been trying to hit on Carolina. And he's just like, I'm not taking orders for you anymore, so screw you. Carolina, is like, oh yeah, but maybe this will get you to take orders. And she aims her gun at Tucker, like about to shoot him. And Washington points her gun at Carolina, like the back of her head. And, like, Carolina, and I think everybody else is, like, surprised, obviously, a little bit. Because, obviously, like, a big motivation for Wash was to take down the director also. And he has, like, the perfect opportunity to do so.
Yeah. Church even points out, like, Wash, what are you doing? This is what we wanted.
And, Wash tells her to, like, lower the gun, pretty much. And Carolina's surprised about this. But I really like what Wash says here. He says, I've been in, enough of a problem in these guys' life, which is very much true, because obviously, if you remember, before season 6, the Reds and the Blues were just doing their own thing for the most part. Like, they were, they probably would have just stayed in the areas that they were in and just done whatever. The only one that wouldn't have benefited, I guess, is like Lopez, I guess, because Lopez would have like hated Sarge and everything like that.
Sarge, yeah.
But I like that. Wash is kind of the reason they're in this situation, and he says like, I'm not gonna be a part of that anymore. So I really like that, and obviously, Sarge sticking up.
I also like that when Carolina's like, "What are you doing?" Washington says like, "Protecting my friends," because obviously earlier when Caboose called him a friend, he like muttered that to himself, like, "Friends, huh?" So I like that now. Wash is fully embracing, like, yeah, I'm their friend.
Yeah, and this leads to Church's big blow up. I remember I mentioned this earlier in the video. He starts to get like really big in the holographic room, and he's just going off on the Reds and Blues, saying like, basically, since I've been alive, you guys have just been thorns in my side. And he mentions all the shit they've done to him, like kill him with the tank and throws grenades at him.
I like he mentioned season 1 because he's like, you shot me in the head, you blew me up with my own damn tank, and that's just how we met.
Yeah. I like that it's comedic, but it's like, it's still, like, there's still comedy bits, but it's still serious enough where this blow up feels like,
it's funny because technically this church didn't go through all that. This is Epsilon, and Alpha was the one who like went through all that.
So like his blow up doesn't really like it's real, but like he's
getting mad about stuff that he didn't even go through.
Yeah, he just has memories of it. That's really it. Like, but yeah, he's just getting bigger and bigger. And I remember I mentioned earlier, like when Elijah Wood, it's like Sigma, there it is, was asking if if an AI could become a human. I thought like Church was gonna break and become an AI here because he was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger and everything like that. But I think he was just getting so angry and everything like that. It was making him like almost short circuit and all that type of stuff. And Church even kind of realizes he's going a bit too far when he,
I like the final line where Tucker's like, "Church, calm down. What's your problem?" And Church says, "You're my problem. Each and every one of you is just a problem that I have to deal with on a daily basis." Mm-hmm. And, normally Church is always bitching and complaining, like he's always yelling about something. But it's usually like portrayed as more lighthearted here. Whereas, again, Church wants all the Reds and Blues to go get themselves killed for him. And when they say no, he flips out. And, again, he just brings up all this shit. And he's like, "No, you are all... like, I hate all of you." And, like, it's not comedic. He's being, like, serious about it.
And I feel like, too,
by him saying that,
I feel like, too, what's good about this, too, is, like, they've, like, gone out of their way for both churches, like, and, like, breaking it into the command,
Points out, like, dude, we broke into a military base to get you out.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, it really does feel like Church is, like, focusing only on all the bad shit and not, like you said, how much the Reds and Blues have, like, stuck their neck out for him. Yeah,
but even Church, like, realized he's gone too far. He's like, "Oh, come on, guys," and Tucker...
I do like that. Yeah, he, like, immediately realizes, like, "Oh, I went too far."
And Tucker walks off, the Reds walk off, and it's, like, very, it's very subtle. It's not... It's a big deal, but this one hurts, and it hurts every time I watch it. Like, Caboose and Church just, like, look at each other and have, like, a face-to-face, and Church is even saying, like, Caboose. And they make this a big deal, because obviously, even though it's been comedic, like, Caboose has always thought of Church as, like, a friend and everything like that. But the moment where even Caboose walks off, that hurts, like, just seeing him walk off.
Oh, so, like, he just stands there for a while, and then he just takes a couple steps back, and it's like, oh, that hurts. And that's something that's been built up since, like, season 1. Like you said, it's always comedic where Caboose is always trying to be Church's friend. But here, it's like, nah, Church went too far, and even Caboose is like, nah, I can't do this.
And then Wash says to Carolina, like, you got to learn the difference of, who your friends are and who they aren't type of thing.
Yeah,
and,
which is what Carolina said the text.
Yeah. And Washington walks off, and then, Carolina's just like, you know what, Church, it's just no big deal. Like, we don't need them and all that type of stuff. So they're going to go off and fight the director. But I really like this scene here. This scene was a huge scene for the present. It's really like the last scene that you get of the present, like before because everything's that break-in and everything like that. So like, I like that this was like the last big scene of the present, like before they cut back to like anything with the director. And I like that this was a really emotional scene and really good. Like it's kind of anything unlike you've really seen in RVB and everything like that before.
Yeah. Again, because Church's freakouts and yelling at everybody is always portrayed as like comedic. And again, like we joke about it at the end of season 5, where Church is just like being like, you know what? I hated all of you without getting to know you, but now that I know you, I'm hating you the right way. And here it's like, again, they're portraying it as like a serious thing. Like Church went too far. Like, it's always kind of, they always joke around with each other and like say they hate each other. But like here you can tell like Church being this serious when he says like, I hate you guys. Like you're all a problem. Like it hurt, like even the Reds were like hurt by what Church said,
Yeah. And like I said, this was Epsilon taking Alpha's message too far and everything like that. So
and I think that's a big thing. Is like this is Epsilon getting mad about what they did to Alpha. Not even him.
Yeah. So I just talk about the last scene of Valhalla. Then I'll probably just, since I've been talking a while, I'll probably just let you talk about the rest of the show, pretty much, probably. Yeah. So then after they're separated. I do like this because, like, a big thing is, like, what's the benefit of the Reds and Blues, like, participated in this? And you kind of see what their lives would be like from day to day, where it's just them, just the Blues consistently beat them and just take all their stuff. And it's very boring. The Reds are getting bored by it because they keep losing. And, like, they have Simmons, like, say this embarrassing speech that he's got to say. And even, like...
Back to Blood Gulch, too, where they made Griff do this. And so I'm glad they brought that joke back.
And even the Blues are getting bored by this. And, the Blues are like, what else? And the Reds are like, well, what else do you have? And the Reds are like, well, we got one more thing. And they kept it. It's the Meta's gun that he had from the Recollection trilogy and everything like that. And this is really funny because it's like we haven't really gotten moments where Wash is giving the Reds shit and everything like that. We find out that they've just been keeping this and everything like that. And Griff was going to like mount it on his wall and everything like that. And Wash was just like, you've been Wash was like, you have this advanced alien tech and you were going to mount it in your living room? And Griff is like, well, when you say it like that, it sounds dumb. And Wash is like, that's because it is dumb. It kind of is, but it's just so Griff. It's just...
I love it. That's so funny. And like you said, it's nice to just see Wash be like, you guys are fucking idiots. Donut comes up... Not Donut. Doc comes over and he mentions, like, hey, like, in a way, it's a symbol of you guys' like adventures together, like the good moments and everything like that. And the Reds and Blues are like, what good moments? Like, they mention like all the bad shit they've had to deal with, like, and everything like that. And like I said, this is where they do that joke where like Donut mentions like, I got shot, and Wash just whistles type of thing. Of course, Tucker was stranded in the desert. Like all a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, But then like you said, Doc mentions all the good.
Yeah, he mentions, that Sarge got to lead a real military mission. Let's see, Simmons. Donut lived. Doc got to actually save somebody.
Donut's like win was like he didn't die.
Yeah. Tucker got to learn to use a sword.
Real pro about Chicka Bow Wow.
And then Washington found some friends and found a team. And I actually like but Caboose was the only one that didn't really like get anything he wanted, because obviously this was after like Church's blow up, so like he's the only one that didn't really benefit so far and everything like that.
Well, I feel like was like the only one who was like already happy with like going on adventures,
Yeah. So
he says not everybody got what they wanted. I don't think he was referring to himself. I think he was referring to Church.
that's fair.
The one thing Church wanted was kind of to get closure with Tex and the director.
But Doc mentioned, it's brought them all together. So this kind of makes everyone, like, Tucker pulls a sword out, and this makes everyone, like, want to go help Church and everything like that. And Wash mentions, like, you realize if you go on this mission, like, you're probably not going to come back. Like, the director's going to be ready for you and everything like that. And he's also shocked because Church went off on them and everything like that, and they're just like, but Church does that every week, and you're also in the Reds and Blues. But I do like that it's not just that. Like, they mentioned, like, they helped Wash out even though he turned on them and everything like that. And Sarge's speech here was really good, where he mentions, you've had a team once before. They had all the great equipment and they had everything. Yet though, you guys all still turned on each other. But yeah, we're going to get a little reckless. And yeah, we may die from this mission, but at least we're going to die saying that we're going to get a little reckless, and we're all going to work as like a team and everything like that.
I like that, again, like Sarge said, like, you guys have all the best equipment, but you turn on each other. And Sarge says, like, you, the Meta, Carolina, you all, like, underestimate us, but we've kicked your ass time and time again, Yeah. Because Reds and Blues are the ones who brought down Project.
Yeah, and they'll get Doc gets all excited and he says, "I'm gonna go get my medical equipment," and then Watch even points out they have like a head start on them. So then the UNSC show up, and then we found out the Reds and Blues really were being hunted by the UNSC. I like that they brought that joke back, and they they get ready to basically arrest them and everything like that. And Doc and Wash just kind of look at each other. I originally thought they just killed them and took their plan, but what actually happens is much better. They just tell them to, like, surrender. And I guess they tricked them. I guess they just, I don't know what, because it happened off screen. We just see, like, all the Reds and Blues, like, stole, like, these planes and, like, fly to where the director is and everything like that. This was actually good that they did this, though, because I remember a big complaint we had in, like, Yellow Jacket sometimes is like, sometimes it feels like when Shauna got to, like, Lottie's, like, cult base, like, roughly the same time that, like, Van and Thaisa were. I felt like that wasn't explained very well, just because obviously, like, they were coming from further distances and all that stuff. But this actually makes sense, because even though Carolina and Church got a head start, because they had these plans and allowed them to get there, like, roughly, like, shortly after them and everything like that.
So the Reds and Blues leave Valhalla for the final time. I don't think they ever come back here. So I guess the Blues won in Valhalla, Again, like we said, it's kind of funny how they kind of just win, but they don't really give a shit. We do get one final scene. It's an extra scene. It wasn't actually in the season.
So this is a story I can tell again, because I remember I told you off camera, this was a good character moment for Doc. I like that he didn't go, because this is a big character moment, is that he's a pacifist. It'd be kind of weird if they had him in this fight. So I was thinking it was a big character moment, but then you had to be like, no, you had to send me the end credits, and we found out they forgot to put him. He comes out, he's all pissed, like, that he didn't get to go and everything like that. And then, like,
he walks up, he's like, "Hey guys, I'm ready. Where are you?" And then the guy who they stole a helicopter from, it was like, "Hey man, do you, like, have a spare helicopter we could borrow?" So I love that they brought Doc back just to fucking forget him again. It's so funny.
I think it's great, yeah. And that's everything at Valhalla. I'm gonna give it, like, 2 thumbs up. I really liked it. I like that we got some, like, moments to just kind of chill. It was good character moments for Church and Carolina. And that, I'll be honest, that extra thumb up is mainly for the scene in the virtual room and everything like that. Like, that was awesome.
But the final battle, essentially, Carolina and Church arrive at the base. Phyllis, of course, recognizes Church. Again, I don't know how, because he looks something like the director and he doesn't sound like him. But Phyllis is confused, like, "Hey, director, my records say that you're already inside. That's really weird." So this is confirmation that the director is in there.
Didn't they mention too, like, depending on how this goes, like, they can get him out, like, they can get out of there, too, type of thing. Like, because she mentions, like, you know, you could also just tell me when you want to leave or something like that. Because I'm pretty sure, you know, say, like, something went wrong and the director died, like, since Epsilon would still be living, they could get out of there. Like, that'd be kind of bad if they killed the director and then, like...
Yeah. But yeah, they end up going in, and at first it looks like the base from season 8. But a little creepy's happening where you hear a message, you know, playing over and over in the background. And you hear the director's voice a little bit where you hear him say, play it again. And Phyllis is saying, like, director, you haven't eaten or slept in days. You know, maybe you should. Director's just, like, interrupting Phyllis, wanting to play the recording over and over. And as Carolina and Church make their way through the base. And I do like this where Carolina says, I haven't heard that voice in a long time. Which, of course, you know, we know that's because that's Carolina's mother that she's hearing.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Yeah. But yeah, Carolina gets to like a portal that's gonna bring them further into the base, and we get a nice moment where Church is like, "I got your back, Carolina." They go through, and Church has an oh shit moment, and I like that we see like the big camera on the ceiling, which is what the director was talking to Washington through in season 6.
Yep.
Where we get the reveal that the director has been trying to get Tex right. He never stopped. And Carolina wonders if these things are anything like the original. And we get a army of Texes doing the neck crack like fist thing that she did in season 8. So I like that these things are like imitations. You know, like they are not the real Tex. Because they're just kind of mimicking her. Like, they're saying lines that she said in the past. Like, she says, you have no idea what kind of trouble you are in. And, better luck next time, Carolina, which is just all phrases she said before.
Yeah, I like that, yeah.
Are not even close to, like, being the real thing. They're just, like, imitations.
Yeah, I really like this a lot. And I like that it switched to, like, the new animation, you know, because we hadn't really seen it in the present yet, like, at all in any of this. So.
First time seeing actual, like, the fight animation, yeah. Carolina begins fighting them, and, you know, she's using, like, a grappling hook. She, like, grapples a grenade and, like, hits a bunch of them with it before finally detonating it. Church is using the super speed. And this must be interesting for Church because he's never had to use, like, the armor equipment before.
That's right.
And at one point he messes up, and Carolina's like, dude. And Church is like, sorry, Carolina, being surrounded by so many ex-girlfriends is kind of terrifying.
But I can't blame him.
Yeah. But eventually, you know, Carolina is, like, super speeding, trying to hit as many as she can, and Church is trying to tell her to slow down. And we get, like, some voice lines from other freelancers, like York telling her, like, man, she really wants to win, huh? But, Church is trying to tell her over and over, calm down. But eventually she just, like, overexerts herself, and she gets, like, smacked, and she, like, tumbles onto the ground. And, you know, Carolina's just, like, moping, basically being like, I can't beat her. I could never beat her.
And I like this, too, because this goes back to the point you mentioned at the end of Season 9, like, in the past, where she's giving it all too much type of thing, because that's what finally beats her. And mentally, she's getting kind of fucked over because she...
overexerts herself to the point where she just like breaks down and can't do it.
Yeah.
Which, you know, listen, I've been in that position, you know, where you're trying so hard to like meet that expectation you have for yourself. And like, you just try too hard and you end up burning yourself out, you know?
Yeah, I bet everyone's...
And like, Tex isn't even like, this isn't even the real Tex, you know? And Tex wasn't as invested in like the rivalry, you know? That was all in Carolina's head, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, I've been there, you know? I think that's a very relatable character arc to go through.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah.
But that line where where Carolina says, like, I could never beat her. You know, I think, again, when you have that revelation that it's, the director and Allison are her parents, you know? That's the line she probably has felt since she was a kid, you know? That, like, she could never even compete with Allison as a kid. That the director was more obsessed with her memory than raising her, you know?
Yeah, it's insane. And that she finally came to this revelation. And like when she kind of comes to this revelation, she finally, that's when like it gets to be too much. You know, one of the Texas knocks her down and everything like that. Like it just all hit her, all the little, in a physical, in a literal sense, and in a, you know, metaphorical sense, that it all just hits her all at once.
Yeah, but basically, no matter how many of the Texas Carolina beat, there was always a bunch more waiting. Like I said, one of them says like "better luck next time, Carolina," but it's like it's all glitchy. Like it's like better luck next time, Carolina. You know, like it's all like stuttering.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, a call back to season 1, 3 grenades pop out of nowhere, and it's Donut, and he says, you know, 9 points, you dirty horse. I love that because remember, Donut's the one who killed Tex in season 1 with the grenades.
Yeah, that's right. That was something.
And this is the Avengers Endgame moment where everybody shows up for the final battle. You haven't seen Avengers Endgame, so you probably don't get that reference.
Well, they make that reference a lot in other things. So, I did get kind of a Avatar moment where like Wash extends his hands out and tells Carolina to get up, and obviously that reminded me of Avatar because that's what Ivo did when weirdly enough.
And which one are you talking about? Okay, yeah, in the one where Azula's hunting them.
Which is weird because that's what leads to Zuko finally accepting Ivo. Because remember that it's weird this is actually
for a while, yeah.
So it gave me an Avatar moment here type of thing.
And I do like, Washington says get up, and Carolina's like, what are you doing here? And Wash just says, hey, I told you they're not so bad when you get to know them. And Church, is trying to be sarcastic at first, being like, oh, what? I thought you guys said this wasn't your fight. But Sarge says, oh, come on, overwhelming odds with little to no chance of success. How could we resist?
Mm-hmm.
Which, funny enough, I think that was one of the taglines for the season.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like it was on, like, the poster. That was, like, the quote on the poster.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And Tucker says, you got a problem with that, Church? And I like this, where Church just says, guys, I'm an asshole, I admit it, and I will gladly accept any and all smart-ass remarks after we get out of this. But I want to remind you guys, we are in a room filled with crazy freelancer robots ready to completely and utterly fuck our shit up. It's funny. This part of the season, I can, remember word for word. Because I've seen it so many times. So Sarge says, cheesy forgiveness speech later. Okay, that sounds good. And then this is really cool. We get a remix of the Blood Gulch theme song for a brief moment. The roses are red and violet. And as we pan over everybody readying their weapons, Sarge has his shotgun. Simmons has his rocket launcher from season 7. Griff has the Meta's weapon now.
Does that become his weapon now, or is this a one-time thing he use it? Oh,
he calls it the Griff shot. Its name was originally the Brute shot, and now he calls it the Griff shot.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then we get a really cool moment where Tucker opens his sword and you get a really cool lighting change.
I liked that, yeah.
And I like how Caboose was facing the other way. And then
I actually didn't notice this until I watched it the second time because this is such a cool moment. I didn't realize Caboose was facing the wrong direction type of thing.
A little comedy in there, and Church says, "Hey Caboose, I need to get a little angry, okay, buddy?" And Caboose says, "I don't know how to do that." And Church says, "I do." And, kind of remember Omega took over Caboose in season 1 and 2, and that made him, angry?
Yep.
And in season 3, Caboose was able to channel that a bit and beat up all the Xbox kids.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, so Caboose runs through and beats the shit out of a ton of Texas. And I like how he says, I hate taxes. And Griff is like, it's Texas, you idiot.
Hey, he even says that too, so I can't blame him. So
they all charge in, and Sarge says, "For our ancestors, attack!"
It's awesome, yeah.
We see them all charging. It's a little hard to focus on, the individuals, but it's a nice, cool shot where it's all of them, and then you get a few shots of the individuals. Where at one point, they have Griff they spread his legs open. The 3 of them are going to punch Griff in the balls.
And I think Carolina jumped in, yeah.
Yeah, but later on, two other ones kick Griffin the balls, and Tucker stabs them. And Griffin's like, "Oh, not again!" And Tucker's like, "Come on, dude, you had to have seen that coming."
I just love too. Griff still had the Griff shot. He had and he had like. I feel like Griff could like have like several guns on him, and Tex could have nothing, and he would still get punched in the balls somehow.
And at one point, Donut's about to get hit, but then like Washington jumps in and saves him, and Washington's like, "Okay, we're done here." Because obviously Washington kind of owed him for shooting him.
Yep.
Yeah, and the fight goes on for a little while, but eventually there's just too many Texas, and they're getting overwhelmed. They're all getting circled around, and I thought this fight was a decent length. It was like the perfect. It didn't overstay its welcome, but it wasn't like too short because in the break, I feel like a problem was too many of the fights were too short.
I agree. I thought this fight lasted a good amount of time.
Yeah.
And we got some good moments in there. Everyone got to shine in this fight, I thought. So
yeah. And again, it's nice to see Carolina like immediately accept the Reds and Blues.
Yeah, because you had no reason. I mean, the Blues they came and saved them, even though they had absolutely no reason to. So
yes, now Carolina kind of has the respect for them. And then Washington talks to Epsilon and says like, "Hey, do you remember how Alpha beat the Meta back in season 6?" He didn't say back in season 6, but that's what I'm referring to. And Epsilon says, "Well, yeah, but that was one guy, not 100." And Washington says, "Church, there's only one Tex, and nobody knows her like you." And then you get a really cool moment where like Epsilon multiplies over and over again for like every individual like Tex clone.
That was really cool. I like that a lot.
And you get a reverse of the scene in the past where this time Tex, being cloned over and over again, has been broken down to the point where even she doesn't even know who she is, and she is just tired. Like back in season 8, she was pissed off that she was brought back. She didn't want to be brought back. And, like he did back in season 9, Church has to be the one to tell her, like, hey, you can rest now. Like it's over.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to be brought back anymore. And Owen, like I said, Tex always shows up in episode 10. And Tex's final season is season 10.
That's actually, like, pretty crazy to think about when you think about it like that.
Yeah, his number has always been 10, And it's, they've always done jokes, where, like, again, Donut dies and gets brought back. Church dies and gets brought back. Even Tex has been died and brought back. But, it's final this time. This is Tex's end, she's gone after this. Church puts her to rest. And I'm happy for that. I feel like if they brought Tex back after this, it would really ruin it, But, like, Church's whole character has been learning to let her go, and for the final time, Church does what Alpha couldn't do, what the director couldn't do. He tells Tex like, "Hey, it's enough. You can rest now."
Yeah, I really like this a lot. I liked seeing this scene in reverse because we saw it with Alpha and Tex, and I really liked that they did that. Because obviously I watched this. I like that they did this. Like, the scenes weren't, like, too separate apart from each other, because it really got people to, like, see, like, how much different that scene was, because if you did that scene early, like, too early, I feel like you would still notice it, but you wouldn't pick up on it, like, immediately, because obviously it would happen too soon, so I like that
too early in the season, like you said, it'd be, like, too far apart. But, like, if they did it right before it, it'd be, like, too sudden, or it'd be like, okay, come on, we just did this. Like, they spaced it out, I think, just perfectly.
Yeah. And yeah, I really like this. I like this Tex's last scene. I think it's a very fitting scene because obviously it's been all about Epsilon and Alpha getting over the fact about Tex. And I mean, that's a big thing that happened in season 5 that I always go back to, that Alpha was stressing out trying to save Tex at the end of season 5. So I like that Tex doesn't come back. So it'd be kind of weird if you brought Tex back. Now, are you sure about this? Because I remember...
he's gone. Like, hand over my heart or whatever bullshit. Like, Tex is gone.
Okay. But yeah, I'm happy that this was the perfect ending, I think, to Tex. Just because Church coming to terms with the fact that you have to accept that Tex is gone. I think that's just a good lesson to have, to accept that the person, who's passed away is gone, like they're not coming back or anything like that. And you can still have the memories, but consistently driving yourself crazy to try to bring somebody back isn't going to help you. And I'll talk about this lesson some more when we get to the next scene that you're going to talk about.
And I think it's important, too, because remember, Church was being like, oh, God, there's a million of them. But Washington was the one to be like, no, there's only one text. Which, again, I feel like is something the director couldn't figure out. Is like, he kept trying to make his wife again over and over and over again 1,000,000 times. But, he was never going to get his wife back,
Yeah.
Again, showing a big difference between Church and Church.
And that's actually a really... There's a show called... not a show, but a movie called... I think it's Before I Awake, where it's about, like, someone who can bring, like... their dreams, they can come to life and everything like that. But obviously, the whole aspect, but this isn't the big lesson, but, like, his wife dies because of this, and, like, he tried showing her pictures of, like, his wife and everything like that, but, like, it wasn't really him, his wife, it was just how that person knew his wife as, so it wasn't even, like, really her, or anything like that.
This isn't even Allison, this is his version of Allison, Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also even apart from Church, Church's lesson in this, it's sad that see Tex go. We've known her since season 1. She's been in and out of the show, sporadically. But like I liked her character. I like that she was kind of like the gruff badass, and I liked her relationships with all the characters. So for her to just be so tired and broken down, for her to finally get told like, it's over. You can go away now. We'll be okay.
Yeah, and I really liked seeing the scene with Bose because, it seemed like when Tex tried to do this with Alpha, she knew how to approach this, but she was taken back by it. Where Church like knew how to handle this conversation like better and everything.
Whereas when Church comes in, he's disappointed that she doesn't recognize him, but he seems more willing to be like, okay, let's we need to say goodbye.
Yeah.
Well, I also like they repeat the, don't say goodbyes, I hate goodbyes thing.
Yeah. And this time Church says it.
Yeah.
Also, I forgot to mention this too, that breakout, that represented like, Tex's failure and everything like that, because she...
Tex always fails, yeah.
So, like, I feel like we'd be that's the Tex's whole character, so I feel like, that would be a disservice if we didn't mention, like...
Wait, yeah, I agree. That is that's like the biggest example, that Tex tried so hard. She actually got to Alpha, but she got there too late, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
but it's over. The Reds and Blues are wondering what happens next, and Church says what happens next. Him and Carolina need to do alone. I'm glad it's just them because, as I said, this is like the Church family reunion. But a little sad we didn't really get more on Washington and the director this season.
Yeah, I would have liked something. I'm glad
he kind of realized, like, I value my friendship with the Reds and Blues over my revenge on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have liked something, but, like, I don't know. I'm kind of okay, though. Like, the last thing was season 6, because he got to bring down the project, and that's, like, the thing that...
In a way, he already got his revenge.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Again,
I like how so many people have talked about killing the director. And at the very beginning of the season, Sarge says, oh, we're gonna shoot him in the face and walk away in slow motion. It's always been portrayed as this cool, cathartic thing. But if you remember, season 6,
before that, off camera, and I think a little bit in season 9, I was just like, I'm like, I was excited about this. I'm like, this is gonna be this epic thing. The director's been like this thing in the background that like we've always heard about. I imagine is a bad, because I remember too he was in season 6, like he was able to like just not even be in there, like open up that like wall or whatever to like help Maine get in. So what's he gonna be like when he's actually there? And if you can't find this guy, like this is a final boss like that we've been waiting for the whole show and everything like that. So I was like getting excited about it type of thing. And typically in any TV show, this would have been a disappointment. But yeah, what were you gonna say before? You know,
I was gonna say like Lottie in Yellow Jackets. You know, to make another Yellow Jackets comparison.
Unfortunately, yeah.
You know, in the past, she's portrayed as kind of like a mastermind. Like she knows a lot more than the others. Whereas in the present, she really feels like she's like does not have control over like anything. And the director kind of gave the same vibe as past Lottie, where he's like this mastermind. He's got everything under control. You know, he knows so much. And you know, as we saw a lot in the past, it's like the director had a hand in so much. Like so many little experiments, like we could argue, like, oh, how much was he involved in like this happening? And remember that everybody in this show is a victim of the director. You know, fake CT, real CT, Washington, Maine, Wyoming, Omega, Sigma, Gamma. Like every villain, every hero is somehow a victim of the director. But
and I guess the difference when you talk about with no, because I remember in Yellow Jackets I was disappointed with Lottie. I feel like too because with Lottie they didn't really do a good enough job establishing she was like losing control, because obviously that was meant to be like a reveal, but like you know, they haven't really done a good job with Lottie's character. These past 2 episodes, or maybe just like the most recent episode of Yellow Jackets we're gonna cover, did a much better job of that type of thing.
I agree. I was just making a comparison on like the mastermind kind of character, you know, where I've done a better job like establishing Church, you know, as that guy, and then like setting up that like, you know, like that like flip where he's not actually that in control.
Yeah.
Because in season 6, he says it to the chairman: "When you find me, you know, you won't find a fight. You'll find you know, an old man who's satisfied he did his duty." But, you know, his mind is more filled with memory than hope. And he was half right. His mind is more filled with memory than hope. But, Owen, do you think he's satisfied that he did his duty?
No.
Because when we find him, you know, the first scene, you know, like and keep in mind, you watch this, you know, as you know, like the whole thing at once. Whereas, you know, when it was releasing episodically, you know, Church saying, like, me and Carolina are going to do this next part alone was, like, the cliffhanger, and the next episode started off with the first shot of the director.
Yep.
Where it's the director sitting in a dark room alone, just watching the recording of the last time he saw his wife over and over and over again. Like Phyllis said, he has not taken a break to eat or sleep in days. He's just been watching this 1-minute recording on repeat over and over again.
It's just sad, yeah, to see how much broken he's become.
And when Carolina walks in, you know, she doesn't, you know, immediately like start screaming at him or yelling at him. She just walks in, you know, calmly and says, "Hello, director." And he doesn't even seem, you know, worried that she's gonna kill him. You know, he just says, "Hello." Yeah, I like that we're still not seeing his face. We're only seeing his like lower like mouth.
Yep.
He says, "Hello, Agent Carolina. Would you like to watch this file with me?" And when she says no, he just turns back to Phyllis and says, "Play it again, Phyllis." And when she's like hesitant, he just goes, "Again."
Yeah.
And, you know, even Carolina's just like, "Wow, this is what you've become." And he says, "You know, I think I found a way to bring her back right this time." Like he's even now when he's about, you know, Carolina's here to kill him, he's just thinking about more ways to bring back Tex.
He's even saying, like, I just need a little bit more time type of thing. Like, I need more time to get this right. Like, even though he knows she's coming in to kill him right away on the spot type of thing.
I'm, you know, like, I'm here to kill you. And, like, you know, even if I didn't, if I found you, you know, you're being hunted by the authorities. Like, they're probably not far behind me.
Yep. And,
like you said, he just says, and Church, you know, our Church busts in and be like, "No, you've had your fucking time." Good contrast, you know, because Carolina is being like weirdly calm, and you know, Church is like livid. You know, he's kind of in Carolina's position where she was like, you know, upset for everything. He's like, "No, you need to pay for what you've done to me, to Carolina, Washington, the Meta, and text most importantly. And he's like throwing all this at the director, and the director doesn't even respond to it. He just says, "Oh, hello, Epsilon. You came all this way to see me."
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, he's not even like acknowledging all the horrible stuff he does. He's like, "Oh, hello, Epsilon."
I really like this. Yeah, like he's just so like focused on trying to put his wife back, and just he's in just such a dismay and just disrepair. In a weird way, like he's in like there's like nothing there left of him. He's like the alpha, and he's like Tex, like right before.
Broken husk, like not even a person anymore.
Yeah.
And I like that church, when he's like, "Oh, you came all this way to see me." I also like he doesn't say it like condescendingly. Like he sounds genuine when he says it,
Mm-hmm.
Like he actually like he seems like some like I don't know. It's weird. He's not upset seeing Epsilon. He's not happy seeing him. He's just kind of like, "Oh, hi, you came to see me, huh?"
Yeah,
like,
it's real.
Matter of factly,
Yeah.
And again, he doesn't even face him. He just says it like, "Oh, hello, Epsilon." And Church says, like, "I'm here to remember what you've done. Somebody has to." I like that Church, Carolina tries to calm him down. But Church kind of snaps at her because he's so upset, saying that, not everybody got off so easy. Because, to be fair to him, he's kind of right. Where, Carolina got thrown off the cliff and then went into hiding, whereas Church never really got away from the director when you think about it.
Yeah, because he's been remembering his memories just consistently and everything like that.
And I love that, again, this isn't even just Church mad. He's, because all, the Alpha, Sigma, Delta, they're all dead. This is Epsilon being angry for the people that aren't even there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And again, keep in mind, Gamma, Omega, Sigma, they're all villains. But, like, they're victims of the director, They got
because he was
away from the Alpha, and then they're that way because of the director.
very much so, yeah.
Like, obviously Sigma's like a piece of shit. He did all that horrible stuff, but like, he's kind of just is the way he is. He was born that way, Like the director made him that way.
Very much, yeah.
I like that Church cycles through all the fragments, and I like that whatever Church says like matches the AI's personality, because he says he was brilliant and he becomes Delta, and then he says but he was brilliant and we trusted him, and then he becomes Theta, who's trust, and then he becomes Gamma and says but he lied to us, he twisted, and then he becomes Omega and tortured us and used us, and then he becomes Sigma and says and he manipulated us for his own purposes, and for what? For this shadow. And poor Church, because remember he got mad at Washington calling Tex a shadow, but now he's so mad that he's calling Tex a shadow.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, and then Carolina, for the first time in the present, takes off her helmet to look at the director in the face, and finally, the moment I love this moment so much. Where we've been waiting to see this motherfucker's face this whole time, and an entire show of people wearing fucking helmets. This is the one motherfucker who never wore a helmet. But
we never saw
one whose face was hidden. All right, and keep in mind, if we're counting Church, like Alpha and Epsilon, we have been waiting to see what this motherfucker looks like since episode 1.
Yes, we have.
He takes off the fucking glasses. And, when you look up, do you see this evil villain who caused all this pain to everybody? No. What do you see? You see a broken guy who lost his wife, and that's why he did everything.
He lost everything, too. He lost...
Like, he has nobody in his life. Everybody fucking... he's a villain, He, and in the very end, he didn't even get what he fucking wanted.
Not at all.
Remember when Caboose was saying, like, not everybody got what they wanted? In a weird way, Church gets what he wants by being able to confront the director. But, like, the director himself, he never got what he fucking wanted.
Not at all.
And when he looks up at Carolina, he's just a sad, pathetic, broken man.
It's just really sad, you know. I really like this because obviously, in the past he was this, you know, deviant, devilish, and just the face of evil, pretty much. But now here he's like like he said, a pathetic old man who lost everything, pretty much. It's, you know, it's really sad.
And you know, obviously, Allison's recording has been going on in the background. But I love this, you know, the line where she says, "But come on, you'll see me again." Happens as the director looks up at Carolina.
Yep.
Because, you know, he never saw his wife again, but he's looking up at, you know, what his wife left behind, their daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also, you know, keep in mind, this is Carolina's first time seeing her father in so long. And even when she did see him, he was a hard ass, you know, like, didn't even give a shit about her. For the first time in a long, long time, she's probably seeing, like, her dad, like, you know, like, in, like, vulnerable. Can you say the word? I can't fucking speak English today.
Vulnerable.
Thank you, that word. And this is also the moment where he's supposed to put together that they're father and daughter because they have the same green eyes.
Yeah. I didn't put it together originally because, again, I'd watched... It was late at night when I was watching this, but...
Put together the first time and like you said, it's like, you know, you're more focused on like, oh shit, it's like the director's face for the first time. You know, you're not really focusing on like, oh, they have the same eyes.
Yeah.
And I love this where, you know, they do Carolina's like face animations really good, where she like tries super hard to like be angry at him, but she just like can't. Like she's trying so hard to like frown and like be angry, but she just can't help but like lighten up. You know, like not like smile, but like she just like gets sad. You know, like seeing her dad like this.
Yeah. And it's relatable, you know, you never want to see like your parents go through this, like moments of being hurt and everything like that. And no parents ever wants their child to see them like this vulnerable. They want them to think like, you know, they're really strong and everything like that. So this can't be easy on either of them and everything like that.
Because, shit, what was I going to say? You know, yeah, I think Carolina, like we were talking about how like the show has built up the director as this big evil mastermind. I think Carolina was trying to convince herself of that too. Because remember, the director has gotten all of her friends killed.
Mm-hmm.
But I think when she saw him, you know, she kind of had the realization the audience did, where it's like, he's not really an evil mastermind. He's, you know, just like we said, a sad, pathetic old man who just lost everything. You know, he didn't even get to see his wife again.
Yeah,
then,
for the last time.
Yeah, and then she leans over and kisses him on the forehead. And, you know, the only thing he can say is just a bit more time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even after all this, he's just still asking for more time to try and bring Tex back. It's like, damn.
He could just never get over it, yeah.
Yeah, but then Carolina just says, you know, come on, Church, we're leaving. And Church is like, we came all this way to kill him. But then I like that Carolina's the one to remind him of what he learned last season, that you need to let go. That the past doesn't define who you are. It just gives you the starting point of who you're going to be.
And I love that it showed, like, the footage, you know, of Allison. Because obviously, like, in the past, you know, the director losing his wife is what caused him to, well, not just that, but, like, you know, when he saw that, like, you know, his wife could be brought back, it kind of, like, Church could win his wife back, Alpha, it caused him to, like, torture the Alpha and everything like that. Yeah. So it's just...
Director, like, basically got stuck in the past and that defined his future. Funny enough, I remember Danny Phantom had a similar line where they're like, you know, funny how, like, one little mistake can, like, ruin your entire future. Where, like, Danny did something as small as cheating on a test, and that fucking caused a domino effect that ruined his life.
Yeah, I like that Tucker made a joke out of it, too, like in Danny Phantom type of thing. But it's really true. And that's just a big thing in life, you know. A small thing can define who you are type of thing. And yeah. It depends on what you do with it, you know. You can let this thing hurt you, or you can let this, you know, or you can grow from it. And I like, you're seeing how much it destroyed the director, type of thing.
And this next scene's rough. Where keep in mind, like we said, when he says like, "Oh, just a bit more time," like he's like barely even like paying attention to them. Like he acknowledges they're there, but like he's like kind of off in his own little world. But when Carolina turns to leave, he stops her, puts his hand on her, and says, "Agent Carolina, would you be so kind as to leave me your pistol?" She acknowledges for one final time. She acknowledges his order. And, he just says softly, like, "Oh, thank you, Carolina." And she just says, "Goodbye, sir," and walks away. And Church is still there for a few brief moments before Carolina leaves, as Carolina's leaving. And the director kind of just, he's staring off and, like, down. And he says, "You were my greatest creation." And Church thinks he's talking to him. And he says, "I don't know what I am, but I do know this. I'm more than just your copy. I'm better than you." I do like this, like Carolina and the director, They weren't on good terms, but like it was a kind of like weird understanding. Whereas Church was just like till the end, like fuck you, like he not quite like that, but it was like he wanted the director to know like I'm better than you, no matter what mistakes I've made, like you are, I am better than you. I'm not just your copy.
And there's no reason to the Church that Church should have an understanding of why he did this and everything like that, because he's a victim of it and everything like that, and it'd be kind of weird if he had an understanding of it and everything like that.
I think Carolina and Church did a good job of kind of showing like the two ends of the cycle, like two ends of the extremes.
And I feel like too, a good thing I mentioned off camera is I like we get the reveal that the father and daughter, but like once the reveal happens, they don't just start calling each other like. She doesn't just start calling him dad. Like she still calls him the director.
Yeah. There's still a distance. Like he doesn't call her by her real name because we never find out her real name. He still calls her Carolina, and he still calls him sir. And when Church says like I'm more than just your copy, I'm better than you. I like the director doesn't like defend himself. Like he doesn't correct him. Like I think if anything, the director agrees that Absalom is better than him.
Yeah.
But he also says, I wasn't speaking to you. And, of course, the idea is he was speaking to Carolina. Carolina, being his daughter, is his greatest creation. And then Church leaves. And I kind of like what Carolina said about, like the past not being what defines you. It's kind of what gave, the director this idea. Because he seemed, again, he was off in his own little world. But when she said that, he seemed to kind of come to a decision. Where he tells Phyllis that to delete all of their files except the recording of Allison. And Phyllis says, "Does that include me, the director?" And he says, "Yes, I'm sorry, Phyllis. It was a pleasure working with you." He also says, "Lock down this facility, leave, lock me in." And Phyllis is like, "Director, this is a sealed base. Like if I shut down everything, like life support won't be active." And he just says, "Yep, thank you, Phyllis. I'm okay with that. Lock me in." And I like at this point you can see him. It's kind of, the camera's moving farther away, so it's hard to tell. But you can see him pick up the pistol that was on the desk.
So obviously you know what happened there. He basically killed himself there. So,
Phil says, "Director, was the project a success? Did you find out what you were looking for?" And I like that he didn't sugarcoat it. He didn't like, from a certain point of view, or like, maybe I did. Like he says no. Like just flat out, like no, I did not find what I was looking for. But I believe I came very close. I just wish I knew.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That overall he just felt like defeated and couldn't find what he was looking for, but he came very close to find what he was looking for. So
yeah. Even then, he's like, I think I came close, but like, I don't know. I just wish I knew. And then, as he, is holding the gun and lowers his head, he says, "Perhaps the next time around," which of course, is referencing, Alpha and Beta, Epsilon, and the other techs, like all the cycles they went through. He says, now that he's kind of putting an end to it, he just hopes perhaps he'll find her the next time around. And Phyllis says for the final time, it's been an honor working with you. And as the door closes on the director, we hear the recording of Allison say one last time, "Don't say goodbye. I hate goodbyes."
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think of this ending? Because I think this was one of the best endings to not just a villain, but to a character in any show, like, ever.
Yeah, this ending was fantastic. I like that you just saw that the director was a broken down old man, and he just, like you said, he's just so far gone, and he was just so obsessed with putting back his wife that even when he's about to come to the face of death, he just doesn't even notice it. And the reveal of Carolina being his daughter was very well done, and I like that it's not explicitly like said. It's kind of like something you have to pick up on and everything like that. Again, having Church go there was a good side to side to see like how they both felt about him. And I like that the director just kind of finally realized like, yeah, I can't really bring my wife back perfectly, and I'm not going to get her right, type of thing, and I'm just a broken down man, so he just kind of decides to end it there, and it's a really fitted ending. The fact that he just became broken and everything like that, and the fact that he just decided like, hey, I'm just gonna end it here is very sad. You almost feel sorry for him. I mean, you kind of do feel sorry for him just because he went through all this pain and everything like that. And I think it's definitely a lesson, I've talked about this before in season 8, with my grandmother passing, and I wish you could be here. But the thing is, she was very sick towards the end and everything like that. And she would just be she would just be sitting in the chair, not really doing much. So, it's almost like, and she died peacefully and everything like that. So I'm really happy that, I just watched this season at a really weird time in my life, like this whole show pretty much. But, I really liked, that he really didn't sugarcoat it because, typically a character will try to be like, it's a journey I learned along the way. I like that he was very explicit, like, no, I didn't really get what I was looking for and everything like that. So this was a really fantastic scene to end this off with and everything like that.
I agree. I mean, as you can tell, because I talked about this one fucking scene for like a half hour. My favorite scene in the show, and like I said, I think it's one of the most well done scenes, like, period, like, ever. There has been movies, TV shows that has not even come close to making me half as emotional as this like fucking web series scene did. This was like 10 seasons of build up, and again, like I said, they built up so well that when we finally saw him, I was very satisfied. Yeah, just a great scene. Did a really good job just tying a bow on 10 seasons of story,
Yeah, very much so. And then the end of the end of the season.
Yeah. So we cut to outside. We actually do see Big Church again. I totally forgot about this actually. Where he's big again, and he tells Carolina like, "Hey, thank you for calming me down in there. For not letting me do anything I would have regretted." And I like this, Church kind of, again, as Caboose said, not everybody got what they wanted. Now Church kind of can put this big part of his life behind him. And Carolina wonders what the Reds and Blues will do now. And Church says, hey, well, I think we got to find a place to call home. And Carolina says, show me. Which times up well with the last scene of the past where the director is wondering where they could put Alpha. And we cut to Halo 4. And this is a cool little fact about this. Halo 4 didn't release yet. So Bungie sent Rooster Teeth an early copy. So this, for a lot of people, this was like one of the first viewings of Halo 4.
Yeah, that was really cool. Good to do the reveal here too. Like when it's about to enter, like I do, because they're entering a new stage of their lives with the director being gone now. Because this is the reason everything has happened, and now that the director's gone, you're wondering what next. So I like that they used the new game to kind of show like, hey, they're entering a new world type of thing.
Yeah, I like that. And, this is heavily implied to be Blood Gulch. And I think that was the original intention while writing this, is that this is Blood Gulch. Although when we get to season 11, we find out this isn't actually Blood Gulch.
Okay.
But, like, the original intention in season 10 is, like, they're back in Blood Gulch.
I thought it would be cool if they went back, I guess. But we'll see where they actually go.
Like, I mean, I get it. If you want to do more seasons, it'd be kind of hard to do that. But yeah, for all intents, for now, they're back home. We see the Reds, kind of just doing their thing, doing drills, making jokes. Caboose and Tucker are getting the base ready, and we see Church and Carolina up on a big cliff, talking to each other, being like, hey, we're home. But Carolina says, hey, word of advice, Church, don't say goodbye. And Church says, goodbye. I didn't realize I was leaving. And Carolina states that she picked up some radio frequencies of like some, illegal smuggling of like Project Freelancer equipment, and like I feel bad if that equipment fell into the wrong hands. And I could really use an AI unit to help me run some of that equipment to like do some good. And Church kind of says like, it would be nice to be a good guy again. And Carolina says, honestly, Church, after everything we were helped do, I don't know if we could ever like be good guys again. But if we wake up every day and do our best, I hope we can be better at least. And, maybe that's enough. And honestly, I feel like, okay, Carolina, I get she did some bad shit. So Absalom didn't really do anything wrong, man. Absalom was born. He went crazy, tried to kill himself in Washington's head. And, like, that's it. He didn't really do anything wrong.
Yeah. But...
Like Carolina, maybe you did some fucked up shit, but, yeah, you didn't really do anything wrong here. It's a good sentiment. I like the message. But, like, okay, come on. This doesn't really work too well with Epsilon. Maybe for Alpha. Even Alpha didn't really do anything that wrong.
Yeah, so I don't really understand that either, yeah.
But, Church is kind of agreeing to go, but he's kind of like, well, still, I feel like I should say something to them. And Carolina says, hey, did I ever tell you about my mother? And Church kind of chuckles and said, actually, I don't think he did. Because I think at this point, Church knows who Carolina is. But, like, I think he's kind of, amused. Like, oh, hey, yeah, I guess you did never talk about, your mom, like your actual mom, not Tex.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, she says, my mom used to always my mom was never really around much as a kid. She was a military brat. Her mom was always off on the go. So she was never really around that much. But, whenever she left, she would never say bye to me. She would always say, don't say goodbye, because if you don't say goodbye, it just means you're not here right now. I think that's the exact wording. Are you there? You're like...
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. You were like dead. Based on I was like, hey, are you okay?
Yeah, that's about the wording that she used and everything like that.
Yeah, I like that because again, it kind of twists the "don't say goodbye" message a little bit to kind of make it a bit more hopeful. That like if you don't say goodbye, it doesn't mean you're gone. You're just not here right now.
Yeah, I like that.
So Caboose is he sees Church and Carolina up on that hill. Well, I also do like this little moment where Church says, your mom sounds like a smart lady. And Carolina says, yeah, she was, but she had horrible taste in men. That was kind of funny. But then Caboose, sees them up on the hill, but then all of a sudden they disappear. Tucker wonders where Church went, and Caboose says, I don't know. He's somewhere. He's just not here right now. And you see, Church left that sniper rifle that he always loved in that spot, and he went off to go on adventures with Carolina, but, just because he's not with the Blues and Reds right now, doesn't mean he's not there.
Yep. And that's the end of the Freelancer saga of LVB. It cuts to the credits.
Okay. Fuck, this was our longest video ever.
Yeah, this is only what... We have a whole...
Yep.
Huh?
I feel like you should make this part 1 and part 2 and not make this one big video.
Yeah, I could probably do that. Probably, yeah. Because I'll see how long the other one is. Because I think it would be like 9 hours.
Yeah.
But Yeah. I think about it. I'll think about it. We also didn't do plugs in the last one, so then I would have to, I would have to figure that out. But yeah, that's the end of the freelance of it saga. I really liked this saga, and I really liked the ending. I've told you off camera. I remember you said season 10 could be the end of the show for you. Saying something happens if like it got to a point where we couldn't do videos anymore and we never picked this up again, or like if another Rooster Teeth's back and like they just delete all their footage and decide like no one can watch Red versus Blue ever again.
Every saved video, even ones on like personal computers, and like delete it somehow.
Yeah, if there was ever no way for me to watch Red versus Blue again, and like I only could finish it off with season 10, I would be okay with this being the last time I ever watched season 10. I'm not season 10. See, Red versus Blue. We got the big build up of the director. They ended it off very well with him, and I would be okay if I never watched the show again. Honestly, I have to make that clear. We are gonna watch the show again.
Big break, like a year break, but we will pick it up again eventually.
Yeah, but if in a year something happened where like we couldn't do videos together anymore, and like they decided to delete all the footage of RVB like that's ever existed, if we never pick the show up again, I would be okay with that. This is
gonna crash and like humanity went extinct.
Yeah, but I feel like this is a very fitted ending. They everyone kind of got to get closure out of the director being gone now and everything like that, and everyone kind of seems like they're going to be doing their own thing. And the biggest thing I do like about this is it seems like Church's life is going to change. He's going to be going on adventures now and everything like that. And the Reds and Blues lives, kind of stays, I feel like the same-ish. Like, it's not completely the same, but, like, they're just going to do their everyday things and everything like that. So, like, everyone got to get some closure here and everything like that. So, yeah, and I really like this scene here, finding out more about the original Allison and everything like that. And we're going to do letter grades. What do we grade the present? Because obviously we did...
I give the present and past. Okay, I probably give the present like an A and past like an A+, but like together, I think it's an S tier season.
I agree. They have some issues, obviously. I know that's breaking scale, but I feel like the highs definitely outweigh the lows. This is fantastic.
Yeah, perfect, and I feel like this season's lows really aren't that bad. Like we joke about shit CT in Wyoming, but like those aren't really that big of issues. Like they're issues, but they don't like really distract me that much.
Yeah. This is really scale breaking. It's probably the best. The best way to blow off something. Breaking Bad probably is the only thing that's probably beaten this so far. It comes of watching it.
Great ending. This is probably a close second. But like, yeah, that was Breaking Bad. that one's hard to beat. I don't think you could beat that one.
Yeah. And then probably Death Note because and honestly Death Note would be perfect if honestly Nia wasn't there. So
yeah, just say like I like the last episode. The build up to it wasn't great.
Yeah. Yeah, the build up to this was great. Everyone kind of, even Wash gets like some closure and stuff like that too, like really good stuff. But that's pretty much it, guys. Do you want to plug or promote anything?
Yeah, check out Putz Paws. Hopefully this weekend I have time to again get back to script writing.
And then yeah, check out obviously other videos we're doing on this channel. This is the end of an era for us. We wanted to get here and now we're here, so it's kind of like we have to take another look. But obviously check out my Wrestling Fortune 44 channel. GM mode's coming back. The new game came out, and AJ, we're just gonna say this. It's kind of like the Blood Goats thing. Because we're not gonna probably ever pick it up on the old game. You won the first one. You won the first season.
Oh, okay, cool. I won. Yay.
Kind of like not really much of a win though, because but I hate to tell you, AJ.
I guess.
Huh?
We'll talk more about that off camera, I guess.
Yeah. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you guys for watching. And since this is being recorded in the past, we will talk to you guys in the future.